the current world. Anyone who acts up is immediately faced with the existence called an angel, who can just flick them away. Yet this young man is not afraid to punch them, and then fly up to choke and break the angel's wings like plucking a chicken. Ryuman, the young man who previously made it to the 20th round, all by himself in the final battle. The feathers of the guards he caught started to skulk inside, a very spacious place that resembles a temple. He stepped into the magic circle. The circle immediately lit up. The system unexpectedly displayed a notification that entering requires 5 people. But currently, there is only 1 out of 5. How did Ryuman survive alone and make it here? Since the conditions are not met, the system will force his elimination. Ryuman, frustrated, uses all his strength to break free, but it is useless. His body also starts to fade away second by second. Ryuman died, thus qualifying to activate the time rewind, and will be sent back to round 1. And this will be the last time he gets to rewind after 99 failures. Ryuman truly returned to the real world in his home country of South Korea, just before the round began. Today is New Year's Eve, preparing for an explosive new year. So everyone is gathered at the bustling square. A few minutes ago, some slackers were gathering here, getting ready to celebrate, because they were about to become adults as they turned 18. They were happily enjoying the fact that they did not have to pretend to be anyone else, and could buy alcohol and party to their heart's content. The guy with the eyebrow tattoo is Dongmin. When those guys asked him about his dreams after graduation, he just laughed blankly and said he would become a gangster. Since you only live once. He chose a career following his heart rather than listening to reason. Everyone listened to him, and the bully showed his ugly side and wanted to cut ties with this psycho. Far away, this Dongmin guy had spotted Ryuman. He always got bullied by this jerk for being poor and weak. This guy even joked around with the others, believing that even after graduation, he would never let Ryuman go. He looked over at Ryuman and saw him take off his hat, and he had a feeling that the Iran boy he used to know looked very different today. Being looked at by Ryuman really got under his skin. Dongmin wanted to head to Anuva for a New Year's kickoff with Ryuman, but his friends stopped him because it was still the new year. Everyone here was celebrating together, and somewhere in the sky, a strange voice began to echo down. The brilliant, shining light of the 10 directions of Buddha illuminated the entire night sky. Everyone turned their attention up there. A glamorous, elegant, and magnificent angel began to tease the people below. Some even thought this was a new event from the television station, to surprise everyone for the new year. Everyone exclaimed that she was more beautiful than a movie star. Only Ryuman knew everything that was about to happen, because he had experienced this scene 99 times after the regression. The angel started to shyly giggle and told the humans they were just shells, and all had collapsed before her beauty. Because I say women are even more dangerous when they know they are beautiful. Watching the shocked reactions of everyone below made her even more thrilled and satisfied. One guy down there thought this was just a fire show and insulted her, but the angel's fake smile turned into a fierce, unpleasant glare. Right after that, the guy's head exploded after he insulted her. At this point, everyone was in shock because this was not part of the TV script. The angel immediately changed her tone and said that humans had no right to question her. Anyone who tried to act on her level would end up with their brains blown out just like that guy. She arrogantly floated in the sky and began to explain the rules of the game to everyone below. Meanwhile, Ryuman could only sigh because he had been through this nightmare too many times already. The game is very simple. Complete 20 rounds on the first day of each month. Human souls will be transported to a new dimension to play a game there. Players only need to do one thing: complete the mission. If they succeed, they can safely return to reality with a hefty reward, but with rewards come penalties. Not everyone can survive after completing the mission, because only half of the participants are granted mercy. Hearing this, the people below began to feel anxious. This game only allows participants aged 15 to 29. Everyone was confused and dazed. Meanwhile, Ryuman maintained his icy demeanor effortlessly. The angel began filtering the data, and would bring 1 million participants into this game. After explaining and selecting the players, the beautiful and proud angel also started casting spells to send the contestants to a different realm. Everyone was taken to a space where they could not see each other. Here, players could customize their appearance and only had one chance to finalize it. Ryuman would choose his appearance and would still go by the old nickname Hiko. In the desolate green hills, Ako's appearance looked incredibly cool. This appearance had been used 12 times in 99 resets, so now he felt like it was truly his own body. Other players also began to gradually appear. Some even chose appearances like their favorite pop idols. And everything was catered for here. Everyone wanted to be the best version of themselves in this space. But for Ryuman, that was a choice lacking in sense. This was a survival world. And if one was too attractive, they would become prey and die here, which would also log them out in the real world. The tough guy chose a muscular body for him, leaving Ryuman speechless and unable to comment. The angel appeared and started to mock everyone's appearance here. She wanted to see what it felt like to witness humanity in fear. 18 million people were in this space. Some questioned the number, finding it even more surreal than Bitcoin. The angel was angry, claiming these people were ignorant, because this place had many different servers. Everyone started to open their personal stats. Ryuman looked and could only sigh in frustration as he had to start from scratch again. The angel began to explain the rules, which were to complete 20 rounds for the reward of a random wish. Everyone was then instructed to open the treasure chest, which contained an ancient stone fragment that could only be used once. Just hold it in your hand and think about using it, and the stone will be activated. Each stone has a unique function, unlike any other, and whether it is powerful or not depends on the ancestors. The angel called out, then snapped her fingers, and the mission board appeared. It is very simple for the first round. Eliminate 100 goblins. But only half of the people who finish the fastest will survive. The goblins then appeared. Some saw these few and thought they could handle them. But just as they finished speaking, the angel summoned a horde of goblins, causing everyone to change their expressions. 10,000 people on this server would battle against 50,000 goblins. The battle between humans and goblins officially began. The goblins, fierce as they appeared, charged forward at high speed. With his hands in his pockets, strode forward arrogantly, leaving everyone puzzled. His eyes turned red, and then he delivered a swift kick that took out a goblin. First impressions are the most important, whether at work or on a date, and since this is about survival, Ryman had to stand out even more. He fought using martial arts, leaving all the contestants in this area in awe with his skilled techniques against the goblins in front of him. And what made him want to stand out even more was to attract the attention of the angel, who was watching from above. Holding the blade in his hand, he glided like the wind and struck a fatal blow to a goblin. Everyone started getting excited and thought your nickname, Black Hook, was really cool. Seeing Black Hook take down these goblins was quite a move, so everyone felt more motivated, believing this was the weakest monster in the game. A young guy was just about to roll up his sleeves when a goblin stabbed him right in the gut. Those nearby saw this scene and their faces turned pale, causing everyone to flee in panic. The goblins began to massacre all the players here. With such situations unfolding, they started to no longer think of this place as a game. In their minds, there was only one thought: survival. A person's survival instinct will fiercely awaken when faced with death, and the best plan is to run. Ryuman had chosen that strategy in the first two instances, but then he realized that running away in this desolate place was pointless. Anyone who ran far away would be stopped by the magical wall. Besides this, there were those living in the modern world who had never fought any creatures and would feel weak when facing goblins. But if they showed mercy, they would face dire consequences. And to survive, they had to overcome that fear. If you bump into something, you have to face it. The angel above observed smugly as humans could not resist the goblins and only ran and perished. But she also paid special attention to the young man over there, who was taking up all the spotlight, wondering whether that human was a Saturday or a Sunday since his progress in defeating monsters was already 70 out of 100. She was very curious about Black Hook's identity, but the security system was very reliable, which made the angel quite frustrated. Even so, I still try to smile brightly and act like I believe that these people can't hurt my dignity. Samju keeps jumping from one to another, and my experience just keeps increasing. When the monsters come, you dodge their attacks. They keep bringing in 5 or 6 more guys, and Hevengju easily takes them down. Your body and hands are now stained with goblin blood. Now, the goblins that were once hunters have become the hunted. After a while of slaying monsters, you have reached level 4. You have put all your level up stats into agility, as it increases your dodge rate and boosts your attack and movement speed. The goblins are getting ready to attack, and Hefjuthu throws a dagger, taking one down, making them hesitate. You sigh, then rush to pick up the dagger you just threw, and before they even realize what happened, you have sliced them up like Gojo. After taking out all these guys, the mission to kill 100 monsters is complete. The system announces that you are the first to finish the mission in this area, and rank 1 in the entire region. Since you ranked 1 in the first round, the system rewards you with a choice of a weapon and a treasure chest. For Fu, these initial weapons are all trash, so you opt for a small, easy-to-use dagger. While you are pondering about Hung Tron, outside, everyone is still struggling against the goblins. This time, your return is different from the previous 99 times, because now you have gained the title of Last Traveler. This is the 99th revival, so your ancient time fragment can't be used since this is your last chance. In this game, there is something even better than ancient language. The title, and being strong comes with the condition that it is harder to obtain. The priest has a limit skill, which is resurrection, but it only revives with 30% health. However, with Hachu's title, you revive with 100% health, So you can understand how powerful this title is. You immediately use this title and set it to private to avoid unnecessary attention and gossip. Even though it is private, the effect still works. Everyone here is gradually completing the mission to kill 100 goblins. And some are left as mere bodies without souls. The angel spreads its wings to stir up this party. And some people are logging out from that world, their bodies disappearing. Along with that, an additional 50,000 goblins are added to help players complete the quest faster. It sounds generous, but it is quite strange. The battle between humans and goblins is gradually nearing its end with fresh bloodshed. The petty ones even use other players' bodies as shields to protect themselves. Some are using all their strength to choke the goblins to preserve their lives. The black guy is still sitting there, indifferent to the world around him. The angel is delighted to witness the scene of players fighting for survival. Once enough players pass the first round, all the goblins disappear simultaneously. Those who are still alive but have not killed enough goblins are doomed to die. Their bodies are gradually fading away. The angel congratulates those who have passed the first round. The ranking results for the region and overall have also been announced. And Black Toad is at the top with a time of 10 minutes and 21 seconds. The reward is also sent to you along with 1,000 gold that can be used in the item shop when reaching level 10. The angel is delighted that being the top in the entire area is under her supervision. She begins to be curious about your strength, but feels a bit annoyed because she can't blame anyone due to the system's security. However, in front of Black Toad, she still tries to act superior, claiming she knows why you are so strong. Black Toad just smiles absently because he knows she is just bragging. He arrogantly wants to request from the angel since he feels that the top reward is a bit small and somewhat shabby. The other players are surprised by his confidence. The angel's expression also changes when she hears him say he wants something more pro. She wants him to repeat what he just said. Black Toad then casually repeats his previous words. The other players are in awe, while the angel's previously feigned expression turns very sour when Black Toad dares to command her. She wants to raise her hand to strike him down, but since she has already used that ability once, she can't use it again. Her eyes light up as she thinks of a clever plan. She then descends to the ground and accepts your request on the condition that you must go to a private place, so other players won't interfere. Everyone is jealous that Black Toad can bargain with the angel. Before leaving, he even throws a flirtatious glance at the minion. Both of them stumbled through the forest. The angel saw that humans were not obedient but rather too greedy. Thinking back, she realized there was no need to reward them. If they were greedy, they had to face the consequences. She planned to kill him right after stepping over that rock. She was also worried that the other players would rebel if she killed someone. But if she did it discreetly and hid the body in a foam box, it would still be okay. If no one knew, then no one would complain. Turning around, she showed a very startled face when he asked what reward he wanted, only to get punched hard, sending her flying and leaving her confused about what was happening. Angrily standing up, she saw he had disappeared. Black Guy had sneaked up behind her, grabbed her by the throat, and pulled her away as if plucking feathers from a chicken with the remaining wings. He swiftly grabbed them, kicked her down, and tore them off, blood splattering everywhere. Black Guy had figured out all her plans and even revealed the weapon she was hiding in her wings. He began to explain that it was all just a misunderstanding and that she should take a step back. Black Guy knew it was all a trick and called her by her name, Brielle. After that, without much explanation, he pulled out a knife from his pocket. Cornered, she threatened to blow his head off. The Black Guy just knows how to smile brightly and says that he can still kill someone, which makes her shut up. Threatening is not feasible. Now he threatens with the strength of friendship. When he kills her, the other angels will come after him. The Black Guy knows very well that these angels are a bunch of selfish beings who do not care about whether teammates are lost or not. Cornered, she threatens that if he kills her, he won't be able to return to the real world. But unfortunately, he knows that the system will automatically bring him back without needing the angels. In this game environment, angels are just pawns supervising the players. After rambling, he rushes in and gives her a heavenly kick to shut her mouth. The system then registers him as the first to kill an angel, granting him a title and angel blood. He immediately uses it, and the ancient language is inscribed into his body. The title of the first angel killer will also double his stats when facing divine creatures. The Black Guy knows about this reward from avenging an angel in the 13th regression, and the limit of this reward is for only one player. The ancient language also has an effect every time he kills a target. All stats will increase by 1%, up to a maximum of 100%. Maintained until the related game round ends. But above all the powerful things mentioned, what makes him want to kill the angel the most is the angel blood. With this item, it can change his class to a death god, the enemy of angels. And it is a unique position in the entire area. Every time a player reaches level 10, they can choose their own profession. and the system has a total of 30 professions. To change professions, they need to obtain a required item to do so, in addition to the basic professions. There are also special professions. And these special professions are on a completely different level compared to normal ones. The additional stats, ancient skills, level ups, and so on are all very impressive. A uses a reward and immediately selects the X3 experience effect for the second round to level up as quickly as possible to change professions. The first round then also comes to an end. The surviving players return to the real world. Everyone thinks they just experienced a strange dream. But the interesting part is that everyone's dream is the same. Some people are still deep in sleep, and when nudged, they only then realize that these individuals have already exited the Earth server. Min's friend had died at this point. The whole group then realizes that those who are unconscious here are the ones who have been eliminated and killed by the goblins in the game. Even the tough guy Min, who used to act all cool, now has weak limbs. Although there is fear, he also feels that the world is now less unfair. Because whether born at the finish line or not, all beings are now equal. His friend feels it is really unfair to them, because they know that this Min character will eventually end up as a loser on the street. Meanwhile, they may be small time, but they are small time with dreams and ambitions. He fumbles around looking for Rumen and thinks that he might have died because he is too weak. There is a player over there wearing a full set of armor. At this moment, Adungmai realizes that outside of the game, they can also open their status bar and inventory in real life. He picks up a stone from the ground and easily crushes it into dust. This makes him even more arrogant and self-satisfied. National television starts reporting on the incident of over 10,000 people suddenly collapsing in the New Year's Eve square. They also captured footage of the explosion that knocked out the crowd, leaving 10,000 people unconscious in broad daylight. The news then spreads across other social media platforms. This phenomenon is not only happening in the country but also on a global scale. The online community begins to buzz with discussions. Keyboard warriors appear with positive comments about this video. Everyone thinks it is just a scripted scenario to gain views and attention. Ryuman is also keeping an eye on the news. Some people are in a vegetative state, while others are in clinical death. Most of the celebrities are reported to be found in a state of deceased. 11% of the population has died after this virtual crisis in Canada. Ryuming feels that the most concerning thing is the survivors. If they can level up in time, they will gradually become powerful entities. Because no matter how advanced the modern weapons or military is, they can't suppress those players. And now, to bring peace to the world, there is only one solution. He will control all the players with a power above all. Not wanting a repeat of the unfortunate events of Q99, he already has a few potential candidates in mind to join him in conquering the 20th round. Lamzom walked into the room to see his little brother Ru World snoring. His family was not wealthy, but his parents had passed away in a car accident. Everything changed for him since he wore the mourning scarf. The hardest part for Ryumin was having to be the breadwinner for his younger brother Ryu. He turned on the light to wake Wu up, so they could pack for a big job. Wu did not understand what was going on but obediently helped his brother get ready with nice clothes. And they both went out together. Seeing his older brother's serious face made Wu realize that this time was probably very important. Knowing that his little brother still did not understand, he told Wu to check the trending topics online. When he heard that his brother had made it past the first round, Wu panicked and worried if his brother was hurt. Wu knew that since their parents died, Ryuman had tried hard to fill the void left by them. Perhaps he always had to be mentally prepared for the storms of life. Ryumin knew what his little brother was thinking, so he reassured Gun that in the future, he would still be powerful in every grain of rice, not just a few little goblins. Now, all Ji had to do was follow him. Noticing the injury on Ji's hand, he mentioned the name Bang Taegu, and today, the two of them would go to the hideout of Bang Taegu, the thug who bullied. Hearing his brother mention this made Gun panic, because he had always kept it from him, fearing it would only add to his brother's burden. Ryuman always wants to apologize to his little brother, because he knew the truth a few hours after going back to the first round of the regressions. Wu went out to meet someone. While you were exhausted and resting, by the afternoon, the hospital called, and you rushed over in a panic. She went blind after being beaten by the Gu gang, because at that time you were foolish and weak. You could not protect your little brother. But now you are in a new position. Truly a leap compared to Ryuman during the regressions. Now, anyone who touches world gets knocked down. And if they come looking for trouble, you welcome them. In the warehouse, the chubby Taiju still bullies the weak as usual. He ruthlessly beat and kicked his underling. The other minions watched this scene in fear, and no one wanted to be bullied by him. After he had his fun, he started rambling about wanting to buy a new car but not having money. He asked his underlings to find a way to make money without having to work. If you meet Teacher Huan and expect to eat without working, you will only get scraps. The guy with the buzzed head suddenly remembered that the handsome runner was Ru, and they schemed like Liu Bao on to get money from Ununan. But Taeju Nuwu did not even have a house. Even if he killed him, there would not be any money because he had nothing left. He only had a little fishing boat, which he took to catch fish. He even knew that had no parents and only relied on his older brother. Just when he mentioned wanting to find him, he wished it would come true. Ryuman and Rune had arrived. Seeing the two, everyone laughed, saying that when you mention a dog, the dog comes right away. He shouted at Ryu, calling him a son of a bitch. But when he looked at mine, he felt a bit intimidated. When asked for his name, Min smiled broadly and said he was Ji's brother. Taeju cracked his knuckles, ready to beat the two brothers Ryu up. His three underlings nervously stepped forward. One guy even measured his height against Ruman and got punched right in the face. The guy with the messy hair rushed in to throw a punch, but got dodged and received a punch back, landing straight into some metal barrels. The two remaining guys attacked simultaneously and got knocked out with 2 punches while holding a grudge. Taegu still had a cocky face, thinking that Ryuman had picked up some moves from somewhere and came here to show off. He walked up with his hands in his pockets, but he did not look good at all. When he faced Ruman, he said that physical strength is very important. But have you read the news? Hearing him, not knowing anything, you could only sigh. He rushed in to throw a punch, but Min easily dodged it. But Min dodged the next punch too. At this point, he started to feel like something was off. He could not even touch mine, not even a hair. Min gathered energy, creating a green aura around his hand, then threw a straight punch right into Tigilu's chubby face. He staggered and got back up to fight back, but Min had already disappeared from in front of him. Min flashed behind him and landed a second punch. Unexpectedly, he got hit hard. He held his face and grabbed the beloved tooth that had fallen into his hand. No need for a dentist. His teeth still worked. Taegu lost control and rushed to punch mine, but it was completely ineffective. Min grabbed his hand and delivered a painful blow. His face was already unpleasant, and now Min punched him to the point of swelling like a pot of sticky rice cake. He rushed in wanting to throw a punch at Min, but immediately got jumped by Yu, who kicked him hard into the wall. You asked him if it hurt because no matter how many times he revived, Min still could not forget the image of your brother being blind and covered in injuries. This chubby guy has started to fear asking for mercy from the law. But karma waits for no one. Min quickly went over, grabbed his hand, and reminded him never to touch my sister, then broke his fingers. The gang members saw this scene and knew the best plan was to make a run for it. Taegu promised not to harm Quan anymore, but just to be safe. Min snapped his wrist as well. On the way home, when World was puzzled, Min showcased the skills that players could use in real life for his little brother to see. In the atmosphere, he could conjure up an awesome knife. He explained that the reason the guy missed was that his agility stat was now 11. A normal person only has a 3, while an athlete can reach 10. Wu asked what would happen if his brother leveled up, but he did not want to answer and kept his secret that he was a time regression fake. Because during the 11th regression, Quan was kidnapped by another player. Although he had his revenge, he did not want this to happen again and wanted to use all his abilities to protect his silly little brother. After that, the two brothers went to the convenience store to grab a bite. Ryuman withdrew all the savings he had and told Wu to take whatever he wanted. Today, Big Brother is treating you all. Wu shyly feared costing his brother too much but still chose the spicy beef dish, looking very happy and satisfied. The two brothers enjoyed the expensive beef together. Wu ate with joy because it was the first time he had such delicious food. Ryu-min used all the remaining money to gamble, causing one to panic. Just when the surprises ended, Min brought one another surprise. That was they all bought the same number. Mai proudly smiled and said that all these numbers are today's winning numbers. It is not until after 5:00 p.m. that we will know who is richer. Today is the 1049th lottery draw. Ryu anxiously bites his nails, regretting the money spent on this gamble, but his little brother was stunned when the numbers being drawn were all the ones his brother had chosen. His eyes filled with tears, hoping this was not a dream. His brother happily said that this was not a dream. Wu jumped for joy because they had won the longest prize. Winning a few times is fun, but after winning so much, it becomes normal. Now, what Ryuman wants more than anything is to make a lot of money because there will be over 900 million people dying, leading to an economic downturn. Rare items in the game will also be sold at very high prices. He felt that the lottery winnings were enough to shake this world. Ryuman then geared up and went to non-shop bank. When the staff realized he was the lottery winner at the Jianho branch with 115 winning tickets, they immediately called the chairman down to welcome him, because he was now like a VIP guest. Honestly, if you had a few billion in your account like him, life would be pretty easy. The bank president came down cheerfully to greet and led Ryu Min to the VIP room. Once inside, when handing over the winning tickets to the checking staff, the amount Min received was 22.5 billion after tax, leaving around 15 billion. Signing the ZIS papers to quickly get the money to invest in Bitcoin, because next month it is going to skyrocket by 500%. After that, World roamed to the new place. Then informed his little brother of some hot news. I have invested 1 billion in Bitcoin. Leaving his little brother speechless with this big brother. But money is fleeting now, because Min-A is dreaming of numbers that could help him win again. Hearing that, Wu immediately hopes that my brother will remember it well. And Yua is definitely right, because I have done this countless times. Telling you to pack up because today both will move to penthouse to live. No longer having to stay in this godforsaken place. Doong Min is somewhere testing his strength. Feeling very lucky to have the ancient power of X2 strength, he is still bitter about being glared at by Ryuman. So he goes to the inn to find you to settle the score. He knocks on the door recklessly and presses his ear against it. He will rush in as soon as he hears any noise. The landlord hears the knocking and comes out to see which lazy bum it is. While talking to the landlord, Doong Min realizes that his servant has moved elsewhere. When he asks for the address, the landlord does not know, which makes him very angry because no one tells him where they go. Looking at the way he flexes his muscles, he looks cute and strong. The two brothers Ru have arrived at the upscale apartment. Min has rented an apartment with a rural view of 330 square meters. It is fully equipped with luxurious devices. So the price is pretty steep, making G want to move elsewhere because it is burning through money. But for Ryuman, earning money means spending it because the more expensive it is, the higher the security level. On the first day of each month, players will fall deep into sleep, and this is the most vulnerable time for players. Besides objective factors like natural disasters or earthquakes, there are also subjective factors, like being killed by assassins hired by other players. Even if you are a great deity in that world, you still have to leave your body behind when you die in the real world. I keep worrying, feeling useless for enjoying these luxuries, while my brother has to be dragged into another world to fight. Ruman pats his younger brother on the shoulder, hoping he will stop overthinking, and invites him to go down to the second floor to eat. Daman continuously bothers Ruman, but he does not care about that. You will definitely get both your capital and profit back. A new day begins. And in the bright morning, Mary World has already prepared everything and tells her brother that she is going to buy rice cakes to give to the neighbors here. You can really tell he is my brother. So the two of us go buy rice cakes together and give them to everyone. The two brothers happily spread joy and make friends with the uncles, aunts, and kids in this apartment complex. After a morning of struggling, the two brothers have greeted everyone. Now there is just one house left. The owner of the penthouse bought both the 44th and 45th floors. So Min suspects they might be famous people. After ringing the bell and getting no response, just as they are about to leave, the famous Korean actor Arin appears behind them with a bodyguard. Seeing the superstar in front of him, Rugen gets flustered, while Ruman maintains his cool, composed demeanor, just for show. The bodyguard immediately blocks them from getting close, thinking they are just fans. When he finds out that the two live on the floor below, he speaks on Arin's behalf, saying that she does not eat sweets, and then opens the door for her to enter. Ryuman thinks this guy is not only rude but also a bit of a jerk. You tell your brother not to pay attention to that guy. Of course. He does not care at all, because his mind is filled with the image of Solarin, because of her stunning beauty. Ryuman is at a loss for words with Jens. Nowadays, everyone is busy watching movies, while here I am, breaking my back to make money without time to obsess over idols. Social media is reporting that many artists have died, and now only 50% of famous artists are still alive. Arin sits reading the news, her expression changing. Many actors more famous than her have died after participating in that game. She prayed to her grandparents for good luck, which helped her get through the first round easily. Now she also has news on the front pages. Everything she owns, including this penthouse, is thanks to the company. So she feels very lucky. Arin confides in her bodyguard, unsure of how she will survive the next round. The bodyguard reassures her to be at ease because he is by her side. Trust him and take a rest. At first, Arin felt that the company sent the bodyguard to watch her every move. But after going through the game, she realized that without him, she might have died in the first round. Arin recalls the rice cake and really wants to eat it. She fears they will be upset, while the bodyguard thinks they will take advantage of her, because she is famous, and will always interfere with her life. But looking at the expressions of those two guys, how could they take advantage of her? She wonders how that neighbor over 15 managed to go through the game, and still be so cheerful and carefree. The bodyguard sighs, thinking that killing 100 goblins is easy, and only a fool would lose. Arin thinks that while he stands out, that skill in the real world still puts him below the level of hack, which is just a minor name in the competitive scene. Watching Iko perform, Arin feels sympathy for the talented ones rather than for the humans. To survive in this survival game, you need to get to know a skilled person. So Arin really wants to get acquainted with hack, because luck won't always be on your side in life or death situations. On Tuesday, the 31st, Ryuman returned home and announced to his younger sibling that he just made 15 billion. This is the fourth time Ryuman has won first place in the lottery. The chairman there always asks for his secret, and he simply replies that his grandparents are the ones who dreamt about it. The Bitcoin he invested in has also increased to 150 billion. We immediately worried and wanted to withdraw money because he was afraid of a price drop. But for someone like Ryu Mine, who makes billions, this 100 billion is nothing to him. The two brothers went out for pasta, shopping, and snacks until late at night. As they prepared to transition into the new day, World held tightly to his brother's hand, hoping that he would survive and come back. Min smiled brightly, looking at his brother, who was beating up some thugs in the alley, and could not believe it. He patted his head and said, "You should go to sleep because when you open your eyes, I will be awake too." Everyone returned to the game with Hexi Tro, who is now very famous for topping a region in the previous round. Seeing how everyone was whispering and did not dare to approach, he understood that his influence had spread throughout the server. Another angel then appeared, causing confusion among the other players. And she simply stated that the previous angel had met with an accident, and she would take over the monitoring role. She spread her shiny golden wings, illuminating everyone below, and then announced the mission for the second round. The second round's main task is to select a representative for the area within 3 hours, and in this round, all players can pass through without any loss of life. That angel looked at the people with a very pleased expression. She raised one hand and explained that the area representative could use their power to order others. They said anyone who crawls has to drop out. They said anyone who dies will lose their life. A privilege that sounds really impressive. 3 hours later, all players in this area will receive their ballots. And on the ballot, they just need to write the name of the person they want to elect as the area representative. It sounds quite easy, but in reality, this mission is just like that. Why think too complicated? Just treat it like a casual meeting. Everyone was happily excited, because they would continue living with the easy mission of this round. The angel also wished them good luck in completing the mission, and then left. The people here began to have differing opinions. Some were happy because the mission was as easy as pie. Dong Min, on the other hand, was frustrated because he had prepared a lot and was ready to fight. But everything happening felt just like Black Crow's memories from previous regressions, so no matter what people gossip about, Black Crow knows that with a main quest, there will definitely be side quests and hidden tasks in this second round, which is to level up and acquire a profession. To do that, he will grind to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. The monster Robin in the forest starts to appear. Without hesitation, he jumps in and stabs it in an instant. Thanks to the effect of the butcher's skill, he only needs to kill one target to increase his stats by 1%. He keeps this up until he reaches 100%. After killing one, they all come at him, the whole family of Robin, to greet Black Crow. He smirks and then uses his knife to eliminate them all. Just 30 minutes have passed, and Hago has reached level 9. He quickly adds all his stats without delay because of the 36 strategies. Running is the best option. No matter how strong you are, if you can't dodge a fatal blow, you will be finished. Players have 4 stats: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength increases physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence enhances magical damage, willpower, and perception. Agility increases attack speed, movement, and dodge rate. Luck enhances critical hit rate and the chance of dropping valuable loot. Every stat is important, especially with the Death Knight profession. Since this profession uses both physical and magical damage, balancing all stats is ideal. While searching for monsters, Black Crow senses danger lurking, so he turns around and raises his knife in that direction, because he knows someone is watching his movements. Reveal yourself. Do not make me angry. If I get angry, it will be quite troublesome. A girl steps out from behind a tree, and upon seeing her, Black Crow immediately recognizes her as the famous star. Sel Erin. Her bodyguard's name also appeared behind and reassured that they had no grudge against you. Seeing this bodyguard, you immediately knew he was in Sang Chun, Mag's right-hand man. Thin Mai is his nickname. Magieltsi is the eldest son of the biggest company in the country, and he is also one of the targets that Acher is aiming for. Your true goal is to recruit the priest linked to him within 20. Now he remembers that Ma Junlo was rumored to be sponsoring a star for work purposes. And this is how the future has changed in a way you did not want. Azarin started explaining that they had tracked Achu's every move from the very beginning. She wanted to propose a collaboration because she knew he was the top player in the last round. Hak could only sneer. A guy weighing 800 pounds. Is there any point in collaborating with him? You coldly turn to walk away, because you pride yourself on being formidable in every grain of rice. If you want to go fast, you need to go alone. If you want to be slow, then you need teammates. Just as Estrechu turned to leave, Azarin collapsed to the ground under the pressure of facing him. She really wanted to collaborate with the top player to ensure her safety. And smart people like her hometown are everywhere. So-chun knew from the start that Hefsichaku was a high and mighty Diane in webtoon. So of course, his ego was very high. And strong people having a high ego is their privilege. Taking the opportunity to see Hack Farm XP. Both of them went together to hunt monsters to level up. The robins in the forest have now gone from hunters to the hunted when they encounter the black crow. 5 fledglings also appear, making the black crow feel delighted and lucky. Have you dropped a beat in the past 1 or 3 years? They were all wiped out in one swift strike. Now you have reached level 10 and are eligible to advance to a new form. The side quest for the second round is to level up before the voting time, acquire the upgrade item and receive the profession if successful. Get a 50% discount voucher for daily items. Anyone seeing the side quest for the first time will be confused, dazed, and astonished with silly smiles. Everyone knows that getting a profession is a good thing. But the problem is that no one knows how to obtain the upgrade item. Upgrade items are usually obtained by completing special conditions. Warriors need to boost their strength stats to at least level 10 and kill 30 monsters within that time to receive the upgrade item. Berserkers must also hunt bloodily within the specified time. Assassins need to successfully assassinate monsters multiple times. This means that each person needs to complete activities related to their profession to receive the upgrade item. During the days as a newbie, Efshu also struggled and sweated to complete the hunter profession, but since you got the death profession, you are now in a new position, no longer bound by the past regressions. You start using the item obtained from killing the angel in the previous round. Then use it to transform into the death profession. The ancient saying is that the death scythe effect used during the day doubles the weapon's attack power. At night, the attack speed increases by 50%. When resting at night, the chance of being detected by enemies is significantly reduced. The brilliant aura of the 10 directions of the Buddhas begins to envelop all of Heftude Shichu. The reward for completing that is the death scythe weapon. Your rank also increases from novice to apprentice. This rank is also an important distinction for the VIP Pro players here. Players are divided into 6 ranks. Grandmaster, Master, Expert, Ordinary, Apprentice. And at the bottom of the social ladder is the novice. Just like PC games, when you level up, the rewards increase, and you gain new skills. After that, you also received a new skill called Deadly Emblem. The effect created by the emblem is only visible to the target and the caster. The target will take an additional 100% damage whenever the caster attacks at the same time. The effect only works on a single target and can also be equipped with the Death Scythe, a very vicious equipment in the countryside. Since you were the first to level up on the server, you were given a bag of gold and learned a new skill called Neutral Tracking for 20,000 gold with the ability to detect the location of the desired target. However, the Zofile boundary and the name must match to be valid. Of course, you immediately track the name Hong Yong Min, the one looking for you to cause trouble. The target is 190 meters away from Hef-Ichu, so you are curious about what he is trying to do in here. Se-Arin and the bodyguard are covered in wounds and have to scramble to escape, because they are being ambushed by Yong Min's group. The bodyguard immediately had negative thoughts that Arin was a hindrance to him. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. Yong Min's group was very arrogant because they had the numbers. What they wanted was very simple: to hand over the young sales of Arin Idol to them. Hearing that, the damn bodyguard's face darkened as he thought, if you had mentioned this from the start, I would have left, because he had no intention of risking his life for this beautiful girl. Everything he did was for the mission he was assigned. If he could not protect Saren, then Director Ma Jin Lo would be very disappointed in him. Yong Min then made a face as if he wanted to unleash a storm on Jia F and Jia. The bodyguard was now left with only the option of threatening with the law. But if someone was killed here, who would provide evidence? Even if there was evidence, their faces and names might not match reality. While thinking about how to fight with this battered body, suddenly Heftevju was standing next to him, observing. Zhou then asked what those two were doing here. Yong Min chimed in, telling him to shut up. The bodyguard shouted loudly that they were hunting Aaron, and if he acted heroically, this kindness would definitely be repaid. Fengzhou needed to confirm if what he said was true. Yong Min continued to act arrogantly, because if the tiger does not roar, the dog thinks it owns the forest. A bright red aura surrounded Hexi Chung, and the scythe of death appeared in his hand, and he said that whoever touches them would be dealt with, and he would ensure they would not be harmed. Just like the first time dragon fruit was in instant noodles. Today I will show you what a festival is like. You know that helping with this is very beneficial for future relationships because Jian Loka will have a good impression of you. If a big group sees the water, the rewards will definitely increase a lot, and you will also be generously rewarded. Plus, I am not too fond of those little punks showing up either. Yong Min and his friends are starting to get nervous, and they are threatening that if they step forward, he will be asking you for help. But is this situation really that dire? Even so, He knows his limits because he witnessed Black Crow tear apart those elite players in the blink of an eye. Besides, last time he was the top player on the server, which is pretty impressive. Black Crow lowered his scythe, crossed his arms, and said that if he kneels and begs for his life, he might think it over. Young Min feels humiliated in front of the group, especially with a pretty girl around. The humiliation reminds him of the last time in the real world when he punched through a wall with his bare hands. If he is lucky, he even thinks he might take down Black Crow with just one punch. The scenario is great. But unfortunately, he is not Saitama. He smirks, cracking his knuckles and rolling his shoulders like a nervous ostrich, moving forward with the plan to land a punch right in Black Crow's face. Black Crow then put away his weapon, because it felt unfair for one side to use fists while the other used weapons. If that is the case, winning would feel pointless. These words only make Young Min more frustrated. With that, Black Crow jumped forward. Young Min had been waiting for this moment and threw a straight punch. Who can dodge a hit from Black Fang easily? He kicked straight into his gut, sending him flying 7,749 miles. He collapsed on the ground but kept cursing loudly. So Black Fang stepped forward and kicked him right in the face. Then you grabbed his shirt and unleashed countless painful punches right to his face. It felt like he was not being punched, but hit with a hammer, like being crushed in a rice mill. The final thunderous punch from Black Fang knocked him out cold. His accomplice behind him drew a weapon to shoot, but you dodged it. Long stepped close and used your sickle to chop off the arm that dared to shoot at you. The other two still stood there, not realizing the danger. The poking guy charged straight at you, feeling that he did not know his place. Black Fang marked him with a death blow and swung his sickle, slicing sweetly through the leg of the poking guy. The other guy turned pale, but Black Fang was not going to let him off easy for daring to pull a weapon in front of him. Just like that, one of his arms fell. Now it was time for a final strike. But Black Fang did not want to do that. He wanted to make them too scared to come near him again. But this guy, injured all over, was still rambling. Black Fang approached with the sickle that made them all tremble. Young Min tried to hide behind a big tree, but hiding from him was pointless. There were no exceptions to the 4 words you had for Young Min before chopping off his arm. You hoped these wicked kids would stop crying like babies, because what they experienced was nothing compared to what they had done to you in the past. Now the wounded one wants to hurt others. Just after recalling, he quickly goes to cut off the other arm of that guy. The bodyguard watching this scene felt a chill run down his spine. When Black Dog could cut off both arms of the one who had lost all will to fight without any mercy. For some, it is truly cruel. But he really likes cold-headed people like that. He noted the name Hexti Saju, the one who dared to go against the president. After finishing the job, FG Sekshu also inquired about the situation of his 2 good friends, and said they did not need to worry about those street thugs anymore. As everyone has seen, they are all incapacitated now, and their task is to go back and vote. Zarin and the bodyguard bowed their heads to thank Hiko for saving their lives. Zarin was worried that those bastards might die, but for him, there was nothing to worry about since they were no better than animals. He looked at her and felt she was too soft. He thought that may because she had to maintain her image as a celebrity. She wanted to act like a saint. The bodyguard wondered why Hexukshu did not just kill off all these social scum. He then explained the very simple reason. Killing them all would not benefit him at all. And with fewer participants, the chances of successfully getting through this game would also decrease. Hearing Hack's explanations, the bodyguard found them very reasonable. He felt that Hack was indeed someone impressive, not to be underestimated. After he left, the guard wanted to repay him by transferring money in the real world, but he still said no and walked away casually. This impressed the guard, and he was sure he needed to report this to the president urgently. Before leaving, he did not forget to spit on that worthless guy, and then left with Aaron. In the voting area, the players erupted into an internal conflict. Everyone wanted to become the representative of this area. Some even wanted to fight each other over that position. Each person presented reasonable arguments to be the area representative. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, causing them to fall silent and listen to him. He was the mint chocolate boy. He worked hard to explain things to everyone, and then made a proposal. Everyone listened to him attentively. Everything has its reason. The reason they listened to him was that he possessed a persuasive charm. Seeing that everyone was captivated by his enchanting voice, he broke into a wicked smile. His arrogance was due to the persuasive charm he had acquired from the first round. Just as the beautiful script of the mint chocolate boy indicated, his persuasive charm had begun to take effect. Going back to the first round, when he acquired the persuasive charm from a random artifact, it disappointed him quite a bit. At that time, he was surrounded by monsters, so arguing was pointless. Along with that, the ancient language clearly had no effect on those of higher rank than him. But in difficult situations, He quickly figured out a trick to effectively use this ancient language by persuading everyone to help the girl being attacked by the monster. He rushed in to take down the monster, just as they were about to be eliminated. This wicked and unorthodox lesson helped him get through the first round and reach the second round. Indeed, the wicked and petty often live comfortably. Right now, if he is lucky enough to convince everyone, he is likely to become the representative of the region. He started using his verbal skills and playing his manipulation game. He asked everyone to select candidates with a limit of 5 people to make voting easier. Most people found it reasonable and began to vote for their own candidates. He felt increasingly pleased as everything unfolded smoothly. The first person to speak nominated the boy Chocolate Mint, because he saw that he had the ability to organize and reassure everyone well. This made him very satisfied, thinking he had another fool following him. Just as he was feeling self-satisfied, someone raised their hand to nominate Black Crows. He found this situation acceptable, since the person who ranked first in the previous round would definitely be nominated. The third person nominated the player who ranked second in the previous round. That player had a name from a documentary film. Followed by Black Dragon in third place on the right hand. Chocolate Mint decided to finalize 4 people and hinted that before voting, each person would speak. And of course, he immediately volunteered to go first. Just as he was about to speak, a guy named Life showed up and insulted him, saying, "Shut up with your nonsense. Do you think people will follow some cheap punk like you?" The mint chocolate was extremely surprised to think that he had been discovered. He tried to manipulate the conversation again to see if he had been exposed, then lectured that kid like he was some kind of wise master, making him lose control, and shouted, "All of you, if you want to live, vote for me." Seeing this guy's aggression, Mint Chocolate continued to lecture him, suggesting he should stop humiliating himself. He was silent for a moment, but surprisingly, the guy made a swift move, and before he could react, he was forced to sell salt before being sold out. Just like a wise man once said, the mouth is always what brings harm to the body. Everyone witnessing that scene was in a panic. When the boy who had just stood in front of him suddenly logged out, the gaming community began to curse him. But he did not care and charged straight to stab each talkative fool. This feeling was wonderful for him. No cops, no snitches, or cameras. Just free to do whatever he wanted. He extended his hand toward the remaining onlookers, threatening them that if they did not vote for him, they would end up like the others. Witnessing this horrifying scene, everyone trembled in fear. His next target was Black Cough. As long as he got rid of him, he could rightfully become number 1. On the other hand, Black Crow has eliminated over 200 monsters in more than 2 hours, but only reached level 16. Fighting for a long time with minimal level increase shows that the higher you go, the slower the progression becomes. On the positive side, hunting monsters is much easier now. With the Death Language Scroll and the Butcher Scroll in your hands, one gives X2 damage while the other doubles the stats. Now it is time for you to leave, because the voting time has come. All players are summoned to the starting point. Those who were not present earlier are shocked by the scene before them when summoned. Sin and Sang-chan are both panicked, fearing what is happening. While everyone around is still guessing what is going on, Black Crow thinks to himself that it seems like this time Dungsich is in charge again. He is the leader of a notorious gang in Korea, and the second strongest warrior in your district. Unfortunately, this guy has a really awful personality. Black Crow believes he must defuse that bomb before it explodes. But now is not the right time. While Black Crow is still lost in thought, Dungsich interrupts him. He scornfully asks where you have been and claims he has been waiting for a long time. Black Crow, feeling annoyed, asks what this little brat really wants. It seems he was waiting for your question, as he goes straight to the point, demanding you come under his command. Hearing this response makes Black Crow frown. He sees that this guy still maintains a hostile attitude, spinning his sword in hand, stating that if you comply, he will spare you. But Athifu here is quite competitive. You ask him if he wants to start fighting right away, then immediately orders him to kneel down and beg. If he can do that, he will be spared. Feeling his pride trampled and humiliated, Dungsich angrily threatens that if he becomes the regional representative, he will definitely not spare you. Before that jerk could finish his rant, Hexiu interrupted. He summoned a scythe from thin air, not forgetting to throw in some sarcastic remarks. As soon as he saw Hexiu's weapon, Dungsich became frightened, realizing he had messed with the wrong person. Facing the challenge from a Fuxinu, he retorted, trying to save some face by claiming that the leader of the Dungsich gang would never kneel before anyone, and even defiantly challenged him. Watching Dungsich getting increasingly aggressive in front of him, Afjijo thought to himself that if he showcased his strength and was chosen, it would get complicated. Instead, he would make that guy the representative to exploit him in the third round. Moreover, Now is the time for Thin Then to appear. Just as he had thought. Thin Then was now in front of everyone. After Chekshu coldly told him he had met Mai and warned him that next time he wanted to challenge someone, he should check that person's background, or he would not know which cat would bite which mouse. Even though he was feeling very nervous, his mind remained unchanged amidst the ever-changing world. Thinking that he would make Hefshitsashu pay 100 times if he became the representative, he returned to face Thin Then. At this moment, she started to ask everyone about the choice of representative, while announcing that the voting would soon take place, and that she did not care about their lives or deaths. At this moment, the system screen appeared. The official voting began, and each person had only one vote. Players will look towards the person they want to choose, and the representative will have the most votes. Those who do not vote within 5 minutes will be eliminated from the round and disappear. Everyone's eyes were now on Dungsech. He was feeling ecstatic inside, and immediately threatened those who were not looking at him. Shortly after, the voting ended. Noticing that he only had 2412 votes, while A2 was in second place with votes close to his, he felt an indescribable anger rising. Crazy as the votes were not that far apart. At this moment, Thin Then spoke up, saying that he would grant Dungsech the authority to command everyone. He had been waiting for this moment. He thought to himself that he would make Hefty Chuo understand what a festival was for humiliating him. But when he was granted power, Dungsech discovered that he only had 10 uses of the authority, and these powers would not affect a-level individuals. While Dungsech was still stunned by this surprise, Thin Then announced another unexpected thing. They also had a secondary mission to level up to A and find upgrade items. She said that the mission window had been set to appear in level 10, but it seemed that no one had noticed. At that moment, one of the players spoke up, asking how they could level up without any monsters. The angel changed her expression, but then calmly opened the system. She said that only a total of 80,000 people were promoted to level at this round. Not only that, but she also announced that Hack was the first to successfully level up. In addition, Freak pointed out that Hexy was indeed a Reaper. Realizing that Hexiju was the Reaper, the players present began to buzz with excitement. The gangster over there was envious and wondered why he could change his class at this moment. Clearly, he was planning to use his authority to demand that he fight back against himself. Turning back to the angel, she announced that the rankings for the 2 rounds had been rewarded based on the completion of side quests. And that person was none other than Ryuman, with the account name Heck. Looking at the statistics screen, she was surprised because Hn not only ranked first in the current area, but also topped the entire server. Impressed by H's abilities, she could not help but marvel at his Reaper class, saying that the nickname Hefshitaju was completely fitting for that talent. She signaled for him to respond about that nickname, even doubting that he had known in advance that he would receive this powerful Reaper class. Faced with the angel's questioning, Hexu remained icy and calmly denied it. You believe that becoming a Reaper is your destiny. You chuckled to yourself, cause even the angels do not know how to obtain the Reaper class. They only know it is a special profession. Angel feels intrigued by that clever answer. In this era, there are people who change professions. Therefore, Hawk is the only one in this server not affected by the command authority. After hearing Angel speak, the players present found it very difficult to understand, and she happily explained that the command authority does not apply to those with professions. The representative cannot command someone with a profession, and there are only 10 chances to use the command authority. Therefore, the regional representative does not mean having unlimited power. Every word of Angel's felt like daggers to Dungsech, making him very uncomfortable. He felt ashamed and wondered why she would share such things with others. Angel was happily rewarding Hexakshu at that moment. After some hesitation among the armors, he finally decided to choose the armor of a professional hunter. Then he quickly selected triple experience points to face the monsters in the 3rd round. It was at this moment that Angel announced the 3rd round had begun. The system screen appeared, informing that the player's soul would soon transfer to the body in the real dimension. Back in reality, Doongmin sat up in fear from his bed, looking at his still intact arm. He vowed never to pick a fight with Ftruff Shagu again. Back to Sarin. She was looking at Sang Chun, who was in front of her saying thank you. But he quickly showed that it was not necessary since he was her manager and bodyguard, so he naturally had to protect her. Hearing that, Zarin was happy. She even asked him how to meet and thank Hack, but since he did not want to reveal his identity, there was no way to do so. Hearing this, Sang Chun suggested that Zarin give a gift to Hiko in the next round. This idea made her very pleased. After agreeing, Sang Chun bid farewell and left. At that moment, he received a call from Chairman Ma. He congratulated him on successfully changing his profession to a Dark Knight. At the same time, he informed that he and Zarin had only reached level 8 and were injured. In addition, Sang Chun had something important and wanted to meet Chairman Mai at the hotel right now. But he had no idea that the entire secret process was being monitored by Ryuman 10 minutes earlier. Ryuman had quickly returned to the real world to investigate information about the bodyguard Sang Chun. He decided to follow after guessing that he might go to Majin Lok's place. Magok was currently on the top floor of the building, constantly thinking about Ruman. He believed that Ruman might have gotten into trouble with his subordinate, and he would definitely not let this go. No matter if he was the top guy or whatever. You can mess with me, but do not mess with my guy. Sang Chun's voice from the door interrupted Mag's train of thought. The two happily greeted each other with a few words. Sang Chun even sincerely thanked Jinlok. He heard that and said, "There is no need to thank him, since he did not do anything for you anyway. In fact, they are not even in the same area." Sang Chun respectfully bowed his head and replied. Just his presence was enough to fill him with enthusiasm. After hearing that response, he thought he was being way too flattering. So fake. Why did Chu quickly sit down in the chair across to congratulate, because Jin Ladrut had successfully survived? After hearing, he just scoffed, thinking the second round they participated in was like a candy game, and humbly said that leveling up successfully was just luck. Receiving an answer from Jile, Sang Chun thought luck was also a kind of skill, and ranking second and third in all areas was not easy at all. More than that, Sang Chun flattered him by stating that his greatest honor was to serve him. Faced with Sang Chun's flattery, Guy Loka quickly realized he wanted to ask him something. He stared at Sang Chun, as if to say, if you have something to say, just say it, buddy. I understand you too well. Realizing he had been exposed, Sang Chun then shyly asked Giant Loku about the location of the upgrade item. After hearing that, he immediately switched to a cold demeanor and replied that the item fell out while he was fighting monsters. But inside, he was secretly smiling, thinking that he got the item thanks to the Dark Knight's ancient script he possessed. It turned out he had been lucky in the first round when his random ancient script was almost a cheat item because it can help you change your career when you reach level 10. However, as for Junlok, even though he trusts his subordinates like family, he can't let this dark, heretical information slip out because human nature is very easy to change. With that thought, Junlok immediately changed the subject. He asked if the injury on Sang Chun was caused by Hefty Chuju. Upon hearing this, Sang Chun immediately protested, saying that it was Hifso who saved him. Junlok, hearing this, was very curious and requested his subordinate to recount the entire incident that had occurred at that time. After a while, he finally understood the situation. Sang Chun said that if Hak had not shown up in time, both he and Sarin might have lost their lives. He believed Arin had a very good chance of surviving, but that would cause psychological trauma and prevent her from continuing to work in the entertainment industry. Junlok did not ask much. He vaguely inquired about the situation of those thugs. Sang Chun knew they had been severely tormented by FF3 Sugu and were not just knocked out cold, because if the total number of people decreases, the survivors will also decrease. After a moment of silence, Guy Locke thought he should compensate Hao, but ultimately decided against it since he did not reveal his identity. He had no choice but to ask Sang Chun to thank Ruman for him in the next round. After that, Junlok looked deep in thought and full of killing intent as he asked Sang Chun about the nicknames of those guys. Over here, Ruman was hiding behind a tree, watching Sang Chun's movements, constantly admiring his loyalty. Realizing he had pinpointed Sang Chun's destination, he quickly headed back. He thought he should thank his younger brother for being oblivious, which led to him bringing rice cakes to get to know the neighbors, allowing him to meet Arin and discover the relationship between her and Sang Chun. Ryuman believed that he just needed to use the excuse of being neighbors to easily gain Junlok's trust, but he needed to consider whether to bring him along in round 20 or not, because the Dark Knight's ancient language of Junlok was so great it was nearly cheating. However, nothing is perfect. It also has unpredictable disadvantages, like not having an ancient language for level up rewards, and being forced to become a Dark Knight. Yet the biggest disadvantage remains the use of Dark Light. A type of power for Dark Knights requires accumulating a special mana called Dark Mana, and this Dark Mana cannot be obtained in a usual way. This skill is very suitable for someone with a twisted hobby like Junlok. Ryuman secretly fears that teaming up with such a pervert carries a lot of risks. For now, let us consider him a rough gem and see how things go. Ryuman believes that besides him, there are many other talented people, and he will start the quest to find companions to conquer the virtual world. As dawn breaks, the scene changes. The man in the store is feeling gloomy about his sales when a girl suddenly appears from outside. It turns out that lottery tickets have completely stopped selling. While rent and labor costs are increasing, they seem to be struggling to cope. Noticing her father's worries, the girl smiles and tells him she is about to graduate and will definitely help him by finding a part-time job to increase their income. But he quickly refuses. He advises her to focus on her studies and pursue her dream of becoming a doctor. But she immediately argues back because right now, getting through this round is what matters. She reassures her father that she has survived the second round and even attained a job with a blessing skill that boosts vitality and physiology for ordinary people. While the two are happily chatting, Rumen suddenly appears. Ryuman walks into the convenience store. The owner here is very surprised by his arrival. He is the winner who guessed the same number for 100 lottery tickets. Rumen approaches to greet the boss. He asks the boss if he remembers him. I bought 100,000 gold worth of lottery tickets here. The boss is very puzzled and does not understand why I am here. Rumen bows his head sincerely to apologize to the shop owner. He has been following the news because he has continuously won the first prize, which has made it impossible for the shop to sell lottery tickets anymore. So he apologizes for unintentionally causing damage to the shop. The boss politely assures him that he does not need to worry. This is not his fault. Not being able to sell lottery tickets won't make him starve. Still, he feels guilty for affecting the shop, so he wants to make amends. Although the amount is not too big, mostly it is the heartfelt gesture of 10 million. The boss and his daughter are very surprised and tell him he does not need to do that, to take it back. But Ryuman insists the boss should take it because he has to go deal with some matters now. The daughter quickly takes the money, saying she will run after him and return it. Seeing her running up, Ryuman wonders who she is. The girl tells him she is Min Julie, a classmate. She is very surprised to learn that he does not know they are in the same class. He apologizes for not being very good at remembering faces. But it is a lie from Ryuman. He knows she has a special role as a buffer for supporting effects for teammates. Last time, fate brought them together during that regression. She has helped him a lot, and now he is searching for his own destiny, using the excuse of running into Julia to bring her to his side. Julie tells him to go somewhere to talk. Rumen quickly nods in agreement. Julie hands him back the money from earlier. They can't accept such a large amount of money, so you should take it. Ryuman seems to understand that they won't accept it because she is the kind of person who values integrity and does not like living in debt, no matter how tough things get. And Julie urged Rumen to quickly take back the money. Holding the cash was heavy, so it made her a bit sore, but Rumen was determined not to accept it. He wanted to make amends because he felt guilty. At least doing that would ease his conscience. No matter how big it is, he wants her to take it. If not, he will feel guilty and keep thinking about it. But Julie believes that if she accepts it, she will feel very burdened. To him, that amount of money is nothing but a few pennies. After saying that, he left, leaving behind a lot of lingering feelings. Julie could not convince him, so she told him that 10 million is really too much. She only wants to take 1 million. That is enough. Rumen told her she has to ask the store owner too. But that store owner is her father. She was very surprised to find out that the winner of the Viet Lot lottery was her classmate. She wondered if he really did not know they were classmates. The moment he walked into the convenience store, she recognized him right away. Rumen obviously knew who she was, but he claimed he was not good at remembering faces. Besides, this was the first time they had talked to each other. He felt a bit guilty for pretending not to know her. But you have to do that to get her interested in you. This guy does not have a girlfriend yet, but he is already flirting. This flirting is top-notch. Julie stood up, introduced herself again, and pointed at my face asking if I remembered now. Ryuman happily replied that he would remember. Julie was extremely embarrassed when faced with the reality that she, a beauty, had to introduce herself to her classmates. At least they had the chance to get to know each other. And when graduation was approaching, Ryuman thought they would not keep in touch anymore, so he casually asked for her phone number. Julie took Ryumi's phone and entered her number. Before leaving, he even said some suggestive words. Meeting like this is truly destiny. So from now on, let us keep in touch. No need to take the envelope and leave. Julie was extremely shy when he asked for her phone number. Her heart raced. Even though she knew he only saw her as a friend, she might really like Ryuman. They first accidentally met when she caught a group of people attacking him. Seeing the injustice, she immediately called the police. She followed him to make sure he got home safely. But when she saw him working part-time as if nothing had happened, she realized he was much stronger than he appeared. Even with injuries all over, he was cheerful when going to work and meeting others. From that point on, she began to take an interest in Ryuman. But she did not have the courage to talk to him. After that, her feelings for Ryuman increased a lot. She did not even dare to get closer. But she never imagined they would meet again in this situation. She felt this was a chance given to her by fate, so she could not pretend not to know Ryuman while holding 10 million woo in her hand. She wondered if she should invite Ryuman to dinner right away. Ryuman was sitting on the bed texting, and it was actually July because she wanted to invite him to dinner. Everything was going according to the beautiful script the writer had planned. Indeed, she felt she owed him, and suddenly inviting him to eat was not even planned. He could not help but smile. If he befriended her naturally, it would be easier to turn her into an ally. He got off the bed and decided to help Julie, and take her to round 20 with him. Ryo is sitting on the couch watching TV, sees his older brother dressed nicely going out, and asks if he is going out with a girlfriend. Riemann calmly replies, "Of course. With a handsome guy like me and so much money, I can't just go meet a few girls." And he reminds his younger brother at home not to skip meals because he is eating out as soon as the door closes. Ryo feels suspicious about life since his brother spends all day freaking out on the tree circle. Could he really be going on a date at a fancy restaurant? Ryoman is sitting across from Julie, eating and chatting happily. She shyly blushes, surprised that she gets to have a meal alone with him. Feeling it is a lucky day, the two sit eating in the sound of soft music, not saying anything more, the atmosphere gradually becoming awkward. She feels she should say something. Julie asks him how he keeps winning the lottery, winning 4 times in a row. And as usual, Ryuman answers that is because the ancestors are protecting him, then laughs awkwardly. The money he earns from the lottery allows him not to worry about money for the rest of his life. Now he probably can't think of anything he can't buy, just worrying about staying alive. He and she continue discussing the first challenge, when they have to defeat the goblin in his area, with a code ending in 5, while hers ends in 7. So they can't meet each other. Hearing her regret not meeting him in that world, Ruman smiles and thinks to himself, she does not need to be disappointed, because they will meet eventually. Later, the areas will merge together when the number of survivors starts to decrease. Julie reached level 10 in her role as a buffer, which means she can enhance effects for her teammates. Ryman feels lucky. This time she is also a buffer. She activates her power, and there is an effect called Blessing that boosts all stats. She uses that energy to push into you, increasing all your stats by 50% for a limited time of 3 hours. You would be really impressed if she reached maximum level. Then the stats would increase to 100%. Luckily, she is boosting you right from the start, which is exactly what you wanted for this meal. The reward you received last time from the transfer was a random bag of gold, and it could be affected by your luck stat. So the higher your luck stat, the more gold you will get. Julie tells you that if you need her blessing, just ask because using this skill does not cost her any energy. In fact, this meal is a thank you gift from her to you. She thanks you for the 10 million, and she will try to repay you soon. But since Ryuman seems to not need the money, she pulls out an item to give you. It is some kind of purple crystal. After finishing the meal, the two of them say goodbye and head home. On the way home, you open your inventory to check the gift that Julie just gave you, a downgraded purple mana crystal. It can sense fine mana inside to be fused into items to enhance stats. You did not expect her to give you this. Just looking at the description, it is hard to tell its use. But once you reach level 20, you will realize how rare this item really is. The combination feature will be unlocked when the player reaches level 20. When used, Ryuman can combine a weapon with a magical crystal, and can also choose to upgrade it. This magical crystal comes in a total of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Red is for damage, orange is for strength, yellow is for luck, green enhances agility, blue enhances intelligence, and purple helps reduce damage taken. And the purple magic crystal is the rarest, with a very low drop rate, and it helps enhance all stats. Ryuman remembers that he needs to open the gold bag before the time limit runs out, but before that, he needs to enhance his stats using the ancient Butcher's scroll by defeating 100 larvae. For each target he slays, he will gain 1% in stats, and this also applies to insects, as long as they are still alive. Now that the hour has come, he gathers all the luck from his ancestors and opens the gold bag. In the past, with his luck, he usually got around 3,000 to 6,000 gold. He wonders how much he will get this time. Ryuman is surprised to find that the amount of gold he received is exactly 9,999 gold. He has received the maximum amount, and getting such a blessing is quite valuable. Currently, his total amount of gold is 16,249, which is enough to buy the item he wants. But the item he desires won't be available for another 2 weeks, so he decides to hold on to it for now. Just as Ruin got home, he ran out to ask how his brother's date went, and if anything came of it, because he thought his brother was dating someone. But his brother just brushed it off, telling Ruin to stop rambling and making his head hurt, and suggested he order something delicious to eat. Ruin replied that his brother did not know how much he wanted to eat black bean noodles. Just 10 months ago, their situation was still very tough, but now his brother's investment had grown to $150 million. Just like 2 weeks ago, when it could very well drop significantly before then. His brother should get his driver's license first. In the theory test room to get the driver's license, Ruman sighed in frustration. He did not know how many times his brother had participated in this test already. He just did it half-heartedly and left. He quickly finished and stood up to go outside. The guard was surprised because this handsome guy had already scored 95 points, with just a little effort. The results were clear. It only took him 4 days to get his driver's license. He already had too much experience. But wait, how many years have passed? How old should he be by now after getting his license? He immediately bought a supercar, and it did not take long to choose it because he had driven this one before. Just like that, 2 weeks passed. And now it was time for him to say goodbye to his investment money. Seeing him sitting there laughing was quite something. Rue came to check in to see if anything was up and found out that he had just sold off all that virtual investment money. The amount he sold now was $300 million. The total lottery winnings were only $60 million. And now he has increased it to $300 million. I just felt happy because your brother stopped investing in cryptocurrency. But then your older brother poured cold water on him. He said he would invest in stocks. Your younger brother is worried because he does not know anything about stocks. Right. As for Ryuman, he just has one slogan. Your brother dreamed that. You know. Ryuman looked at his adorable younger brother. It is right to be worried. But he knows the future. The company he is going to invest in is ranked 85th, worth about $900 million. It is the Chama Consulting Company. This is Jun Lok's company. Although it is not very well known yet, after round 4, it will introduce a special system and develop rapidly. If he can own a lot of shares and hold operational control, he can influence the company as a major shareholder and make a decent profit. First, he will invest $280 million and hold 31% ownership. As soon as Ryuman clicked on the investment, he heard Ryo World's prayer in his ear. Please make his dream come true. Indeed, the younger brother is still very skeptical about life. That midnight, Ryuman went to the store to buy the equipment he needed. All the gold he saved is for today. Just having gold allows him to buy regular items and skills. It really does not get more convenient than this. Even though they are all common level, it does not mean he can buy rare materials and handle them. Today, what he needs to buy is the dry bone necklace, an item that increases intelligence and attack speed. Compared to its effects, it is quite cheap too. He bought the item with a 50% discount card he earned after completing the level up mission. So this money is like a cow shedding its hair, like a tamarind tree shedding its leaves. After the purchase, he still had quite a bit of gold left. At first, he planned to buy a regular set of equipment with the remaining gold. But if he just saved an additional 6,000 gold, he could buy an extra common skill. A common skill is still better than common equipment. He should quickly earn another 6,000 gold. Fortunately, the third round is coming up with lots of monsters. And then after a long time, that day finally came. In the third round, this time the players were pulled to a village. This place is extremely remote. Everyone is looking around. There is a high, thick wall around here. In the middle of the village, there is a gigantic shimmering crystal. Everyone looks at this scene, and it seems like they are all very worried. The only one looking smug is Dungsuch. Some say he is the gang leader, and he even uses a sword to threaten everyone to vote for him. Aftuju should have been the representative, not a murderer like him. Another person standing next to him heard that, and said they should not talk like that. Dungsuch can hear now that he has power in his hands, but being the ruler of the world only lasts for 10 times. He heard the crowd chatting nonsense, so he told everyone to shut up. He knows this common situation will definitely happen, and just wishes that the angel would keep her mouth shut. Young Min stepped forward and politely bowed, loudly greeting him. Because I know your life is like a movie, a gang wrapped in ice. Jik was surprised to ask if that kid is one of his subordinates. You only know how to answer that not yet. I just have a dream of being in a gang. Jik heard this and thought, are you crazy? Young Min said he is your role model. You really want to join the Josk gang? Then you kneel down and say you will dedicate your whole life to following him, hoping to be accepted. Jaws laughed contemptuously. He had met so many crazy people in his life, but this was the first time he met a young man this tough. At that moment, he really liked the spirit of this kid. You quickly stand up and ask if you are blind. Don't you know my Tai-10 squad is coming down, and yet you still want to follow? Dong Min knows how to answer, regardless of what people say. He is someone you respect. Just accept him. He does not care what others think. Dung's Herkakai tried laughing loudly, saying, he will take responsibility and teach you. Everyone talked among themselves, thinking Dong Min has gone crazy. While Ria Min on the other side was very happy, because it was indeed a good thing. Suddenly, that angel appeared with the light of the 10 directions, and said that today we are missing 90 people. The status window clearly states that the main mission of this round is to protect the sacred object for 3 hours. The total number of participants in the area is 856. 30. 200. And currently no one has completed it in the area. Currently, there are a total of 4,900 participants, and no one has completed it. Everyone was very surprised that there were fewer people in this area, but that angel seems deep in thought, unable to believe that someone has died for no reason. It seems that in that real world, people are killing each other. She worries about how much more everyone will compete. Meanwhile, the players below are in a panic as the number of those who completed the task has dropped to only 1,225. Do people think it is a mistake? The angel laughed and said, "It seems everyone is afraid, because the number of people who can complete the mission is decreasing. But they forget that only half of the players can survive each round. But since everyone survived in the last round, it makes sense that only 1 per 4 of the players survive this round. In this third round, every 30 minutes, monsters from the army will appear at the castle gate and target the holy artifact in the center of the village. There will be a total of 4 waves of attacks, and everyone must coordinate to protect the holy artifact. People will receive bonus rewards if they protect the holy artifact for 3 hours. If not, they will face penalties. Rankings will be arranged based on the number of monsters killed. The guy Dung Sich over there is happy as long as he gets to kill monsters, since he holds the power. This round is as easy as pie." The angel said Dung Sich has the authority to command, but if he dies by a monster, that position will be left vacant. If another player kills him, that player will immediately become the new representative. She announced that monsters would appear in 10 minutes and then disappeared. Joss was extremely angry because everyone behind him was targeting him and wanted to kill him to take his position as the representative. Riemann approached him, wanting to chat with him. "You have a super good deal. A Fei Chuwu will protect him from the other players. I will protect you from the other players, which means I will be your personal bodyguard." Everyone was very surprised to hear that the Great Hack would protect that jerk. So that means they will have to face the Great One, not knowing what to do since Hefshichuo has a huge influence. Looking at everyone's reactions, it seems that this offer is very enticing, but anything free also has its price. Duke Sich asked what he wanted in return. Rumen said he would have to obey all his orders. That is the condition. He knew right away that he was being ordered to become Rumen's subordinate. He asked Fjekshu what made him make such an offer. He asked further, listening to the order. "But what exactly is the order? You said you could not say, and just needed him to follow your orders unconditionally." Jaws gritted his teeth in anger. "So you want me to follow you for life? Don't think this is some easy street corner to fool me." "But what would happen if I refused him?" He is worried that Hextashu would not randomly attack him. Right. Riemann urged him to make a decision quickly, just as Rumen predicted. He would definitely refuse him because there is no way he would lower his own honor like that. Everyone was very surprised, not understanding why he would do that. If he agreed, he could go hunting freely. He felt that this guy valued his honor, even more than his own life. Everything is unfolding just like Rumen's past life. What he needs to do now is draw a line. If he has refused, then there is nothing else you can do. Then he just leaves. Joss is? He is a player after all. How can he accept that offer? Suddenly, the first wave is about to begin. Everyone get ready for the monsters to appear and protect your relics in 30 minutes. No matter how many monsters you have dealt with, the second wave will still start. The first wave officially begins. Jaws knows he can't fight alongside those who have grudges against him. As for Rumen, seeing him head somewhere, he follows to check things out. The status window shows 9,800 monsters. Duxich hurriedly runs away. He does not understand why Hakko is not moving. Is he planning to fight alone? Does he really think he can take out 100? He looks down, thinking Hakko will just fight a bit and then run away. Below, the robins start rushing to attack. Hakko uses his abilities to deal with each wave of robins. Dung Sich did not expect Hakko to be this strong. He wonders if he will be that strong when he reaches level 16. But now is not the time to think about that. He needs to level up quickly and become stronger. The battle between players and monsters is getting fiercer. Everyone takes turns blocking the monsters, not letting them get close to the crystal. Duxich goes down, starting to attack the monsters. Thanks to his abilities, he could predict the movements of the monsters. Suddenly, an arrow shot past his face, injuring him. He swore to tear that guy into 100 pieces. A player began attacking him, and he quickly grabbed a knife and lunged towards that direction. Then took the previous arrow and threw it straight at the guy who had been sniping him. He briefly thought that he should accept Black Ball's help now. But a man must stand strong. Surely there has to be another way to hunt peacefully, without being disturbed by other players. Seeing the Black Dragon under the control of the top 3 players, he approached that guy and asked him to protect him from now on. After handling the situation, the monster kill count for Black Ball reached 502 per 100, and he had gained X3 experience from the previous round. Thanks to the Butcher effect increasing stats when defeating monsters, Black Ball's stats also reached 100%. Along with that, the gold count rose to nearly 20,000. After a moment of deep thought about the future, Black Ball turned around and swept away the monsters that were lurking around him. The remaining group saw this and turned from hunters into prey. The first wave of attacks had passed, and players were given a short break. But nearly 1,000 had lost their lives. At this moment, Dung Suk was still alive as Black Ball had anticipated. and he was struggling as he was surrounded by players, with the aim of taking him down to claim the title of representative. A person behind him threw a spear at him, but he was assisted by Dong Min. This was very confusing for him. But more importantly, he was growing weaker after the battle. With this situation, that guy is unlikely to make it. The second wave of attack has begun, and the number of monsters is increasing rapidly. With his superior skills, he easily cuts each one in half. After meeting enough Ps, he leveled up from novice to level 20. Along with that, he unlocked the combination feature to create unique items that other players can't buy in the store. Not stopping there, his death mark was enhanced to deal up to 120% damage, and learned a unique skill from the Abyss. With an effect in a 500-meter radius, it creates dark energy forming an illusionary night. The caster can release the skill whenever they want from the Abyss, combined with the ancient death language, allowing the black crow to soar like a tiger with wings. As the monsters approached, he immediately tested his new skill, activating the Death Abyss. The surrounding space became obscured in darkness, but for that delicious opportunity, he only needed to swing his scythe a few times to collect a bunch of kills. The second wave was complete. He took the chance to get a detection skill to find targets within a 30-meter radius. The third wave started right after that. Then the fourth and the fifth. Only 1 hour left. If he can get through, he can survive. The players were all trying to get through, but the number of elites was gradually increasing to 10,000. While preparing to eliminate them, Deng Seik was chased by a group of players behind him, aiming to steal the title of representative. He used his puppet to defend, but they could not hold out long, so he had to run for his life. On the run, he encountered Hex Shuro. At this point, he was backed into a corner, so he desperately begged you to protect him and agreed to follow Black Zhu's orders. But as Rumen said last time, life is not that simple. Opportunities come only once, and after you refuse, whether you live or die, Black Zhu won't care about him anymore. A person who no longer has command is not worth keeping. Duke Seach regretted not agreeing sooner, but now it is too late for regrets. He had to turn the car around and face the players, even if it meant losing his life. He had to take a few of them down with him. Suddenly, at that moment, Dong Min appeared, reigniting his hope. But before he could feel joy, that bastard rushed in and landed a direct blow to his avatar. He fell hard to the ground, struggling to get up when Dong Min kept raining blows on his face, hitting him so much that his face became unrecognizable. He never expected that a gangster like him would one day be betrayed by that bastard, Min. It was right, though, because this was the karma he would inevitably face to put an end to Duke Seach. That bastard Dong Min delivered a powerful kick, and then there was nothing more. The system immediately announced that the regional representative known as the documentary had been eliminated, and his power would be transferred to the one who dealt the finishing blow. Dong Min smiled smugly. Now he had 10 commands to give to others, and his main target was Saren. After witnessing the new representative, that guy Dong Min, betray the very person he wanted to follow, the players nearby could not accept it. They rebelled, wanting to target and eliminate him. But right now he went to find Hexi Sangshu and requested his protection. At the same time, he would follow any orders given by him. Easy, but on one condition. He has to kneel down and beg for it to be accepted. He hesitated, but since he had no other choice, he complied with Fexu's words. No one wants to be humiliated, but if anyone will be, it will be Dong Min. He was already tired of this scene, but since he was holding the command power, he agreed. He stepped forward, pointing out the players who were chasing Dong Min and giving them two choices. Either give up their representative title and hunt small monsters, or leave under his scythe of death. They were confused, but out of respect for Hex Taoju, who was too strong, they chose the first option to save their lives. Dong Min was also astonished because with just a few words, Xia Shu could completely change public opinion for him now. Xia Shu was the only one he could rely on. He ordered Dong Min to use his command power 10 times to destroy the relic. He showed his dissatisfaction because if he used all 10 commands, he would not be able to turn Saren into his slave. He would lose his target. He questioned it, but Riem Min immediately silenced him and followed through, so he helplessly complied. He ordered 10 people to go destroy the relic, including his friend, which made him awkwardly explain. But since the command power was in effect, all the people sent were brought in to break the relic. After the system announced that the relic was broken, the mission officially failed. To punish players for failing the mission, the angel's manifestation will appear and sweep them away for 30 minutes. The game won't stop until the time runs out. And that is the hidden side quest they must overcome. Everyone here seems excited to see such a good deal with this new feature. When protecting the artifact, they only get 2,000 gold. Yet, when they destroy it, they get 3,000 instead. The reward from this mission is even more than defeating monsters for 5 rounds. But there is a reason why Hexi Taju does not want to destroy it himself. The system then announces that 10 players who destroy the artifact will face a penalty. All their stats will be permanently reduced by 50%. Doom Men's best friends start getting angry and pointing fingers at this jerk. It seemed like he was safe. But he could not escape the punishment either since he was the representative of them all. He angrily kicked the wall, breaking it. The impact on strength stats is essentially a death sentence. Eo starts opening a shop with the gold he has earned to buy necessary items, like the assassin's hood and an intelligence potion. Next, he opens the combination system to merge the necklace he bought earlier with the mana stone. Immediately, all the stat increases are added to this necklace. For the remaining items, Xiexu attaches mana stones to increase their stats. Even though these stones are low level and do not provide much boost, having them is still better than nothing. Right, the space begins to darken, colder than even the chilling wind. Players start to show their fear on their faces. In your previous life, out of 2,700 people, only 500 survived. Just trying to stay alive seemed incredibly difficult already. The first manifestation of the god is a boss that requires 5 level 40 players to defeat. But this is the final regression. So he wants to solo this and claim the reward earlier. A crack begins to appear in the sky with the light of the 10 directions of the Buddhas. The reason he dares to make such a bold decision is that he has the title equipment from killing that angel. The first player to kill the god helps Shrifriju double all stats when facing divine beings. And the manifestation of the god is a divine being. Players are discussing that they might survive as long as this boss appears. The god's manifestation establishes a restricted area, trapping the players within and preventing them from leaving. 300 people trapped inside have their stats reduced by 50%. Then the divine creature summons countless light spears that pierce through these players. Being trapped in that area makes it impossible to dodge. While it is focused on other players, now is Hiko's chance. He knows full well that this boss has no ears, so won't turn around and notice him. Jumping 5 meters into the air, using the death seal, he then puts all his strength into a scythe strike to take down this boss. By the time it realizes, it is too late. Haka has struck its eye. That last skill caused it to lose 60% of its health thanks to the effect of the death seal. Now only 40% health remains. Senju bends his legs to run, because it will start to create a new area to hunt him down. While it is distracted, Exojo sneaks to the other side, jumps up, raises the scythe, and strikes directly at its remaining eye. Now it has caught Black Scythe within its limited range. But losing 2 eyes means it is just a punching bag for you. While it is gathering strength to summon the light spears, Black Scythe uses dark dust to erase its vision. Light cannot defeat darkness because this system is designed that way. Now is the time for Black Scythe to raise its scythe and deliver the finishing blow. Black Scythe slices off one of its wings, revealing its body in the middle, then strikes again, cutting off the remaining wing. Now it only has 10% stamina left, but you do not rush to finish it off. Instead, you run away. The avatar of the god has met the conditions to unleash the final brilliant aura, transforming into the avatar of the punishing god with an immortal state. If you had decapitated it earlier, you would not have the ability to kill it now. It summons countless void holes, shooting purple lightning to pursue Black Scythe. But of course, none of the strikes hit. It is just for show. After 60 seconds, it dispels the immortal state. Black Scythe rushes in, raises the scythe, and directly decapitates the avatar of the god. The system then displays a reward notification with countless items for Black Scythe, and confirms you as the first to pierce the avatar of the god. Along with that, there is a new title, Challenger of the Punishing God, which reduces 80% damage from divine creatures. Additionally, there is e-training and the ancient language of light as rewards for the first to pierce the avatar of the punishing god. This time, your main target is e-training. You need it to create divine level items. Additionally, the effect of the holy ancient language increases your intelligence by 1, and the effectiveness of divine skills will increase by 1% based on your level. Right now, you have reached level 30. Which means an increase of 30 intelligence points and a 30% boost to skill effects. Hidden quest completed. All surviving players are rewarded with 3,000 gold. No one could doubt Hugh's strength to take on an entire boss alone. Even the angel is still in disbelief. And it is the first time this Oliver has acknowledged a human's power. The angel then approached his Hexicho and asked a few questions. But they were all pretty silly, so he just answered them half-heartedly. Other players admired Hexicho's heroism for thinking of them and saving everyone here. The angel kept wondering why at this moment humans could still unite despite many conflicts. But as for Hefnjis, these angels are selfish. So how could they understand the principles of being human? The leaderboard then displayed that Achu had wiped out 3,631 monsters. And of course, he proudly stood at the top of the server in this round. The player in second place had not even reached 1,000 monsters. So Feng-shu really outclassed the rest. The generous rewards for Hexicho's top positions started to be distributed. He did not think much and opened the rewards, which included a curse ring, a magical ring, and he chose the resistance ring. Its name is not powerful, but its effect is very strong as it helps him resist all negative statuses in this godforsaken place. Just getting hit by one negative effect could be enough to take your life. Moving on to the next reward. Since there was no option for X3 XP, he chose to receive 4,000 gold, and then the angel announced the bad news that those ranked 12-25 would be eliminated. After that, she snapped her fingers and sent those who did not make the top to the Western Pure Land. The third round ended just like that. Arin woke up and was very surprised at herself for being able to achieve the rank of summoner. She can now summon spirit beings. And thanks to that, she was able to complete the third round safely. Thanks to that cute spirit creating a shield. And also thanks to her reliable bodyguard who always stood by her side. And she was also the one who ranked third in this round. She held the magic stone she just received and wondered if FC Starju would like that stone. Adung also woke up filled with resentment and anger. He smashed the bedside lamp because all his stats had dropped by 50% permanently. While he was angry, he received a call from his close brothers. His friend kept yelling at him for daring to use his command authority to make him destroy the crystal. Dongmin responded because he felt powerless at that moment. His friend cursed him, saying he should have just died instead of living in misery. Instead of hurting his friends, he should just go to sleep. Dong tried to argue about his suffering, but as a result, he was also cut off by that friend and called a traitor. Told never to call him again, because now, in reality or in that other world, he would see this Dong Min as a stranger. He angrily called this person and that person, but the result was always the same. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. He feels that now every tree has its flower, every family has its story, everyone has their own life, and now he does not need friends anymore. So what if he gets beaten up? Now when he meets someone, he wants to confront anyone who dares to come. He is ready to deal with all of them. The sky is blue, the clouds are white, and the sun is golden. Sang-chun walks over to report his completion of the third round to the president. When asked about his job, he replied that he had reached level 11 and his profession was knight. He also mentioned that Arin had the same level as him and her profession was summoner. Thanks to her spirit creating a shield, Sang-chun can safely hunt monsters. The president is quite pleased with this and wants him to maintain a good relationship with actress Arin. And if things go well, they could even date. Hearing this, Sang-chun was confused. But Magan's point was that being a chap boy makes it easier to discover each other's weaknesses. Even so, Sang-chun asked again if they should date, looking very embarrassed. Magan Luffy smiled because it had been a long time since he saw that expression on his face. Sang-chun also sighed in relief when he heard that it was not necessary because Arin did not really like him. She always called him my bodyguard. Putting aside these trivial matters, Majin shifted to the main topic, which was the urgent report that Sang-chun wanted to present today. He bowed his head and carefully apologized for not following the order to assist FD Chunju from the president, and also for not relaying his message to Hechi Su. Then he sat down and recounted the entire process that took place in the third round while with FD Chu to Maglog. After hearing this, he was also very impressed that a powerful creature, the embodiment of a god, had been single-handedly taken down by Hetraexuan. Sang-chun felt that Hexi Tro was someone who did not need anyone's help. This also made Megan Lukov question life itself, as FG Chu was so strong that he felt embarrassed for thinking he was strong enough with the Dark Knight's ancient language. He hoped to meet Heftex Shu one day. There was a valid reason for this incident, so he did not pay much attention to it. He then asked about the gangsters from the day before and told Sang-chun to investigate. Megan Lukov was drinking when he heard Sang-chun talk about how the detective had to narrow down the search in Sun and was sure that they would find him within a month. That means after the fourth round, they could uncover the whereabouts of that bastard. There is no rush until then, so they could take their time searching. Later, Megan Locke asked about the amount of gold Sang had buried, and he had found 10,000 gold. He immediately told him that when he had 20,000 gold, he should learn the tracking skill available in the shop. After chatting about things in that world, he returned to the real world to inform Sang-chun that last month, a shareholder had bought a large amount of the chairman's stock. Hearing this, Mao was curious but still did not know what stocks they were talking about. But which company's stock was it? With so many talents and resources like him, how could he remember everything? Sang-chun further mentioned that it was the Thin Ma Consulting Company, which Jin Locke was focusing his resources on. When asked about the percentage that the other person owned, Sang-chun revealed that it was about 31%. His company had a total value of 900 billion. And having one person hold 31% meant they had invested 240 billion into his company. A rich guy that he does not know at all, but he knows very well that this person wants to go directly into the management board. So he immediately picks up the phone to call his subordinate to inquire about the person who invested such a large amount of money into his company. Ryumin, on this side, is holding the phone waiting for the chairman to call since this afternoon because he knows he is a major shareholder in his company. While he was focused, Rogan burst into the room yelling, asking how much level his brother had, which startled him and made him drop the phone on his face. A cocky neighborhood kid boasted to Rog that his brother reached level 11 and just got a job. So this younger brother wanted to ask to flex back at that kid, afraid of the trouble from his chatty younger brother. Ryumin modestly said he only reached level 12. Seeing this, Ryo smiled brightly and asked about his brother's job, but Ryumi quickly covered himself with the blanket and said it was a secret. Then kicked his chatty younger brother out. Just as he lay down, the phone from the CEO of the consulting company Thin Ma Mag Ma Jin Lock started ringing. Being a sly fox, Ryumin wanted to play innocent to appear like a young master who could easily be fooled to catch him off guard. Joan Loft greeted him and then scheduled a meeting for a meal to talk. He scheduled for Friday. But that day was very important because to earn the internal stock, Ryumin rescheduled for Saturday to have dinner with him. He was as sure as can be that he would call him, because the Thin Ma company he established mainly seeks recognition from his father. So he would never treat a major shareholder poorly. But before meeting him, Ryumin needed to go get the stock he needed first. There are many ways to earn stock. They can be found in certain places in specific rounds, or they might be special rewards. They can also drop from the boss monster after being defeated by players or from regular monsters, in some extremely rare cases. But it can still happen, and there is another way that many people still do not know about, which is what Ryumin is taking advantage of, searching for ancient languages in real life. He walks into a warehouse and spies on a player named Jiang Seokyan, because he will appear here shortly. He never forgets this name, because he is the criminal who kidnapped his younger brother. He remembers every word of that jerk's voice. He has an inner thought ancient language, so he used it to scan Ryworld's thoughts. From there, he learned that you are a regression faker, and of course, after that jerk ended up under a puddle of syrup after rambling on and messing with the wrong person. Ryumin has been doing that since the 11th regression until now, so he does not harbor any personal grudge against him, and now he will take the inner thought ancient language before all that happens. Today, that jerk has captured a girl and brought her here. After being freed, the girl keeps apologizing and begging him to spare her life. To understand the background of this, a few days ago, he was strolling down the street when he spotted a girl who caught his eye. And then he followed her, using his ancient language to suddenly appear in front of her, shining like the flash. He finds it very interesting to scare girls like this, because his life has always been dull, and he thinks even if he dies, it would not matter. With the ancient language of light he possesses, he can shine and blind his opponents. In real life, he is very confident in himself and is looking for new joy. He stops by a cafe and sees that the staff here is very pretty, so he immediately orders a large iced Americano and starts a conversation with this girl. After some bragging, he learns that she is actually the owner of the place, and that all the part-time staff here have already left. The reason is that the world has become very strange. They could die at any moment, so who would waste their time working? When he asks her age, he finds out this girl is 32. So he cheerfully expresses his interest and asks for her phone number. She immediately shows a frightened expression upon hearing this, which makes him very angry. Thinking that maybe he is not handsome enough, he bangs the table, no longer wanting that cup of coffee, and wants his money back, because she dared to look down on him. He takes his money back while grumbling, believing that she only judges by appearances and looks down on others. That night, he decides to attack her from behind while she is closing up the cafe, just because of the look she gave him at that moment. Back in reality, this guy ignores the girl who is pleading with a distorted face. He wants to commit a depraved act right here. Ryumin steps out from behind wearing a white mask and wielding a scythe, making him think this guy is just a cosplayer playing around here. But looking at that scythe, it seems like a toy. Ryumin swings the scythe, and he realizes the kid is just like him. Then he tells the girl to get away from this dangerous place. The other guy starts yelling. Ryumin steps forward and delivers a powerful blow that makes him fall to the ground in pain. After this guy stopped making a fuss, Ryumin told the girl to get out of there quickly. When it was just the two of them left, Ryumin showed a sly expression and said that the real game was about to begin. That guy got furious when he heard Jumin joking with him and started cursing. "You son of a bitch. I will kill you. I am going to kill you. You bastard." Min saw that this guy's attitude was quite something, but giving up early would not be any fun. Hearing the taunts, that guy lost control and charged at him directly. His quick attacks were easily dodged, which he had never thought would happen. Min looked at the weapon he was attacking with, then clicked his tongue and turned around, using the scythe to slice off the arm he had been flailing around, one hand in his pocket. He held the scythe stylishly and asked the jerk in front of him if it hurt. The guy struggled with his bloody wound, looking shocked and shaky, Seeing that he showed no remorse, Duman felt merciful and charged in to slash him with an additional diagonal cut to his abdomen. The guy started looking for a way to escape with his glowing skill. But unfortunately, that skill could not be used in front of Duman, because his death skill would not allow any light to exist. Duman knew that this guy would definitely try to use that skill, so he had activated his death skill in advance. After thinking for a moment, he charged in and cut the guy's wrist and ankle. The guy shouted loudly with tears streaming down his face. "Hey, you demon! Why are you treating me like this?" Min immediately struck his thigh with the sickle. "So why do people exterminate pests? Because they only cause harm." While saying that, your hands did not stop attacking the body of the pest beneath your feet. Despite the numerous wounds on his body, this guy still maintained a defiant attitude, glancing at Juman. Seeing him like that, Duman continued to swing the sickle at this pest. At this moment, he was lying face down on the cold ground. In his subconscious, he cursed Juman, wondering why this guy was doing this to him and what grudge he held. It was really unfair. Damn it. Isn't it fair? Tears and snot were streaming down his face. He gritted his teeth and thought about committing suicide to end this torture. He stuck out his tongue, intending to bite it off, but Juman noticed in time and prevented it. Then you continued to swing your sickle at his body, covered in wounds, until you kneel and pled for me to free you. You won't die yet. At this point, his body was filled with pain, and he just wanted to end this suffering. He was moaning and whispering, "Kill me. Please just kill me." Hearing his desperate pleas, Duman then revealed the truth to him. "Jiang Seo. It is like this? We have met before." Hearing Juman say his name made him snap back to reality. He even thought you were related to that woman, but no. Juman was not involved at all. You continued to tell him about how he kidnapped your younger brother, and then threatened you to reveal hidden information to him. He still does not know that I have done that before. And of course, he won't be able to remember, because that is something from the future that has not happened yet. Juman came here to eliminate him also because of the ancient saying about introspection, and to prevent similar events in the past. This contains that ancient saying, and the condition to activate it is to hear the genuine voice of others, a voice that comes from the heart, sincere and not fake. If today he had not come here, this bastard would have raped that woman. After that, she would use her true voice to plead for her life. At that moment, this guy would have the inner ancient saying, and would do even more cruel things. This has been proven many times through Juman's regressions. Even if it were not for this, the 12 previous convictions of this guy already confirm that he is a worthless piece of social scum. Hearing this, the guy immediately begged Juman to just kill him and be done with it. But no, Juman did not want to do that. He wanted him to choke on a piece of metal. What he wanted was to witness him dying in this agonizing pain. The guy started to feel uncomfortable and thought to himself about how Duman had shut him up. Little did he know that Duman had already met the condition to receive inner thoughts earlier, and that he was fully aware of everything the guy had been cursing in his mind. The ancient saying about introspection can read the thoughts of the target in front of you. If you observe the target, you can also catch a glimpse of their internal intentions within a distance of 30 meters. Juman is now starting to mess around with the jerk lying in front of him. After a while, with serious wounds all over, he finally breathes his last. Even though there are no witnesses here, Juman wants everything to be perfectly clean. He then uses his skills to erase all traces at the scene. He happily takes off his mask and leaves with the results he achieved today. Now he needs to go home and prepare to meet the rock ghost tomorrow. Early in the morning, Juman puts on a beautiful outfit along with his shiny, disheveled hair. His younger brother, Tin Yuo, thinks that his brother is going on a date because he looks too good, and he never dresses this formally. Juman reveals that he is meeting a business partner today. His younger brother is shocked and rushes over to ask if he plans to venture into business. Juman does not respond and casually taps away on his smartphone. Meanwhile, his younger brother is suspicious about his older brother's investment plans. He worries that if he fails, his older brother will be very upset. Juman notices these inner thoughts thanks to his intuition. He sighs happily when he sees that instead of worrying about their finances, his younger brother is concerned about him. Then he smiles brightly and tells his brother not to worry too much. If today's meeting goes well, he will come back and tell him all the details. Juman puts his phone in his pocket and leaves. He does not forget to remind his younger brother to stay home, because it is dangerous outside. Ju sighs and obediently agrees with his brother. The boy at home watching the news would know that the players are using their powers to commit crimes. Abroad, they are also facing issues with criminals using their strength to escape. Juman immediately needed to prove that this information was accurate. Because if they are of the right age, even criminals are given a chance to become players. Players are becoming stronger while the population decreases each month. So if nothing changes, that would be strange. Juman thought to himself that there would come a time when players would hunt like beasts and treat ordinary people like slaves. That would be when the players reach the peak of their strength. And to prevent a chaotic world from occurring, what Juman needed to do was to elevate his reputation and achieve overwhelming power under the name of the Black Hawk. As he left the door, he turned back to remind his younger brother to be careful when going out. The younger brother was just curious about the business plan his older brother was going to discuss. Juman pinched his brother's cheek, telling him to wait here and that he would be back soon. He also reminded his brother to buy something more expensive than black bean noodles, because right now, aside from the 7 plots of land like M's Minhwa, he had nothing but resources. After that, he quickly moved to a walled-off place. The place where Majin Locke chose to have lunch. Officially, it was a hotel belonging to the Awesome Group, but in reality, this is one of Majin Locke's hotels. This is confidential information that only a regressor like Juman could know. Besides, there might also be some of his relatives who know it too. Juman wants to use this information to make himself more valuable in his eyes. And now you need to play the part of a clueless young deer that fits this character. You walk over and act flustered at the reception desk about having an appointment here. The staff immediately recognizes you as the person the chairman has an appointment with. She then points to a nearby chair for Juman to wait. Juman nods in thanks and walks over to the chair, fidgeting to portray the image of a country bumpkin, just arriving in the city. While you are admiring the chandelier with a knave expression, someone comes over to greet you. Both of you are surprised to bump into each other. The guy asks Juman, "Haven't we met before?" At the long-term Hotel Galeria Forest. Juman realizes he is the bodyguard accompanying actress S.S.S-Rank, because he and his chatty younger brother had previously delivered rice cakes to the neighbors. The bodyguard bows and apologizes for the rudeness that day, but can't help but think that Juman is just a kid under 20 who has invested 280 billion. Juman recognizes this through the body language, but he thinks the guy's suspicion is valid. After all, how could a 20-year-old have assets worth hundreds of billions? Juman smiles, rubbing his neck cheerfully to make small talk. He acts naive and says he did not expect the chairman of the Chianma Consulting Company to live right above him. The bodyguard raises his hand to say he is not the chairman and introduces himself as Sang Chun, the head of the unit. Then Sang Chun invites Diuman into the fancy room to wait because his chairman is running a bit late. When Diuman sat down, Sang Chun quickly turned his back to take out his phone and text his chairman. "Dear Chairman, I personally met with him, and he can't possibly invest that amount of money on his own. Someone must have told him to go in his place. So please be careful." And Juman knows all about his thoughts. You guessed it. He indeed told Sang Chun to come early to scout the situation. For such an important meeting, there is no way someone as meticulous as Mag would casually arrive late. Just as Demon glanced over, Mag arrived with a smile and greeted him. "Hello. I am Chairman Majin Locke of the Chianma Consulting Company." Diuman immediately extended his hand to shake with him. The three of them then sat down at the table. Diuman wondered why he let Sang Chun participate in this meeting without consulting him. It seemed he intended to take the initiative. Mag invited Juman to have lunch before discussing business. After that, the 5-star dishes were laid out in front of Juman. He took a large bowl of rice and enjoyed it, praising how delicious it was. Mag Love observed Juman's gestures and thought that perhaps unit leader and was right. He was still too young to invest 280 billion on his own. Even if he had that money, he would not have the guts to do it. He thought there must be someone behind Juman supporting him. While eating, he could not help but overthink that the person behind him was probably his brothers and other family members. Then he put down his chopsticks and started asking Juman questions. The first question was about age. Not knowing how old he was, Juman straightforwardly replied that he just turned 20. Hearing this made Majin Locke startled, sweating, and quickly adjusting his tie, saying he was 29. It was great to meet someone his age. Then he seriously asked Juman why, at such a young age, he had so much money. "Are you the son of a tycoon?" Hearing him be so direct, Diuman also started to play knave with his role. "I am just an ordinary student." Until a few months ago, Juman revealed to him that the person who won the lottery 4 times in a row was actually him. Hearing this, both Sang Chun and Mag could not help but show their surprise. According to the value of the prize, it was only about 66 billion vend. But he had invested more in Bitcoin. Sang Chun remembered that he had read an article about seeing blurry numbers. Juman interrupted him, saying that he did not see any dreams. He thought to himself that this was the only way he could gain Giant Locke's acceptance and make him side with him. He started bragging about having the ability to see the future. "This ability allows me to see events from a few years ahead." Jimin arrogantly claimed to be a prophet, confidently stating he could foresee the future. Magan Lo thought that Diuman was talking nonsense. He then asked if he was serious. Juman proved his lie was real by revealing that he had won the lottery and invested all that money in Bitcoin. Since he could see the future, he could safely invest everything there. Maglopi wanted to make sure he was not lying, So he asked him to prove it by guessing what he was about to do in a moment. This was not hard for him because he could read his thoughts, but to avoid bringing trouble upon myself, I have already set limitations on the abilities that I am faking. I am really sorry, but I can use this power freely. It will automatically activate unexpectedly and not under my control. Hearing this made Ma Jianlin startled because it is a very powerful ancient language. So this limitation makes perfect sense. At that moment, he suddenly realized that this guy had invested 280 billion in his company. Yep. I know that the Tianma consulting company will develop very strongly in the future, which is why I invested in it. He wanted to ask how strongly it would develop. Juman raised his hand and continued that within 6 months, he could make it onto the Kospi list without any issues. Magloki immediately smiled when he heard this, his heart blooming with joy. If that were true, it would be wonderful. Not only would he gain his father's recognition, but he could also sit in the chairman's seat. Then he paused for about 5 seconds to adjust his cheerful attitude. After all, this news might not be accurate. Juman said that to succeed, they must completely change the business model. Sang Chun slammed the table in anger because this demand was outrageous. Chairman Mai Jun Lofsul told him to correct his arrogant attitude. Demon remained calm, eating and then continued talking about the business model that would change. So of course, the name would have to change too. Sang Chun stood up, showing his disagreement with Juman's way of speaking. Demon gave Sang Chun a serious glare. At this point, do you still think I have enough? Both of them are players, so they should understand that you have revealed your secret language, and that has caused you a lot of harm. After that, Juman led them with poetic words, expressing a desire to work together in the future, and always wanting to help develop the company. And since he invested 280 billion, he needs to cooperate with you to succeed. Sang Chun panicked. He was afraid that his boss would believe the sweet words Juman said. Juman sighed when he did not hear Ma Junlahoik say anything. It seems he does not trust my abilities. Sam Chun needed that information to be accurate, and he did not believe what Jumin said. Ru asked him if he ever wondered why he moved right below the penthouse apartment. Don't tell me. He thinks it is a coincidence. At this moment, he suddenly realized something unusual. Mag also turned to ask about that. Sang Chun quickly explained to him that about 2 months ago, Juman moved in below the penthouse of actress Arin. Juman then added, that is right, it was just a few days after I got the secret language to see the future. Megan Al-Loss was angry that his subordinate did not mention this information to him. Mag thought that if he did not know the future, he could not make everything seem so unreal. But that thought was quickly extinguished. Since there is a possibility that Juman knows he is supporting Sarin, Juman smiled as he read his thoughts. It seems this is not enough yet. You immediately noticed that he still does not fully trust you. Then you revealed that this hotel is actually his property. As for his identity, he is the eldest son of the Wang Group. The Thin Ma Consulting Company is a business secretly established to gain recognition from his father. I'm right, are not? Juman immediately stood up, shocked that you had all the information that only Mag's relatives would know. Mag quickly told his subordinate to stay calm. He coldly stated with a serious expression that all the information was indeed correct. However, this was not enough to convince him that Juman here has the ability to see the future, because all of his relatives already know this top secret information, and he suspects that a third party sent you here to trap him. Everything Juman knows seems absurd, and he can't believe it. Mag thanked you for investing in his company, but to change the business strategy according to your wishes, he would need to hold a shareholders meeting. After saying that, he apologized and wanted to leave first. Hearing those desperate words, Juman had no choice but to play his trump card. He did not expect this to be the only way to maintain this close relationship, to show him that he had foresight for the future. Juman revealed to Magan Lok about the information of the 4th round, and was sure that this information would somewhat make Maglok trust him more. After sharing the confidential information with Mag, Jun also left. Sang Chun also bowed and apologized to his chairman for his earlier outburst. Maglok happily waved his hand, saying it was okay because he was just worried about him. After that, Sang Chun expressed his own opinion about Juman. He was skeptical about the ability to foresee the future that the other had, because if he had such a power, he could stay silent and enjoy a comfortable life on his own. Why would he help their company? But the chairman had a different perspective. He believed that the reason the guy wanted to cooperate was to make more money. So Chun stroked his chin, still not understanding why he was doing this. If there were 280 billion, that would be an enormous amount of money. Life could be luxurious without having to work for a lifetime. The chairman also saw that what director and said made a lot of sense. But human greed knows no bounds, and if he really was a prophet, they needed to turn Diamond into an ally. Getting information for the next round would truly be beneficial for them. Not to mention it would help the company grow. It would indeed be a 2-for-1 deal. As for whether he really was a prophet, time would tell. Outside, Juman confidently walked down the street. He was sure that by the time the fourth round ended, the chairman would firmly believe he was the prophet. But you did not completely reveal to him the important information, like the side mission or how to climb the rankings. Earlier, you told him and your subordinates that the round 4 mission is not about killing monsters. Instead, there will be a massacre among the players, and you need to be especially cautious. Juman was thinking of a nice scenario for you and your brother where they would protect your family when they found out you were the prophet. After all, it is always better to have the prophet on your side than on someone else's. Then you took out your smartphone and planned to call someone. Jury was wearing a nice outfit, hurriedly going to meet someone. While waiting for the traffic light, she saw a supercar parked in front of her shop. She thought this person was really inconsiderate for blocking the front of her shop, just as she was silently blaming him. Juman opened the door and apologized for being careless. He invited Jury into the car so they could chat while driving around. In the red supercar, Juman transformed into a cool guy, showing off his charm. Jury was thrilled to sit in such a luxurious car for the first time. She asked how much the car cost, and Juman sincerely answered, "Not much. Just around 900 million. Jury was surprised at how casually he said that with that amount of money, she could open many more convenience stores. But for Juman, who had a lot of money and pressure to spend, it really is not that much. Jury thought to herself that what he said was very true, because after all, he won 60 billion. The two of them seem to be on completely different levels. She still feels shy, thinking that they both seem like they are on a date. Suddenly, Juman's voice startles Jury. "You have something to say to Jury. Something you want to confess. And you definitely do not mean anything weird." Hoping she won't misunderstand, Jury's face is flushed, feeling shy but still trying to act like she is fine. "No way, it is a misunderstanding. What do you want to confess?" You remind her about winning the lottery through a dream. But today, you tell her that you learned it through an ancient language that lets you see the future, and that this ancient language helps you know future events. Then add that your profession is a fortune teller. Hearing this, Jury is very happy and glad for you because it is a special profession. She thanks Juman for telling her the truth. Even if you are friends, telling someone about this is still very difficult. Hearing Juman be honest with her, Jury decides to share with you the ancient language she possesses. It is a protective ancient language. Within a radius of 10 meters, the more people around her, the more layers of thin protection she has surrounding her. Telling Jimin the truth makes her feel relieved inside. She asks you why you are sharing the secret of the ancient language with her. Since Juman is already acting, he might as well make it really good. Keeping a secret makes me a bit worried. Also, I think if I do not confess the truth, you won't believe what I am about to say. Jury is curious about what Juman is about to tell her. The car keeps gliding smoothly on the quiet road. Inside the car, Jury was surprised when Juman revealed information about the fourth round. Juman advised her to be very careful, because she did not know what tricks the other players would play. Jury felt very grateful because she was sure he cared a lot, which is why he told her. She shyly glanced at Juman, thinking that he might have some feelings for her, and she hoped that was true. In the late afternoon, Juman went home and still could not believe that Jury had liked him all this time. She hid it so well. He did not know anything at all. Although he felt a bit awkward about this, it was good because at least she would believe in his vague predictions, and that would make it easier for her to become an ally. After a day of hard work, Jumin lay down on the new bed he bought from the Kong store. He took a nice long nap to reward himself. Time passed gradually, and the last day of the month had arrived. 5 minutes before the new day, Jumin bought a dark glove, an item that could only be used at night. Its stats were very high, and the option to turn weapons into transparent ones was also very useful, and if he combined this with the Death's Knight, it would be very powerful. Joe knocked on his brother's door and asked about whether his brother felt confident about conquering this round. The younger brother worriedly reminded his brother to survive and come back to the family. Juin was annoyed that his brother was already doubting him like that. After that, he also fell asleep to enter the fourth round of play. Dongmin appeared, holding his head in confusion. Not understanding why he was brought here, the status window immediately shows a punishment command. All metrics will drop to 50% permanently. Now he no longer has more than 10 times the command authority. Getting through the fourth round is truly a dilemma for him. Besides, there are those who want to usurp his representation, eyeing his position, and his so-called friends will also come to take revenge. At this moment, he finally came to his senses and looked around. A pure white space that looked very eerie. This pile of white made him feel like he was going to become a test subject. Turning around, he discovered the person who caused his current predicament, a person standing from afar manipulating everything, and without hesitation, killing the embodiment of the punishment deity. He thought to himself that if he were strong enough, he would have kicked that guy's face into the dust. Though very uncomfortable, he had to accept his powerlessness. After all, How could a blade of grass on the roadside compete with the clouds? To save himself and survive this round, Dongmin approached to befriend Black Ball. He then brought up the deal from the previous match. That was to become Black Ball's subordinate, and he would protect him. I do not need a subordinate like you anymore. The cold and indifferent words from Black Ball hit him like a bucket of cold water in the face. You won't have a chance to use your command authority anymore. A representative of the area without command authority is useless. Besides, most player occupations have already been taken, so having command authority now would not do any good. Black Cat crossed his arms and smiled brightly, then said, "You have no value anymore. You are just a moving target." Dongmin went silent upon hearing Black Cat's words. He began to glance around at the other players. Black Cat then reassured him, saying that he is just a target in name only, and not many people actually want to kill him, because the fate of these players is very short, and perhaps everyone understands that now. Being a regional representative is just a title with no real power. As people level up more, the number of people Dongmin can command decreases. Compared to the risks, it is not worth much. Hearing Black Cat's words made Dongmin feel very agreeable and logical. At this moment, as Arin and Sang-chun also arrived to join the group, Dongmin was taken aback and clenched his teeth when he saw them gather here. Both greeted Hu cheerfully and asked if he remembered them. Sang-chun even casually glanced and teased Dongmin. After all, he had saved us from that girl standing here. We want to thank you once again. Dongmin pouted when he was called a girl. Black Cat raised his hand to stop him from feeling unnecessary emotions. He said just thanking me once was enough. No need to come find me again. Sang-chun, besides thanking him, also sent thanks from his company's president to Black Cat for saving them. He wanted to say something more from the president, but Black Cat simply closed his eyes and shook his head, saying they should stop there because he basically did not care. After that, Arin took out a sparkling purple crystal and sincerely thanked Black Cat with both hands. Just by looking, you recognize that it is the lowest level purple magic stone, and indeed a surprising bargain. As Arin felt that thank you was not enough, so she wanted to gift this to you. Before she could finish her sentence, Juman quickly grabbed the item. Since this is an extraordinary item, there is no need to refuse. Holding the stone in his hand, he told himself that he must try to make a low-level magic stone when he returns. Zarin was sweating, not knowing if Hisaju would like that gift. She was also afraid he would get angry for giving him a seemingly useless stone. Juman could read all her thoughts. And just as he thought, she did not know the value of the magic stone, and if she had known, she would not have given it to him. Dongmin stood by with his arms crossed, thinking that he had something like that too. This thought made Dongmin take notice. Dongmin raised his hand to scratch his face, recalling that his stone was called the Black Gold Power Stone. As Juman knew, the Black Gold Power Stone is an item that drops from monsters with a very low rate. It is an item even harder to find than the magic stone. At this point, trying to actively get one is impossible. Juman smiled knowing that Dongmin had such a valuable item, wondering if it was luck or misfortune. After that, Azarin asked if he needed a protective shield, then revealed that she had leveled up to it to a summoner, and could summon spirits to create a shield for him if he needed. Juman thanked her for the offer, but he declined because he felt it was not necessary. When Arin heard this refusal, she seemed a bit shy. She bowed her head to him and wished him all the best in this round. Just as Dongmin was about to leave, Juman called him back. If you keep this up, you will regret it. I told you already. You are a moving target. Dongmin still did not understand what he meant, because he had previously said no one would target him. Dine quickly denied his statement. I said there would not be many people. Not that there would not be anyone at all. The interests of the regional representatives have not completely disappeared yet. Even though most people have reached level 10 and have jobs, there are still a few who have not made it there. That means there are still targets to command. Do you think that among thousands of players, no one will target you? Dongmin looked at him and asked what he should do now. Juman smiled brightly like the dawn. I will help you so you do not become an easy target. Hearing this made Dongmin happy, and he was about to say thank you when Dongmin cut him off and hinted, I did not say I would do it for free. To pay me for helping you. You remember the stone that Zarin gave me earlier, right? If you have something similar, just give it to me. Hearing this, Dongmin quickly opened his status panel and took the stone from his bag to give to Juman. After receiving it, Dee asked if there was anything else. Dongmin hugged himself, fearing that he would take his gear. He had given everything he could, but he did not need to worry about that, because even if he wanted to gift it, Black Dog here did not want to take it. Dean puts his hands in his pockets, turns his back to leave, and keeps his promise to protect him. At this moment, the light of the 10 directions of the Buddhas shines brightly across the area. The angel also manifests from there. O humanity! Today you all have gathered here again, but the numbers have decreased. The players were surprised to hear this. wondering if there was actually a fight happening outside, only to who's respawned 99 times. Finds this quite normal. Because if you have not gotten into trouble in a month, that would be unusual. The angel, seeing the players' attitudes, excitedly announces the rules for round 4. The main task, to slaughter each other within 3 hours. The players are confused upon hearing the words massacre and killing each other. The angel hovers above and explains in detail once again. You just need to stab and kill the players next to you. Simple. Right. The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by making you kill each other. Unlike the previous rounds, this time there will be no monsters. The players are worried upon hearing this. A young man raises his hand and asks, if half of us can survive, each person just needs to kill one other person. Right. The angel smiles, raises her cute finger to her lips, and says that is a secret. But if the secret is revealed, there would be no fun left. However, Juman below sneers, because he realizes that it is not for fun, but because she is taking orders from above, and is not allowed to disclose anything from her superiors. The angels are just a means of conveying information for them in this damn survival game. There is another game manager too. The fact that she is hiding a specific rule means she has received orders from the game master. The angel crossed her arms and added, it is not just about killing players to complete the mission. Only the top 521 can survive, and the criteria for that ranking is a secret. And one more thing. Even if you are the first to kill someone, it does not mean you will be ranked first. The broadcast ends here. Now let the killing begin. As she finished speaking, a countdown timer of 3 hours appeared on the system. The other players were confused and hesitant to act since they had no conflict with each other. Dongmin watched them from afar, feeling very excited about this round, as he also had a few targets in mind. Du Min glanced at him and realized he was right. He was thinking about killing his friends. Dongmin smiled brightly because if the other players were too scared to kill, then he would be the champion. Just as he was thinking about his friends and planning to make a move, Du Min approached him, startling him. Is something wrong? Du Min replied. I told you I would help you not become a target. Right. Well, I am keeping my promise. As he said this, a crimson scythe appeared in his hand. Before Dongmin could realize what was happening, Du Min had already slashed at his neck. He then collapsed. At this point, the system board also brings up the side mission board, eliminating the regional representative for a certain period of time, completing the task with a reward of the lowest level mana stone draw ticket. The lowest level mana stone draw ticket randomly provides from 1 to 5 lowest level mana stones, and that is the item Juman wants. He kills that Min guy to get the reward from the side mission, although that is not the main reason. The players around, upon seeing this scene, immediately start to slander Juman. Jimin just glances at them and sees a bunch of hypocritical moralists. They are all just pretending to be nice. Not long ago, they were the ones aiming for the regional representative position and wanted to kill mine. Some even came to confront Juman directly. You can't just keep killing people like this. Don't you have any humanity at all? Murderer. You are a murderer. And from now on, what they say to you is not wrong. Because you already killed that Jiang Xian. Not only that, but you will continue to kill countless more until round 20. But what is respectable is that you never kill without a reason. Especially in this round. You have no choice but to kill to get through it. Whether you like it or not. Even knowing that the angelic law was stated before, these hypocritical people still criticize you. Countless people want to take this opportunity to eliminate you because to them, you are a major threat. But what they do not know is that Juman has read all their thoughts. Jun thought to himself with a confident and smug expression. They think they have found a good opportunity. What a joke. They still did not stop their petty gossip and chatter until the system announced, Player Ahu has become the new representative of this area. At that moment, they fell silent, because now he was like a tiger with wings. Juan crossed his arms and mocked the hypocrites in front of him. What is going on? Why are not you all shouting anymore? Or is it because I am the area representative now that you are scared? He realized that these scared ones probably had not changed their profession yet. Some guys who were hit where it hurt immediately retaliated fiercely. Xianchu's name then changed from yellow to red. In rounds like this, once you have killed someone, your nickname turns red. The more you kill, the darker the red becomes. The color change of the nickname is to distinguish who has committed murder. Instead of innocent players, people will choose to kill the murderers anyway. That way their conscience will be pricked much less. But those who kill murderers also become murderers themselves, and as a result, they encourage each other to kill those around them. Right now, these people might still hesitate to kill anyone. But this will be the reason behind the deaths of many. Deuman continued to mock them to provoke the crowd. Some guys wriggled and retaliated, calling him a murderer. Juman quickly explained to them the difficult problem of being called a murderer by these people all this time. This game is simply kill or be killed. Don't tell me that the survivors still do not know this simple rule by now. Stop being so morally high and mighty. Face reality. If your life is in danger, there is no way you would not point a knife at the one threatening you, Rumimi said seriously, with the light shining directly on his handsome face. This is not the time to be idle. If you are that worried, just argue it out, like we did before when we voted. Jumin knows that even if he does not say these foolish words, they will eventually rush in and start fighting among themselves, but by then, it would be too late. At least by saying these words, he could help them waste less time, and according to his memory, if that happens, the number of people passing this round might not be 521. He spoke harshly to hit their psychology, because it could help more people survive. The players began to feel uneasy upon hearing what FTQ Shu just told them. Two players expressed their own opinions, and the exchange became heated. Bad words started to bounce back and forth, making this place livelier than ever. Azarin was worried that they had to kill someone to save their own lives. As for Sang-chun, if they do not kill, they would be the ones getting killed. He expressed his opinion on why they should care about the lives of strangers they do not even know. He completely agrees with Hiko's words and reminds Aaron to be determined as well, because killing is not a pleasant experience. Aaron looked at him with a skeptical gaze, as if he had killed someone before. Sang-chun quietly walked away and replied, "Not all. I am just guessing. Both of them now just kill as they see fit to survive." A debate then started. Some even suggested killing Hei-chung. But that was a crazy idea because how could they kill a player who had reached level 30? Another guy immediately rebutted that statement. "I bet that even if we all jumped into attack at once, we still could not kill him." Another guy signaled for silence, fearing Heftik Shu would hear. On this side, Du Min could only click his tongue because he heard everything. The other guy panicked when he saw him looking, and a decent boy stepped up to argue against the hypocrites. "What the hell are you talking about? Life is very precious. Even if that person is a murderer, we should not kill anyone." The person next to him thought this guy was right. "If we kill someone, we ourselves will become a murderer like him." Someone else shouted, "Who makes me virtuous when someone has to die for him to continue living?" The person next to him agreed that they should kill the criminals. "But my friend, how can we distinguish who is a criminal? Are you going to ask those with a criminal record to raise their hands?" The young man heard the girl making fun of him from a distance, and immediately showed an angry face. The two exchanged words back and forth, while the outsider egged them on to fight. Seeing the guy provoking, this young man shifted his target to that jerk. Both of them used their skills and prepared to face off against each other. And Li Zhiyu could only shake his head in disappointment, as they kept talking without actually doing anything. But he did not need to worry, because soon enough they would be going at it. In the chaos, Dung Min suddenly reappeared. This was the hidden rule of this round. After 10 minutes of killing, players would respawn. Min sat up, confused about why he was being stared at by so many people. He rubbed his neck, not understanding what was happening since he had just been talking to FTF Chayu. The players shouted in surprise at the sight. Other players began to have their own plans as they saw Dine Min being revived by the system. Weapons started to be drawn. A girl tried to stop everyone, because it was not certain they would be able to respawn. Before she finished speaking, she was unexpectedly attacked from behind by someone. She was stabbed by an unfamiliar young man from behind with his claws. After stabbing, blood covered him, leaving him in shock. Those who witnessed this scene were wide-eyed and terrified by the savage sight. Some realized that after 10 minutes Dong Min would respawn, so they thought it best to wait for her to come back, and then decide what to do next. Everyone there unanimously agreed to wait. After 10 minutes passed, her wounds healed, and indeed she was revived. Just as she turned around, confused about who had just killed her, that jerk unexpectedly appeared from behind. But this time, he was attacked directly in the back by someone else wielding a large axe, which killed him instantly. The guy who just killed someone smiled happily with a smug look on his face. So after 10 minutes, they come back to life. Right. His nonchalant words left countless people feeling disgusted and horrified. Du Min stood there proudly watching. You think that even if they prove the ability to revive, the other players would not be too comfortable with killing. But humans are like that. They will be influenced by circumstances and reveal their own madness, just as you said. All the players then rushed to fight each other without holding back. Everyone was killing each other, convincing themselves that the other players would also be revived. Thus, around 1,000 players were brutally slaughtering each other. Basically, it had turned into a battlefield. Jin then summoned his scythe to go out and confront them. The other players saw this and became alert, but they were quickly swept away by a single blow from him. 3 guys behind wanted to team up to ambush him at this opportunity, but they were no match for him. Basically, he had detection skills, so their ambush was completely ineffective. Besides Jumin, There was also a guy in this group nicknamed Black Fire Dragon who was continuously slaughtering. Since he possessed the ancient language of devouring, this situation was a feast for him. Look at the color. His name is Bold. Dyuman must have killed about 10 people already, and he needs to respawn a few times to repent. This guy is feeling really good because every time he kills someone, his stats go up. His village's ancient saying makes his progress increase every time he kills an enemy. Once his progress is full, he will receive a random stat. Riding high. This guy crazily slaughters other players to boost his stats to another level. He is thrilled that his progress is increasing so fast, thinking about how much it will rise if he kills Xi Chu. But that crazy thought he quickly extinguished because messing with that big shot. Who knows what kind of disaster will happen? He glanced at the other players and happily enjoyed, safely leveling up even more. With that momentum, he swung his axe, killing player after player. It was as if this playground belonged to him. His prey continuously respawned and offered their lives to him. He did not know how many people he had killed, and his destination was the top of the leaderboard. Suddenly, he hesitated when Hefikakushu appeared before him. Jin activated his death form, and the entire mystical sky darkened. The Scythe then turned semi-transparent. He was paying attention to counter carefully, but before he could react, his head suddenly flew off. No wonder it is Shao. I should have avoided crossing paths with him. The sound of swords clashing echoed, and countless players fell to the cold ground. Dongmin stood watching and saw a girl revive after 10 minutes. He thought this was indeed good news and smirked with satisfaction. He thought this was the chance to get revenge on all the bastards who had stabbed him in the back. He hurried off to find his close friends who were all worried about him. Dongmin rushed over to greet them, and then gave his friend a punch to remember right in the face. Dongmin had the expression of a fierce demon and unleashed a flurry of blows on his friend. After a while, that friend had already passed away. He turned around with a disgusted look on his face, wanting to find more people to take revenge on. If hell exists, would it look like this? A place full of violence where people only know how to hate each other. Zarin held a weapon in her hand with a timid stance, and blood splattered all over her body. Samchu looked at her, thinking he could endure a little, but it seemed Zarin was in trouble. If this affected her mental state and hindered her work, he would not have the face to meet with the chairman anymore. While he was thinking, someone grabbed Arin's hair from behind and attacked her unexpectedly. Sang Chun quickly moved into counterattack and stabbed straight through that guy with his sword. Arin then followed Sang Chun's lead to finish the guy off, so they could get through this round smoothly. Even though he was a bodyguard, if he told her to follow his orders, she would still listen to him. As Arin trembled after just killing someone, then stood up to regain her composure and asked the bodyguard how long they would need to fight. Sang Chun replied that it would take at least another hour to finish. Arin spoke while trembling in fear. I can't even bear to watch them die. I do not understand how people can kill like this. Sang Chun is frustrated, thinking she is too weak. It seems she has been overly protected. Even though he thinks that, his words contradict his outward attitude. If you are tired, please take a break. Haven't you killed about 50 people already? That should be enough to make the leaderboard. Leave the rest to me. Sin shyly thanks him. But that is what he was waiting for, because now he can fight freely without having to give her kills, and can focus on his own score. There are only 10 minutes left until the round ends. Juman is intensely focused on taking down other players, because he does not want to lose the first place prize in all regions. He charges through with lightning speed and his powerful scythe. With each slash, he becomes enamored. With 2 slashes, the crowd is intoxicated. Even though he kills many to climb the ranks, Jun lives by one motto: once you have killed someone, you do not need to kill them again. The ranking for this 4th round is not just based on killing as many people as possible. You need to kill as many different people as possible, even if you kill the same person twice. It only counts as 1 kill, and Jun glides past the guy Dongmin. He has to ignore him while he is happily swinging his fists to kill. Just now, he has killed his 3 friends repeatedly, and those guys will definitely have a hard time surviving this round, because if they keep dying right after respawning like this, they won't have a chance to earn points for themselves. The time for this round ends in just 1 minute. There is not much time left, so Juman strides forward to get as many points as possible. He observes the players, all of whom he has already taken down. But that blonde guy has not been taken out yet, so he gives him a slash to the back. Just as he finishes off that guy, the round ends. The angel appears with a bright smile, enjoying the chaos of everyone killing each other. The players look at her with dissatisfaction, because who finds joy in killing each other? She glances at the dirty bloodstains below, twirls her shiny blonde hair, and continues. Anyway, you all did a great job at killing each other. Before we see the results, let us revive those who died in front of you. Juman thinks she is just putting on a show because, in reality, This revival is a system ability. The players are then revived back into the game. Dongmin's friends immediately ridicule this jerk. The angel hears them shouting loudly and immediately shows a face full of horror. From now on, if any human dares to speak, I will snap my fingers and make them disappear. Her words, soft as the wind, make everyone below go silent. Even Dongmin feels nervous. The angel then puts on a delicate pose when she sees everyone quiet down. Now, if everyone has been revived, let us take a look at the results. Then she reveals the side mission for this round, leaving everyone astonished. With a snap of her fingers, the system board instantly appeared before all the players. The side quest was to eliminate the regional representative within a certain time frame. And only one player had completed the side quest in this round, no one else but the young idol, Black Dog. At this moment, the others were furious to learn this. But it was already too late. They regretted not taking action against Hong Dong-min. Dong-min was very bitter after being tricked by Black Dog. Feeling the sting of defeat, the angel then revealed how the results were calculated. The ranking will be based on the number of different people you have killed. Even if you kill one person multiple times, it will only count as one life. The players realized this too late and regretted it. The angel smiled, laughing, saying they were truly a bunch of fools with developed limbs but empty heads. How could it be this easy? With another snap of her fingers, the final results of this round appeared. In all area, Black was still the one who killed the most people with 722 lives. Next to him was the Fool with the Mage profession, having 521 lives, and the Dark Knight profession, with 433 lives. This time, Black Dog still ranked first, surprising the angel as she gazed at him. The other players could not help but praise how Black Dog managed to wipe out 70% of the people here by himself. The angel clapped and praised this outstanding student, wanting to reward him for his achievement. The system board also started displaying numerous notifications about the rewards, including a choice of medium armor. After scanning through the options, he decided to choose the Bloodthirsty Assassin's Cloak. This cloak provided very strong stats with high defense. Along with that is a special reward including a 50% boost to the limit stats for round 5. 5,000 gold. Information about round 5. Since you have regressed countless times and know how difficult this round is, you did not think much and chose the 50% boost. The angel above announces some shocking news. In their area, there are 30 people tied at rank 521. Anyone lower will be eliminated. She looks excited because it is time to eliminate the players. Ignoring the pleas, the eliminated players quickly disintegrate into dust. Dongmin barely escaped and it was quite close. Sarin and Sang-chun also easily passed this round. Round 4 ended with nearly 90,000 survivors across the area. In Jumin's area, only 521 people survived. After a moment, their souls will be transferred to bodies in the current dimension. Round 5 will start at midnight on the date of May 2024 at the Imperial Hotel. Sang-chun hurriedly went to find the chairman. He was resting in bed after a tough round. Sang-chun rushed here because he could not contact the chairman. He thought something unexpected had happened to him. The chairman quickly sat up to explain. You think I would die in round 4? Didn't you see the results? Sang-chun awkwardly rubbed his neck. I did see your name on the leaderboard, but I was still worried. Anyway, that last round was really crazy. Right. The chairman held his face. So as soon as I got back, I collapsed on the bed. I am just so exhausted. 433 people have died after the first round. If we also count the repeated deaths, there might be even more. At this moment, Majin Lok only thinks he has become that strong. So what kind of monster is Hexu? Is he even human? Why does Chun think he is a soldier in active duty and part of the special forces? A person with skills and bravery like that in Korea makes it impossible for him to guess who it is. And for Majun, the more he thinks about it, the more he admires Hextashu. No matter what his true identity is, if he could cooperate with him, it would make him feel very at ease. Chairman Mai immediately thought of Dayuman and wanted to ask that prophet about Ho's background. Sang-chun added that the prophecy from Juman was completely accurate according to what he had predicted for them. Earlier, Juman had told them this was a massacre, a disaster, and the players needed to kill each other. Sang-chun asked Chairman Ma about the prophet Juman's house, and whether he really wanted him to become a business partner. Mag said of course, as he held 31% of the shares anyway. In fact, the company was basically in Juman's hands. Besides the fact that business now had to follow Juman's wishes, what they needed to do now was to pull him to their side. He advised his subordinates not to underestimate him or feel smug just because he is young. Even if they do not like his attitude, they should praise him and follow everything he says. Only then can they reclaim all the sweet benefits from the jar of honey named Chi. Hearing Chairman Ma Thong now explain, Sang-chun nodded in agreement with what he mentioned. After that, he called his subordinate to quickly contact him, saying that to celebrate our survival, there should be a big party tonight. And if he has family, He should bring them along. Mag then came up with the idea to invite a top idol, Sel Aaron, to attend the party to gain some fame. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Jumin arrived in a supercar to take Juri out to eat with him, so she would not feel uncomfortable. He would treat her today. Indeed, having a rich friend comes in handy. Getting in the car, Juri thanked Jumin for revealing the details about the 4th round to her. Thanks to that, she could easily get through it. Jimin thanked her for trusting him, and not thinking he was just lying to her. For Juri, deceiving her would not bring any benefit. And she thought Jumin would never do that. She felt very grateful, because if Jumin had not told her to kill at least 30 people, she would have already faded into dust. But Jumin thought she really did not need to thank him at all, because whether you say it or not, she will easily get through thanks to her powerful protective charm in every grain of rice. Compared to Sarin, who is like a flower protected in a greenhouse, Juri is more like a weed growing outside. The two then went to a restaurant to celebrate. Juri kept thanking Jumin. You can only sigh, not knowing how many times she has thanked you already. Juri was eating while overthinking heavily about the things she did during the 4th round. Jumin sensed that it seemed she still felt guilty. He advised her not to think too much and not to blame herself, because she also needed to survive. And it is not just you. I and the other players can't avoid it either. Juri was trembling and crying because she had killed someone. This made Jumin angry, and he raised his voice at her. So what, if something similar happens in the future? Are we just going to leave it like that? If I do not wake up, what will my family do here? We have family waiting for us. At this moment, Juri suddenly thought about her father back home. If she does not wake up, her dad will be very sad. Juri realized she had forgotten the most important thing, which is her family. That is exactly why she was able to hold on for so long. After that, she happily enjoyed the food with Juin to soothe the fatigue from round 4. After eating, Juri thanked you again, but this time she called you mine. You were surprised because this was the first time she only used your first name without the last name. Hearing that, Juri said if it is not a bother, she would call you that. At this point, Juri's mood had probably calmed down. Jumin wanted to get to the main topic. Jun told her about the information for round 5. This is the hardest round so far. Also, the areas will be combined. Basically, the separated areas will merge into one. Juri was surprised because she might meet Jumin in round 5. You lied, saying it is possible to meet but not in round 5. In fact, they would meet in round 5. But if you said they were in the same area, she would definitely want to see you. Jumin wanted to meet Juri while hiding his identity. Then he added another way for Juri to successfully get through round 5. You mentioned Hack and told her to go meet him and ask for his help. Juri was even more surprised when the person Jumin mentioned was Hexu Chachu, who ranked first in all areas. She wondered why Jumin was telling her to ask him for help. Yumin explained again to avoid her misunderstanding. Instead of asking for help, it would be more accurate to say to cooperate with him. You need to temporarily ally with him to survive. Juri is worried because after all, he is level 30. A person who stands above all. How can she compete with someone like that? Jumin reassured her that she has her own skills. Surely, Black Crow needs her too. Their relationship will be symbiotic. On the surface, she is worried, but deep down, Juri thinks differently. If she can safely get through this round with his help, that would be great. But her skills are truly powerful, and only Jumin knows that. It is not just a simple skill like she thought. Jumin told her not to worry, because Aishu will cooperate with her not just this round, but the next one too. Since he has seen that scene in the future, she does not need to worry. Hearing this, Juri perked up. She thanked Jumin for sharing such important information with her. Then she asked him to hold out his pretty hand, and she gifted him one of her skills. Jimin had guessed this would happen, because he knew she did not like to feel indebted to others. Now he can confidently go home and use that. Thanks to Juri's blessing effect, and the bonus stats from the butcher's skill after killing 100 worms, Jumin's stats have increased significantly. He opened the status window to take a look and was shocked to see his luck had skyrocketed to 84. With such high luck, he confidently drew a lottery ticket for the magical stone, a reward he received from the previous round. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably pray to the gods for a decent item. But he is anything but ordinary, right? And what about hacking that damn game and getting rid of that cursed god name? You remember the first day you met that angel. You do not know who it is, but this has to be the work of a god. Who else could grab 1.8 billion people and throw them into a deadly game? The one behind all this has to be a god playing with humanity. If you make it through the final round and can turn one wish of yours into reality, you will wish for that damn god who created this disgusting game to die a terrible death. With such a high luck stat. Of course, after using the magic ticket, you get 5 magic stones. You feel this result is great thanks to the curse, not because of begging the gods. And you feel really lucky. Then, Jumin starts combining the stones. First, He combines two of the lowest level red magic stones together and hits combine. When combining magic stones of the same color and level like this, you can get higher level magic stones. Along with the magic stone you got from Cell Aaron, and the one drawn from the lottery ticket, you have successfully created another low-level purple magic stone. After that, you let the magic stones combine with items to gain more stats. After a few steps, you have utilized all the magic stones you have, and now, what you need to do is go meet the fancy mag outside. Your younger brother just stares at you when he finds out that the chairman of the company you invested in is the heir of the Wong Group. Juman does not hide anything and says this is the real deal, and today, he was invited to the party as a business partner, and in the future, he will have a long-term collaboration with them. The younger brother was panicking. Feeling unworthy of joining his older brother, Juan adjusted Juan's tie and told the younger brother not to worry because Mag and Lo had said he could bring family along. As they both stepped out the door, they were warmly greeted by a subordinate. Jay politely greeted and received a business card from him to get acquainted. He also apologized for having treated the younger brother disrespectfully in the past. He added that they should see this party as an apology, so he hoped the younger brother would not mind. Both were chauffeured in a fancy limousine to the Imperial Hotel. Entering the Grand Hall, the younger brother was startled to hear the chairman call his brother a shareholder. He approached Juman's younger brother warmly and greeted him politely. They were taken to a luxurious dining table filled with high-end delicacies. Jay's eyes lit up like stars when he saw the lavish dishes prepared by a 5-star chef on the table. The chairman noticed the younger brother's attitude and promptly invited him to join the small feast. Although it was not a large spread, it would definitely be enough for him to fill his stomach. Just as they were about to start dining, the top idol Cell Aaron appeared in a stunning black outfit. Cell Aaron bowed her head to apologize to the chairman for being late, because she had to attend the funeral of a fellow actor. Maglochi cheerfully responded, "You do not need to worry. We understand." Then he pointed to introduce her to the major shareholder of their company. Jugong could not contain his emotions when looking at the real-life idol in front of him. Cell Aaron seemed happy on the outside because the shareholder was her neighbor. But inside she thought the chairman was teasing her since he looked younger than her, but was already a major shareholder of the company. Juman, her younger brother, could not hide his admiration for Cell Aaron's beauty. Anyone who sees her appearance would naturally react this way. Seeing his younger brother like that, Juman also tried to show some interest to play his Hollywood role. Maglov noticed Juman's expression and looked pleased. He really was young. It turns out that the rich are just like everyone else. He then invited everyone present to join the fun feast. The chairman asked if the food he served was to the liking of the major shareholder and his younger brother. Both of them enthusiastically praised the food, which made him visibly happy because he had tasted all the dishes before and asked the chefs to redo them to treat the honored guests. But he also asked about Juman's family since he did not see him bringing anyone else along. He did not hold back and told them that his younger brother was his only family and that his parents had passed away. But he was surprised by this unexpected situation. He quickly apologized and thought to himself that he had lost points by asking this question. When Ju heard that question, his face also showed a sad expression. Seeing this awkward atmosphere, Mayan wanted someone to lighten the mood. He glanced over at Zarin after finishing his cup of tea. He called her outside to talk privately. Out in the lobby, he asked her if the food today was good. When he got the answer that it was very good, a bright expression appeared on his face. "Do you think I called you here just to enjoy a feast? I called you here to help make the atmosphere a bit more cheerful. Why are you so slow to understand?" At this moment, Maegong revealed another important piece of information to Arin. Besides being a major shareholder, Juman is also a seer. His profession allows him to see the future, just as his title suggests. And what they need to do now is to make him happy. If they knew the information about the next round in advance, just think of how beneficial that would be. So he gave Arin the strategy of using not-so-perfect face to go along with what he said and laugh with him. He tightly held my hand to make it clear to Arin, using every means to capture that fairy's heart. Arin wanted to explain something but was immediately interrupted by Magi. He created an opportunity for her to become famous in her acting career. And now it is time for her to repay that debt. What she needed to do was make Juman happy, no matter what trick she had to use. Even though it seemed like she was not willing, Arin had no choice but to follow his instructions. At the dining table, the atmosphere was gloomier than ever. After the conversation outside, Chairman Mai and Arin returned. He invited everyone to move to another fun location he had prepared. He glanced at Arin as she hesitated while trying to win Juman over. As he had advised, Juman did not care about her at all. But June, a 14-year-old boy, was different. The shy boy was nervous in front of the beautiful girl, and asked her to take a picture with him later. Seeing his younger brother interested in Arin, Magi quickly texted her to change the plan. Change the target and befriend the younger brother first. Why was Arin sad? Because the younger brother was a true fan. Yet she had to deceive him for the chairman's personal agenda. Juman above had also read her thoughts. Megan playfully thought of a beautiful scenario in his head, unaware that he had already revealed all his thoughts. Everyone was led to the VIP room to experience the luxurious space and enjoy delicious alcoholic beverages from the hotel. Hearing that, Jun quickly declined because he was still of school age. Since Chun was instructed by the chairman to bring something different to the boy, he hurriedly left. There are 4 people left, and Duman also said he can't drink. Maegong immediately urged him to try some. Juman did not care about what he said. He interrupted to call Aaron outside to take pictures with his younger brother, leaving both of them confused. When it was just the 2 of them, Juman looked at Mag with a fierce expression. "Chairman, do you think I am easy to deal with?" Seeing his attitude made the other guy even more intimidated. Juman subtly reminded him of his position as a fortune teller, and brought up the planning discussion he had outside with Sel Aaron, implying he already knew everything. Juman seriously told Chairman Ma, "You should not hide anything from me." At that moment, Mag was terrified to have his private conversation with Sel Aaron exposed. He did not expect Juman could foresee the near future like that. "I told her to win me over. But you also want to take advantage of my younger brother. That is crossing the line." Being called out on his devious plans, Majinla could only sincerely apologize. "I made a stupid decision. You foresaw it. I will fix everything that upset you." Seeing his sincerity, Jun did not press further. Majula quickly thanked him for giving him another chance. When the subordinate came back at that moment, Gailok quickly adjusted his outfit and told him to go outside, then instructed him to guide the other 2 to the next room. The situation was getting worse as the beauty trap was completely ineffective on Duman. Juman immediately asked him if he wanted to know more information about the next round, and hearing this made him light up. The reason he accepted the invitation to this party was also to reveal information about the 5th round to him. But with this inconsistent attitude, whether it is sharing information or collaborating, it would be very difficult. Mag quickly apologized and hoped he would overlook this incident. Juan just hoped he would not hide anything in the future. He also wanted him to trust him unconditionally. He hoped he would not question how the company operated anymore, and told him to convince the other shareholders during the shareholders' meeting. Mag unexpectedly agreed to his conditions. Juman then revealed detailed information about the 5th round they were about to face. This mission was to kill 500 snails, but it was not as easy as that, and the regions would link up with each other. Since the number of players had significantly decreased, the separated regions would begin to merge into one. Hearing this made Majin eagerly ask about the name Black Snail. Juman shook his head and revealed that he would not be in the same area as the player named HC. He wanted to ask more about the person named Awan. Juman just smiled lightly and replied, "I do not know who he is either, but you will meet him soon enough." In fact, that person was standing right in front of him. Min thought to himself and reminded him about the name he was pursuing. Hearing Jumi mention this made him go from one surprise to another. "Just as I thought. The ancient prophecy of your future is beyond imagination. Juman only advises you not to investigate that name because it will lead to significant losses. And you can only reveal this much to him because the divine secret must not be disclosed. Actually, you are keeping that guy alive because he is still very useful." Magloch is silent, thinking, then decides not to investigate Dongmin anymore as advised by Juman. After that, he calls Diumin to return to the party together. In his calculations, he wants to relieve his mood tonight. The rain starts pouring down. In a deserted alley, a man with one arm missing is trying to escape from someone chasing him. He is cornered. At that moment, heavy footsteps approach. A sword is raised and then strikes straight at his legs, in the soaked shirt revealing his muscular six-pack. No one else but Chairman Maganlal. He is taking action because this old man is a child molester. He has been to prison and was released. He lies pleading on the cold ground. But Majin Lafi ignores those words. He stabs the sword straight into the man. If he does not want to die slowly and painfully, then he should stop talking and shut up. If there are more witnesses because of him, the body count will rise. Seeing the old man obeying him, he uses his skill to send him off peacefully with dark mana. He thinks if it were not for the need to replenish dark mana, he would have killed trash like him immediately. To use dark mana, he needs dark mana. And to replenish dark mana, he has to take the lives of others. Also, killing people yields more dark mana than killing monsters. He brushes his disheveled hair up, feeling delighted because he has always enjoyed killing criminals, and the Dark Knight profession is truly spot on. Once finished, he approaches and absorbs mana for his weapon. His dark mana can only drain the life force of living targets and cannot absorb dead bodies. Suddenly, he hears a noise behind him, causing him to turn his head in alert. Luckily, it is just a cat. Otherwise, there would be another murder. It is, and he thinks about Juman's future, and perhaps he knows that he is a serial killer, but still approaches him. Megan smiles mysteriously and finds it very interesting. Before leaving, he calls his subordinate Chun to handle his tasks. 2 weeks after the party with Mag. During this time, Juman stays at home since he has nothing specific to do, always thinking about the future. So he spends these days listening to really chill music. But today, his rest period is considered over. On his phone, he reads about news that players will change the world. And it is time for him to take action. Now he needs to go find one of the 5 ancient languages that can be found in the real world. The ancient language he is about to hunt for this time is the human language, a series of news displayed on both the magazine and official website. 1.8 billion people were dragged into the otherworld, dropping to only 90 million in just 3 months. The economy is in danger due to the loss of the younger generation, with schools across the country also closing. The endless pain of parents and siblings around the world is consumed by grief. Hyung Tech Ningo sits in the classroom, his body still covered in blood. Just in the 4th round, there are already a bunch of dead people. They really are useless. The news he cares about mostly discusses the psychological issues of crime. They are aided by games to reveal their worst nature, killing each other off. On the contrary, Hyung Tech is extremely pleased. It is truly a mess. If they were players, they would do the same thing. What is wrong with wanting to do anything before I die? Those damn old fools. That is why they should not always force themselves into a mold. Don't do this. Do not do that. It is all due to restrictions and rules. The more he rambles, the angrier he gets, swinging his iron rod. One swing from him shatters the wooden chair. Hyung Tech pumps chicken blood into his brain. That is why we all explode now. His eyes become lifeless and bloodthirsty. There is no one important anymore. What can stop me? Anyway, I am a player. Risky blood is the only thing I have over all of them. Hyung Tech stands before the bloody battlefield he has caused. Who should I kill next? Things have gone too far now that he craves more slaughter. I just killed someone in real life, but I do not feel anything. Is it because I have been through hell in the 4th round? Hyung Tech scratched his head, scolding the system. But only 1 point per person. That is stingy. Is it because they are civilians? He recalled the previous battle with pleasure. The 4th round was truly amazing, even better than killing monsters. A system message appeared. Ancient language devars. This item will help you gain random stats. Hyung Tech's bloodlust was increasing. I want to kill players instead of civilians, since I get more points from them. He observed the article for a while. Is that an online player community forum? Can I join the forum to meet other players to kill? This way, I will get more points than him. Hyung Tech wondered. To join the forum, I need to fill out the required information. Full name, level, and username. Hyung Tech scoffed. What? They want all my personal information and even an interview. What a hassle. But I have to get in here to meet other players. Other players would never think that there is someone out there killing other players. In the blink of an eye, the interview day arrived. Hyung Tech stood in front of a certain shop. Is this the right place? They previously gave a specific address. Please come to the welcome coffee in Wabu. Namwoin before noon. You can wear whatever you want. Hyung was a bit dazed for a moment. This is the place. But damn it. They called me out to this godforsaken area. The bus does not even come by. He was just grumbling and pushed the door open. I am going to kill that damn interviewer if he pisses me off. What? The interior is more modern than I thought. His attention was focused on the 2 guests sitting there. Are those 2 the only guests? One person proactively greeted. Are you the one we have the interview appointment with? Hyung Tech replied. That is right. The other person came closer to him. What is your username? The question and answer were no different from any other conversation. Just like Black Dragon Fire in hand. Nice to meet you. I am the interviewer. My username is age 30. Hyung Tech looked at him in shock. You are a player. Age 30 could only chuckle. Yeah. I know I do not look like it. But I am 30 this year. This way. Please. He introduced the other person at the table. This is little Coco. He is here for the interview too. Coco. This is Black Dragon Fire in hand. You might become teammates. So say hi to each other. Hyung Tech immediately had a bad impression. This punk who looked like an anchovy is a player too. He looks so weak but still sits down and greets. Hello. As soon as Hyung Tech sat down, he started looking around the cafe. I guess the business is not doing well. There are no customers and no extra staff either. Uncle is not surprised at all by his comment. It is quite far from the city, so it is understandable. That is why we rented this place for the interview. Hyung is still curious. So you guys rented this place? But should not the owner still be here? I do not see anyone. The 30-year-old slowly explained that the owner is preparing food in the kitchen. This is a coffee shop, but they also serve meals. Hyung Tech looked around casually and replied, Get it? He just needed to glance around to silently form his opinion. There are not even any cameras here. Hyung Tech quickly dismissed the thought in his head. Not just to kill 2 people. He could not miss this opportunity. Then urged. Aren't we going to interview? Minjin answered calmly. We are waiting for one more person. We will start when he arrives. His mind suddenly jumped to the question. There is one more person. But he still tried to confirm. Are we not 3 people? The guy was explaining while looking outside.
Yep.
The appointment is a bit late. So let us wait a little longer. He is. The door just opened with a pleasant jingling sound. Minjin eagerly stood up to welcome him. Are you here for the interview? He replied yes shortly. While the other guy eagerly asked what your username was. When he heard the other person confirm with the name Hakao, Minnan instinctively covered his mouth in surprise. A few days ago, Thean had an online meeting with the executive staff. Welcome. Jamie, she was called by the chairman and excitedly responded. It is great to meet you. He continues to call out other names. Welcome Borin. Once the roll call was done, Thine immediately got down to business. Everyone was present except for Jam made of honey. Now let us start the meeting for the 3rd week of April. Lost Chiak. You go ahead, he just yelled.
Yep.
Chairman. He quickly became curious about how many people would participate in the forum this week. Lost Chiak reported briefly. About 2,000. Tun lightly expressed his feelings. That is more than last week. He also comfortably admitted it.
Yep.
The number of players is decreasing each month. But the number of participants in the forum is increasing every week. Lost Chiak paused for a moment and then voiced his speculation. I think the article about us has attracted them. He was suddenly filled with interest. Who hired the reporter? I raised her hand to admit it. Me. Chairman. Tihyun looked a bit surprised. I see. I did not expect you to have connections in this field. She smiled modestly. It is a new connection. The talented personnel made him even more excited. That is wonderful. I would not expect anything less from a long-time member. Lost Chiak. Out of 2,000 people, how many people actually have skills? He hesitated to estimate. If we exclude players without classes and those below level 10, we have about 1,200 people. Thean rested his chin thoughtfully. So how many people are truly useful? Boring adjusted his glasses and began to take the floor. I will talk about that. You look at the tablet and provide what you know. One player to note is Black Dragon Fire from the X45 area. He is a normal level 10 warrior, but has secured 3rd place in his region. He seems quite hesitant. 3rd place must mean he has a good reputation for his level, or it could be that he is lying. Boring is not shy about making suggestions, but I think he is good enough to be considered a candidate for the executive position. The Hun responds casually and does not forget to urge, right. Is there anyone else? You continue to fulfill your duty of providing information. Another person is Lit Coco. He comes from the Sex 1227 area, always ranking between 4th and 10th. Finally, Boring gives a rough statistic. Besides those 2, there are 50 players in the top 100 of their region. The Hun is satisfied and plans the next steps. That is quite a lot. Looks like I will be busy interviewing people then, as the chairman. Of course. He will assign personnel to carry out this task. Right, my 30s. The guy suddenly got called out, squinting his eyes as he shouted, Excuse me. The Hun irritably questions, Are you dozing off? What did you do last night that you are already sleepy now? Minjin stammers in response to that. But before he finishes his sentence, he shuts it down. I am not going to listen to any excuses. Finish processing 50 of the interviews before the next meeting. If we do not get it done in time, another senior candidate might replace you. That guy is scared and hunched over to accept the job. I get it now. Please assign it to me. Hyan is losing patience and brings up another topic. Anyway, has Laws H reached out? He looks at his phone and shakes his head. If he had, I would have reported it immediately. He lowers his eyes, showing disappointment. Maybe that is true. I will give him an executive position right away if he joins. What a pity. Hyan focuses on the media card. Yummy. Can you ask that journalist to write a few more articles? We might need more promotional strategies to attract more participants. She mischievously rubs her thumb and forefinger together. Of course. As long as there is money. He generously promises. Do not worry about that. I will reward you for your contributions. She smiles widely, sending heart emojis. Thank you. Chairman, Hyan is relieved to continue the meeting, so let us move on to the next topic. Just then, Loss panics and interrupts. Wait, Chairman. A well-known person just requested to join the forum. He can't contain his curiosity and asks, Who's it? The guy holding his phone is trembling, struggling to utter 2 words. The participants. Everyone present there. All together. Hold the chat. Min recalls that shocking moment and is even more enthusiastic now. Nice to meet you. It was not too hard to get here. Was it? He bluntly denied it. It was tough. He scratched his head. Flustered. Sorry about that. This is the best place for us to keep our privacy. Minjin smiled goofily before extending his hand in an inviting gesture. Anyway. You are really handsome. I bet the girls love you. This way. He enthusiastically pulled out a chair and introduced himself, inviting them to sit. These two are here for interviews just like you. Hyung Tich did not expect to see his enemy in this situation. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Ruman lowered his head to avoid attention and awkwardly spoke up. In Hong nonchalantly crossed his legs and confidently replied, I am Blackball. You can look up comfortably. My alternate name is Little Coco, but inside I want to punch him 100 times. That jerk is really funny. Hung Tich gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger along with a bit of confusion. Blackball. The one who killed me 5 times. I really want to ask him if we have met in real life. Why does he enjoy trying to kill me so much? Min Jin, sitting across from him, noticed he was silent for a long time and asked, Blackfire Dragon, what is it? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? He jolted and stammered in response. Hello. I am Blackfire Dragon. Without saying anything else, In Hong just glanced around, the atmosphere suddenly thick with tension, the unnamed pressure making him bite his lip, his mind lost in a chaotic mess with no way out. What the hell? He did not react at all. I thought saying his name would make him acknowledge it. Or maybe he does not even remember my name despite having killed me 5 times. Reemin sits neatly in a corner, slowly sipping a strawberry drink, discreetly watching every move of the person across from him. Have I acted so arrogantly? I am also pretending. But this guy is a real con artist. His familiar suave appearance quickly helps you gather some private information in your head. His player name is Kukuro Bingba. He is a professional scammer who has pulled all sorts of tricks to make money. All the data you have is negative, which makes your head achy a bit. He is not dangerous yet. But later, with biotech humanity, he will become infamous, rather known for the crimes he commits. Ruman's eyes suddenly darken, not bothering to hide the killing intent emanating from him. It is bitter that criminals also have power from another world. But it is good that I have met him as destined. I will use him to obtain biotech humanity. Only Minnan does not pay attention to the heavy atmosphere at the table, pulling out a thick file from her bag. Has everyone finished introducing themselves? Then I will start with the verification of personal information. Let us begin with Little Sifes. Shall we? Called out unexpectedly. He pauses for a moment before quickly regaining his composure to respond. Fine. My name is Kim Sung. I am 20 years old. I graduated from graduate school, so I do not have a job yet. The guy started scribbling those things down, his mouth not stopping, pushing for quick answers. Here it says you are a level 13 assassin. Is that right? Yeah. And you are 4th in your regional ranking too? Yep. He pretended to be confused on the outside, but inside, Ruman was quietly annoyed. Mocking him. It is all a lie. Of course. Except for the player's name. Remembering the encounter with the nameless player, his mind suddenly became chaotic. Little CF really is a guy who exists. In other words, I am also impersonating someone else. But I need to do that to achieve the ancient language replication. Each breath became heavier, and his mind was getting more confused with every passing second. The ancient language replication requires the recipient to kill someone at the place where the ancient language is hidden while impersonating someone else. Facing that cold, fake attitude, Ryman took a deep breath to suppress the rising anger. In the past, that bastard killed someone while pretending to be me, and obtained the ancient language replication. After recording all of his information, Minnan looked towards Hung to continue the unfinished business. Alright. Next you, Blackfire Dragon. After having someone as a model before, he also spoke seriously. My name is Sim Hunch. I am 1 year old and currently in high school. The guy's face lit up as he continued. You are the youngest one here. But the way you talk is so empty it makes others sick. This fat little pig is a high school student, and he stinks horribly. That thought just crossed my mind, as Ruman had a firm grip on that guy's face. He scoffed coldly in his head, wondering if the guy would still look down on him if he knew Sim Hunch had killed his classmate. That is not something a normal high school student could do. Given his chubby figure, Minnan had to awkwardly ask again. You are a level 10 warrior, and you really did 3 quests in your area. Right, with obvious suspicion. Hai Hung immediately slammed his hand on the table. Yeah. What about it? Do you think I am lying? The guy stumbled over his words, trying to maintain the tense atmosphere. It is just part of the process. I am sorry if you feel offended. He quickly flipped through the papers to reveal a blank page for the next interview. It is your turn now. What is your name? He did not hesitate to disclose everything, his expression similar to someone who just missed a jackpot. Kim In Hong, 28 years old. Fund manager. I have never dropped out of the top rank in the level 30 area. You must know my profession is the Reaper. Right. Is there anything else you want me to confirm? Suddenly confronted, Minnan felt uneasy, his voice trembling. That is all. Thank you. On the surface, he appeared relaxed, But inside he was cursing like crazy, a fun manager. It should be managing a bunch of scam artists instead. Then he would use this shady name to borrow money from others. The thick stack of papers was gently placed on the table by Minjin, and his words flowed out softly like alcohol seeping into the ears. I was just confirming your identity. Let us start the interview. Just tell me why you want to join Sue. You first. Little Coco, one thing that was just mentioned is that Rumen has activated an elite performance mode. And his voice is trembling. Well, the world is very dangerous right now. It is really scary to go out alone. So I think it is better to be with other players. He just thought of a note and quickly changed direction. Okay. Next is XX along. King Tech is stunned and has not come up with a new excuse yet. I can't say that I am here to kill other players. He quickly spat out a few words that did not make sense, sounding like he was rehearsing for a test. I am like little Coco. I can't go to school anymore. And I am worried about the next round. Hearing that, he cast a hopeful glance towards In Hong. What about you? Asexu was too lazy to respond. So he just casually threw out a half-hearted answer. I just registered because I saw there was a forum. It sparked my interest. The reply left Munin speechless. And all he could do was laugh it off. Ha. So that is how it is, but inside. He secretly sighed as a sort of comfort for his wounded heart. No matter what he said, it would all pass, because he is Heftek Shrew. A blink later. He flipped his expression quicker than flipping a pancake. His tone light but laced with danger. All right. Your answers were quite good. Now, here's the final part of the interview. The crazy smile is nothing more than a clear flag on that guy's face. The way his teeth barely whisper a few words can send chills down your spine. You have to kill someone to get through the last part of this interview. Still sitting motionless, Remin swallowed hard and slowly turned, his lips moving without making a sound. Kill someone, but why is not he getting the reaction he wants? Min Jin's face shows clear regret. I guess you do not understand. All right. Let me help you get it. The pressure quietly spreads with each of his words, making the surrounding atmosphere suddenly lose its usual calm. You must have seen the articles. The government has started to tighten up and turn its back on us. They fear we are stronger than they are. Jian Quokka's hand clenched tightly as if to show his determination. However, we players will soon dominate the world. That world will become a reality much sooner if we all cooperate. His soulless eyes paired with that crazy smile make Minen look like a real sociopath. So we should not let the law stop us. We need to show the government that the players are the law, starting with going against the law. You are too scared to speak up, so you cover your mouth in panic. Just like a weak boss in a comic. Is that why we have to kill someone? Enjoying the emotions of the other person. Minen proudly add, that is right. It is a way to show the government our will. Everyone sitting at the table was holding their breath, trying to listen to every word coming out of that guy's mouth, to show them that we are not controlled by the law. A notebook full of terrifying information. Minen looked at him and smiled a businesslike smile. Do you understand now, little Coco? Rumin awkwardly nodded, pretending to be scared while avoiding the guy's gaze. Ah, yes. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense. He thought everyone understood. So he continued without waiting. Anyone who does not want to continue the interview can leave. But in return, you won't receive our assistance anymore. He felt set, retreating into a corner and letting his mind wander. Clearly, those who leave will be put on a list to force us to kill, making it hard for anyone to leave later. Without a word exchanged, the two others sank into a heavy silence, their eyes glued to the void. Minen immediately took that as an invitation, putting on a bright face, his spirit soaring unstoppable. It seems like you are all ready. Good. Then I will take it as everyone agrees. We will start the final part right now. Hyung Tich was the first to speak after that blood-soaked trigger. So we are starting to kill. But is there anyone here to kill? Contrary to his worries, the guy remained strangely calm. You do not need to worry about that. The thunder struck at just the right moment, distorting Minen's expression. His eyes widened, losing all human expression. I'm all set. The rain came at just the right time, bringing with it the heaviness no one wanted to mention in that cramped house. Realizing it was getting late, the guy pushed himself up with one hand. Shall we? It took 3 people to stand up together. Watching the guests hurriedly fight for rearranging the chairs, Bohm could not help but feel curious. Are you guys leaving? You can stay longer if you want, since you have rented the whole place anyway, Min Jin replied gently. We are in a hurry. By the way, is there a bathroom here? Hearing that, she casually pointed to a hidden corner over there, while he turned his head to follow and said indirectly, Thanks. Can I ask you for a favor while I am at it? At that unexpected question, her expression momentarily froze. What is it? He gently pressed the key into Bo's hand, smiling as he asked for help. Could you get my car from the parking lot for me? I am in a hurry right now. Although the vague way of speaking was quite uncomfortable, since he had given a big tip, she calmly accepted the task, Of course. I will go get it right away. Using the red umbrella to shield herself, she stepped outside, leaving the 4 men behind in her territory. The car door quickly opened, thanks to the key from earlier. Without saying a word, Bohm skillfully folded the umbrella, shaking off the remaining rainwater before stepping into the car. Just as her hand touched the car's step, a pair of ugly hands silently reached out like a creepy venomous snake. Minen's gruff voice echoed while his hand remained tightly gripping her throat. Don't worry, Bohm thrashed wildly but could not move at all, her mouth only producing a few meaningless sounds. The pressure on her windpipe deprived her brain of enough oxygen, making her every movement even more shaky and heavy. After a moment, Bohm fell into unconsciousness. Yet he still held her tightly without letting go. Easy, except for Inong. The other 2 were left speechless. What did you just do? Why her? Min Jin glanced at the cowardly guys behind him, casually speaking as if discussing afternoon tea. What are you all doing? Get in the car. As soon as he finished speaking, Bohm's limp hand suddenly jerked. That made the Riam Min group even more terrified. Breaking into a sweat, he meant the coffee shop owner. Yeah. The white car sped down the winding road through the mountains. The wheels stuck in the muddy ground suddenly stopped, increasing the tense atmosphere inside the car. Min lifted her onto his shoulder and led the group slowly toward the abandoned storage house. We are here. This is where we will carry out the final part of the interview. Inside the dim, damp room, the sound of their footsteps echoed. He threw Bohm down onto the ground without hesitation, his voice sounding dry, chilling the air around them. Let us get started. Who will kill her? Without giving anyone a moment to think, Min appointed someone himself. How about you go? Black Crow and Hong stood to the side, suddenly caught up and froze. All right then, the guy chuckled and joked in response to his serious demeanor. Just as expected from you. Ruin fell silent, thinking, then suddenly interrupted just as the situation was about to peak. Hold on. The excitement was instantly dampened, causing him to ask with a hint of dissatisfaction. What is it? Little Cock hesitated for a moment before mumbling. Can I do it? A dark light flickered in his eyes, as if he had just caught a whiff of something fun. You want to do it? Interesting. I won't expect much since you seem pretty shy. Thomai's probing tone was clear, only to see him nod without hesitation. Well, for me, that is fun. Black Crow can do it. The 2 men said nothing, starting to switch places. Just as he brushed past you, the chaotic beak was instantly unlocked. So do it well. I just helped you. Hu Mun's gaze darkly swept over the fake figure beside him. Thanks. I will definitely make good use of the ancient language. Hearing the familiar words, he froze. Ancient language. You are saying? But before he could finish his sentence, Ainung was grabbed by you, his large hand immediately twisting that cunning head to the side. You stood there watching as his neck was twisted with no reaction at all. Min Jin was silent as he witnessed everything happen too quickly in the chilling atmosphere, his body trembling, and his cold eyes now covered in a layer of fear. What is going on? The guy slammed his hand on his head and screamed like he was having his brain pulled out right there. What did you just do? You dare to kill Black Crow? Are you crazy? Rumi tilted his head, his gaze piercing straight through, making the guy freeze. Wait. Come over here. The aura radiating from him made Mining feel like he had to take a step back. Even if he did not know why he was scared, that gaze was like he was looking at prey. It felt like something had changed. What actually happened? In Hong's death immediately triggered a series of notifications from the system that you had killed someone while impersonating, meeting hidden conditions, and discovering the ancient language replica. This ancient language has automatically engraved itself on your body. Seeing you walk slowly towards him, the guy was so terrified that he stepped back, impersonating, and after a while, Min's brain finally started to reboot. You have to kill that woman. Why would you go and kill Black Crow? Answer me quickly. Under the gaze of that inhumane person, Riemann slowly sat in front of Bohm. Because he is trash. And you are trash too. You carefully wrapped the black plastic bag over her head, leaving enough space to avoid danger. Hearing those words, the guy was so irritated that he got hot-headed and growled. If you are good, say it again. Without warning, Minnan immediately drew out his pirate sword, looking like he got unjustly docked pay 2 times in a row. You just said you saw something good right in front of you. You would not back down and waved your hand to call your minion out. The Grim Reaper's scythe appeared under the dark red aura, a horrifying sight that stirred the cowardice in the hearts of the witnesses. I told you this is a trap. Right. Did I say something wrong? The guy was speechless, his mind so blank that he could not even come up with a polite response. What is with that scythe? Could it be the main weapon of Black Scythe? I have never seen a player with a scythe that big. Wait. His face gradually turned pale, his breath quickening in the thick, suffocating atmosphere. The player was using a gigantic scythe. In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, Minnan heard a deep voice coming from him. Because he was the scoundrel trying to impersonate me. It made that guy feel a bit uncomfortable for a long time. Impersonation. Hold on. Reading Minan's thoughts. He gently shifted his stance to prepare for the confrontation. Now you understand who Black Scythe is. But the opponent was pointing the sword down. His words strangely hesitant. You are Black Scythe. Hearing that weak question, he felt a bit regretful but still had to respond. Sorry for lying. The guy's hands were trembling. So weak that he had dropped his sword to the ground without even realizing it. Turns out it was true. This person is not the Black Scythe I knew. He is the real Black Scythe. As soon as he felt the situation was unfavorable, the guy immediately knelt down, not caring to maintain any dignity for himself. Sir Black Scythe, I am very sorry for mistaking you. It is just that you are too good at acting. Please spare me. The quiet space suddenly echoed with a sound. That made him instinctively lift his face to ask, before he felt something brush against his neck. With a powerful swing of the scythe, Minan's head flew straight down to the ground. Rolling all the way to hunch, the head dropped right in front of my shoe. The startled look in his eyes left him no time to think. His toes stumbled back, his face turned pale, and he could barely utter a word. Facing the man with the covered face, Hung Tech felt frozen, and Nun Thin did not dare to say a word. This is truly Hextro. He was on a completely different level. I could not even catch the motion of the scythe swing. Ryu Min raised his weapon, his voice steady, neither high nor low, but enough to freeze the air. Now it is just you and me. What do you think my next move will be? In his eyes was a coldness devoid of life. Just a final warning, if you have any last words, say them now. Even though his heart was in turmoil, Hyung Tech still tried to speak formally. I won't say anything meaningless like begging for mercy. I just have one question I have always wanted to ask if I could meet you. Remembering the moment sitting in the cafe, you cautiously probed for my thoughts. You wondered why I killed you 5 times in round 4. Right. Before he could hide his surprise, he instinctively replied. Yep. Ryu Min paused for a moment before summarizing the reason in a few simple words. The reason is simple. I want to keep you under control. That made him feel both confused and scared of this genius. Keeping me under control. Why me? He had intended to share. And he did not hesitate to express his thoughts back then. You seem to be the most skilled person among those I have met right now. I just need to eliminate the competition. Just as you finished speaking, Hung Tech jolted back as if he could not control himself. Seeing him stutter, Ryu Min gently prompted. Is there anything else? Now you can rest easy. Hearing that, he froze as if sealed in place. Can I ask one last question? You remained in position. Slowly responding, what is it? Hyung Tech stammered before finally managing to say a few words. Why do you want to kill me? Like a seasoned judge, Ruman spoke calmly. Because you are a traitor, naturally charged with a new crime. He looked panicked. What have I done? Only to receive an answer that could not be more unreasonable. You did not come all this way to kill this girl, fearing for his life. He quickly defended himself. But I am nothing yet. His weak argument was easily brushed aside. You have not done anything yet. You have been standing and observing for a while now. Rum Mun's gaze wavered for a moment before decisively lowering his weapon. Your voice was not too loud or too short, but it had an unusual authority. Unlike those jerks, your only crime is being indifferent and watching. I will give you a chance. Okay, suddenly being pardoned. His face brightened up considerably. Really? The scythe he lightly tapped on the floor. But his half-hearted attitude made the atmosphere tense and unpredictable. Every second ticked by with mounting pressure. Now he had to give up everything he had. Looking at the neatly arranged pile of stuff in front of him, Ruman silently exclaimed. This guy has a lot of useful things. His genius brain started glancing at each item to calculate the price as if it were nothing. If I sell all the items he bought at the store, I could make about 2,000 gold. Seeing him focused on the things on the ground, Hung Tech awkwardly scratched his head. I even gave you the staff and the gear I used. This is really all my possessions. I do not have anything else. He calmly took out 2 magic stones. Casually replying, what did I say? Noticing Ruman had no intention of choosing anything else, he cautiously probed. Aren't you taking anything else? Hung Tech quickly received his confirmation. I do not need them. You can use them. He quickly replied as if he had just received a deployment of grace. Yep. Of course. Seeing that hasty figure, he silently expressed regret in his heart. After all, I can't sell those things back to the store. Putting everything into the spatial storage. He awkwardly asked once more. So you will spare my life as promised. Right. Seeing that slightly pathetic look, Ruman suppressed a laugh and nodded. Of course. I will let you live. A gentleman keeps his word. The heart that had been hanging in the wind finally settled down, and he quickly bowed to thank him. Thank you. Thank you so much. Making you incredibly annoyed. Stop it. It is so embarrassing. He suddenly kicked the body of View Chi lightly, a faint smile on his lips, then said softly like the wind. From now on, live decently. You can deal with these corpses if you want. Terrified by the authority of that person, he quickly bowed his head to accept his fate. Remin bends down to look at Bohm, who is fainting in a corner of the warehouse. Mumbling, "I will take this girl away." Remembering the earlier moment with Hode, Hung Tech timidly steps forward for me to help. He awkwardly puts her arm over his shoulder, his voice annoyed from exhaustion. "No need. How can I trust you? Back off." He silently watches the sight of the guy struggling to carry her away without daring to say another word. After a while, he finally lets out a painful sigh. "Phew. I thought I would have to die like this." But the guy spared him, although he lost a few valuable items. Nothing is more precious than life. Hing Tech's face suddenly shows a look of dissatisfaction. The problem is, what is this feeling of emptiness in my heart right now? Did I really do something wrong? He snatched my belongings just because I was standing there watching. His mind is tangled with an unclear frustration that is growing stronger. It is really unfair. For a moment, looking at the scrawny figure in front of him, his competitive nature starts to rise, enveloping his rationality. Isn't he completely off guard right now? Didn't that guy get hit in the back and not die? What should I do now? If I kill someone of higher rank like F. Shea Crew, my stats will increase several times. His breath becomes rapid with each thought racing through his mind. That is right. This is a rare opportunity. One I will never get again. His veined hand has summoned his steel axe without him realizing it. And if he does not seize this opportunity, he will regret it for life. Hyung Tech stealthily approaches, each step aimed directly at the intended target. "Don't pay attention to me. Just do not pay attention to me." The illusion is about to be completed, making his heart race faster than ever. Just a little more. Hung Tech's eyes are locked on Riemann's exposed head. At this moment, his whole body tenses up. He grits his teeth and channels all his strength to strike down on the unprotected head. "You damn dog." The intricately carved axe is immediately stained with blood just from its owner's foolish move. Hyung Tech lets out a satisfied sigh as he sees the product of his own making, collapsing onto the cold ground. The guy Menju Valentun smirks slightly, his eyes clearly showing unhidden pleasure. "Huh. I killed Tivdiv. That was easy. Huh. Can you believe it? Xianzhu was killed by a level 10 like me." Not stopping there, Hung Tech quickly kicks Riemann to vent the humiliation from earlier. "You dog. You should not have turned your back on me. Who cares how high your level is? You are such an idiot." He laughs with delight, his eyes vacant, not realizing how ridiculous he looks. "Thanks for this pile of trash. You fool." But as he waits in silence, the system fails to appear in his dream. At this point, Hyung Tech is left dazed, completely stumped. Why has not the notification message for the stat increase appeared yet? Normally, the message should appear immediately. The module should be working nonstop, while the brain has been completely inactive from start to finish. What is going on? The plot twist he did not anticipate has arrived. Rumen did not know when he stood behind Hung Tech, his voice chilling to the bone. "What do you think?" Hearing that, he quickly turned around in sheer panic. Seeing you standing calmly as if nothing happened left Hang Tech stunned and stammering. Rumen radiated a killing intent but still spoke gently. "Why are you so scared? Are you seeing a ghost or something?" His body quickly fell into a full-on shaking mode, continuously backing away. "How is it possible that I just killed it? And it has some kind of resurrection ability." His foot accidentally bumped into Bohm's shoe behind him. Hyung Tech hesitantly glanced around to see what was happening. Next to her, there was no human body left. Just a layer of spiritual energy floating that kept startling him. There is not even a trace of blood left. You quickly answered the question evident on your opponent's face. What you killed was a copy of me. Making him panic to the point of silently chanting Buddha in his heart. A copy. Remembering the action movie starring Hung Kach earlier, Rumen still compassionately offered an explanation of the ancient cloning ability that allows me to create an identical clone of myself. The brain silently skimmed through the information of the new ancient cloning skill to create a copy along with a lock, turning the user into a spirit for 10 seconds. The clone can't fight, can't use skills or inventory. Not even 10 minutes ago. Your tone had a hint of regret. But it can't fight. Remove the mask. You revealed a deathly smile meant for that two-faced guy. But you have completely been played by it. I guess even if it can't fight, it is still useful. A very good experiment. At this point, he was not embarrassed anymore. Tearing off the fake facade by himself. You lied to me. But Ryuman did not care much about that anger. Your mouth is just messing around. Why are you acting like a victim now? I am the real victim here. You almost killed me. Hung Tech was not afraid and argued back. You are the victim. You are the one who threatened me first. Bored with the atmosphere of betrayal and inhumanity lingering in the air, he quickly summoned his beloved scythe. Without saying a word, the swift swing of his hand passed right over his head in an instant. Young Tech's face was filled with suspicion and confusion as his perspective shifted down to the ground. What is going on? My body won't move. His body collapsed to the ground, leaving his head rolling somewhere. And he voiced his disgust. Listening to you is just a waste of time. A cold voice rose up as Tridu activated his skill, covering the entire warehouse and erasing all traces. The blood-soaked scene gradually faded into nothingness with the pale energy flow, watching everything get resolved quickly. Riem Min retracted his weapon and walked straight ahead. No one would be able to say this was a crime scene. Of course. Except for one person, stopping before the confinement area. He coldly examined it. Not seeing the other person respond. He had to tear apart her top-notch acting. Now you can wake up. How long are you planning to pretend to be unconscious? You know you can't fool the players. Right. I can hear that thought in your head. She realized her trick was exposed and quickly sat up. Feeling the fur piece on her head was a bit bothersome. Bohm tried to probe. Can I take it off? In return for a firm command from that person. Not holding back until I leave. Making her pull her hand back in fear.
Yep.
Seeing the clear light outside, his mood gradually calmed down. I will ask a few questions. Will you cooperate with me? Realizing it was a ladder provided by that person, she quickly caught on.
Yep.
Looking at the woman unintentionally caught in this, Ryman spoke gently. But his words were still quite sharp. How many customers were there? Can you remember each face? The mixed attitudes in that question made Bohm feel uneasy. There were 4 people. One in their 40s. I remember his face because we talked. But the others used skills to assess. His eyes showed satisfaction behind the white mask. She was telling the truth. So she let out a sigh of relief and replied, okay, that is it. The echoes of the previous scene culture still lingered. And she could not help but worry and ask for confirmation once more. So am I safe now? Is everything over? She herself was exhausted from today's unexpected situation. Rumi quickly nodded.
Yep.
Now you can go home. Don't report what happened to the police. It could backfire. After hesitating for a few seconds, Bohm sadly agreed. I understand. You look at the storage door, calculate the time, and then give the order. She can take off the bag after a minute. For the mysterious benefactor. She obediently follows orders even though she can't see anything.
Yep.
The polite voice of Bohm echoes against the dusty walls. 1, 2, 3, 58, 59, 60. The last numbers are called out in the bright sunlight, prompting her to quickly remove the mask from her face. Her bewildered face turns this way, and that as if searching for something. What is going on? The empty storage room makes the woman, who is psychologically shaken, feel like she is caught in a dizzying spiral. There is nothing here at all. It can't be a dream. Can it? The sun gradually sets to make way for the moon shining in the high sky. Rune gently greets as soon as he opens the door. Connie. Rune hurriedly runs out to greet him. Hello. Brother. Seeing his masculine pink shirt, the boy felt a twitch. Yeah. That is my jacket. Where have you been? The unexpected question leaves the boy unsure how to respond appropriately. Well, I will just pretend to pass by as if I did not hear anything. Phew. So tired. So tired. Seeing his brother drenched in sweat, the boy was concerned enough to ask about the situation. Where did you go? Did you have dinner? Rumen takes off the jacket, sighs, and says he has not eaten, hearing the tired tone in his voice. Rune did not let him catch a breath and ask, shall we order something? It made you swallow your sigh and awkwardly respond. Yeah. Just order whatever you want. Looking closely at the fabric on the shirt, you reminisced about the bloody moment that had occurred earlier. It is completely clean, but I can't give it back to him. While waiting for Rumen to order, the boy suddenly saw his beloved shirt thrown into the trash can. Spray adhesive all over it. Wait. What are you doing? Why did you throw it away? Seeing his younger brother anxious, you still casually leaned against your hip and spoke lightly. It is a... Let me buy you a new one. You have worn it for too long. Yet the boy was still so upset that he started to cry, making you rush to comfort him. Will you buy me a better one? Rowan's handsome face slightly darkened, his sad eyes revealing all his inner emotions. No need. School is closed and I can't go outside anyway. The wariness that had been hanging in Rumine's heart now sank even deeper. It must be really boring to be stuck at home and unable to go to school because of something like the pandemic. This gave you a good idea. And you immediately said something that brightened the gloomy boy up. Gunny. Do you want to go out and play with me? Shall we go to Everland? Thinking you heard wrong, the boy hurriedly confirmed again. Everland. Really? Are you serious? Seeing his younger brother's expression change in an instant, he laughed and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. Yeah. Let us have dinner quickly and go to bed early. The amusement park appeared before them, the lively noise rushing into the ears of the two brothers. Ryu was so happy he was grinning like he was about to fly off the ground. It has been a long time since I have been here. Silently watching his younger brother excitedly take in the surroundings, Rumen silently blamed himself for not being able to take him out due to the tough times lately. Before joining the lively moments in the complex, the two exchanged a few words. Is this place still open? These days, there are definitely more places closed than open. In times like this, hope is an important belief. Suddenly, a family of 3 wearing bunny ear headbands happily walked out of the souvenir shop, unintentionally catching Rugen's eye, with a crafty look in his eyes. He was plotting against his brother with a smile that could not be more even. The boy quickly pulled his brother forward, without giving him a moment to think. Brother mine, go over there first. Hurry up. The bright stall was filled with all sorts of panda plush toys. From tiny ones fitting in the palm of your hand to huge ones that are hard to hug. Ryu Min's embarrassed face when wearing the panda headband shone brighter than anything. What do you think? Ryu looked at the stars glow surrounding him, holding a few headbands that kept swaying. He always looked so cool, so cute. Choose that one. There are so many cute things. Seeing his younger brother happy, he felt happy too. Sure. Take whatever you like. After that shopping trip, Ryu Min turned to check on the boy. What do you want to do now? It seemed he had been waiting for that question. Ryu immediately replied. We have to do everything that is here. True to his word. The two of them embarked on a mission to play rare games like roller coasters and a water splash ride that left Raomen soaked and gasping. After the thrilling rides, they went to see the baby pandas at High Line. He quietly enjoyed the joyful moment with his younger brother, the adorable twin panda. Quo, inside. He was grateful for his quick-thinking brain. Yesterday he was so down. Getting him out like this was really good. They played for half the day. Ryu World suddenly remembered his older brother's work, and felt restless enough to ask, right away. But mine. Tomorrow is May 1st. Is it okay for me to hang out with you like this? Of course. I am. But understanding his concern, he reassured him. Don't worry about anything. This time it will be over 10 hours. So even if I sleep a bit longer, do not be scared. Hearing that, the boy became even more anxious. 10 hours is not dangerous. Right, you have to come back safely. You know. The boy's worry was like a cool stream covering Rumen's restless heart. How? You worry too much. Gently stroking that soft hair, he silently told himself. He promised not to let you be alone. He quickly changed the subject so they would not fall into lingering thoughts anymore. That is enough anxiety for now. What should we do now? How about we visit the zoo? Okay. April 30th. 11:50 p.m. The skyscrapers were dotted with warm lights shining out into the open space. Ryu Min lay sprawled on the bed, jolting awake from a deep sleep. The phone vibrated continuously, making him check it immediately. Minjuri. Messages piled up and the waiting mode came pouring in. It is almost midnight. Boo-hoo. I believe it will be okay this time too. Just do your best. Okay, hang in there. See you later. He could only chuckle at the closing icon below. She must be really nervous. Hyu Min's eyes softened, his mouth breaking into a continuous smile. Don't worry. I will protect you from now on. After checking everything, he gently placed the phone on the table. It is time to go. The clock just struck midnight, but the owner had closed his eyes long ago, not bothering to pay attention. A group of players was summoned to a vast, unfamiliar land. Since no one had announced anything, a few people started chatting to ease the tension. Is everyone here already? No way. I think they are just not here yet. In the last round, the number of survivors was around 500, but I did not expect that to backfire so quickly. That makes sense. Even though Ganyu started it, he has to acknowledge the atmosphere around him. It feels a bit empty. Ruin stood still, listening to what they said and thought to himself. It really does feel empty since there were nearly 10,000 people in the first round. But this emptiness will soon pass. Suddenly from the sky, a liver swooped down, just like a god from ancient tales. Nice to meet you all. Congratulations on reaching the 5th round. His greeting went unacknowledged, leaving a somber atmosphere around her. Ignoring her own embarrassment, she let out a sarcastic laugh. What is with your faces? Smile a bit. The last round was so much fun. Have you really worked so hard to kill your own kind? But the hatred in his gaze was all too clear. Oliver clicked his tongue in frustration. All right, I will stop. Your reactions are so boring. A total of 442 survivors have been summoned. You were supposed to have 521, but we lost nearly 80. Looks like there were conflicts in real life. The crowd started whispering excitedly upon hearing the announcement. We are down to fewer people again. Just like every time, but she did not care much about those mundane feelings and quickly interrupted. Well, it is none of my business what you do in real life. However, with just a few people, we can't play properly. The beautiful face hidden behind the veil suddenly revealed a chilling smile that sent shivers down everyone's spine. I have prepared something for all of you. Oliver rested his chin on his hand, wearing a sly smile, then slowly threw out some shocking information about the merging of the regions. One player could not help but raise their hand to ask, "Can you explain in more detail?" She frowned and clicked her tongue, showing her annoyance at this slow-wittedness. Can't you understand that? You are making me do more work. It is definitely the merging of the regions. But she still needs to do her job right. So she tried to muster up her last bit of patience to explain. I wonder if you realize this. But there are hundreds of regions in that country. Exactly 875. The crowd below stirred in surprise. What? 875? Are there that many in our country? This reaction made Oliver burst into a derisive laugh. Ha! There is no need to be shocked compared to other countries. That number is still small. The first person to question seemed to have realized that. That makes sense. If there are 10,000 people in each region, then there would be other countries with more regions. Naji chimed in beside him. Exactly. If there is an angel in each region. It seems to imagine something. He blurted out. So would not there be at least 10,000 angels? The people around hated the key term and immediately got anxious. You are right. Are there that many angels? She smirked, continuing to mock. That is just your speculation. There is an angel in every area. And you just realized it. How stupid. Naji quickly switched gears, tilting his head to question back. Isn't there someone behind you who created this survival game? This sharpness made Oliver freeze up. His mouth moved, but he could not voice any rebuttal. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, denying it frantically as soon as she could speak again. What makes you think that? He believes he has approached the truth. So he is clinging tightly to his own viewpoint. I do not think 10,000 angels would team up just to create a survival game without any purpose. Oliver suddenly flew toward him with a challenging question. And what if we really did team up? Would you praise us? She poked Naji's forehead with her sharp finger, warning him. Don't ask any more pointless questions, or you will get killed. He was so scared that his whole body trembled, and with his pale face, he blurted out 3 words. I. She returned to her familiar position in mid-air, but this interlude still put her in a bad mood. Humans. Riam Min quietly observed from start to finish, a seed of doubt forming in his mind. He must have hit the nail on the head. And I am sure there is a rule forbidding angels from talking about the creator of this game. The more he speculated, the more he felt he was on the right track. Furthermore, there is no way an angel could be defeated by a player that easily and still create a survival game like this. Oliver unexpectedly spoke up in a condescending manner, unintentionally cutting off his train of thought. I am not going to answer your stupid questions anymore. You all just focus on your own survival. She does not give anyone a chance to choose, rushing to wrap things up right away. We can't waste any more time. Anyway, I am going to start merging the area. Remember, I am doing this because there are too few of you left to prevent those reckless seekers of truth like Naji. She is not afraid to threaten more. Do not come up with ridiculous stories. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground began to shake and form deep, regular cracks, radiating a brilliant golden energy, leaving everyone with the same question. What is that? An earthquake. The mysterious force divided the space into evenly spaced squares, all lined up next to each other. Just like a plot of land, the area closest to them unexpectedly moved violently. Even the flames surrounding it were stronger than in other places. Everyone stood by in shock, witnessing a sight more shocking than shaking mountains and splitting earth. Players, whether standing or sitting, all had a stunned look on their faces. The intense pressure from the newly emerged neighbor began to spread to the area that housed nearly 500 residents. The ground there was lifted like the lid of Pandora's box. No one knew what would leap out from deep within after releasing enough energy. The entire area was bathed in a shimmering golden hue. The excess soil simultaneously radiated an invisible pressure until the light gradually faded. Only a few flickering flames remained, but a brand new face, carrying the heat of the flames, gradually emerged. When the wounds heal, a voice questions in the space. Is it over? The most alert player looks around for a while and then cautiously speaks up. Those people are Oliver, who understands the common curiosity. La has completed the merging of the area. She casually intertwines her fingers, but her words are somewhat urging. What is going on? You all introduce yourselves. Just as the newcomers are welcomed by the merger. How long are you going to just stare at each other? Everyone's eyes widen, their faces filled with disbelief. Another angel. The angel seems to confirm their suspicions. A group of angels gathering in the red sky. Oliver, representing the sisterhood, introduces herself casually. Hello, humans. I am sure you know, but we have merged the areas with fewer people. She smooths her luscious curls before modestly announcing the results. We have combined 10 areas into one, with a total of 484 people here. This astronomical number leaves all the players in confusion. In the 10 areas, we had nearly 5,000 people. Oh my, that is too many. But what she wants to convey is more than that. Other areas are the same, which means the names of the areas must change as well. Oliver looks straight down, emphasizing each word. Now the area will be called SSS-001, containing players from Korea. The news is even more shocking than the previous one. The crowd is in an uproar again. So everyone here is Korean. At least we can communicate, but later we might have to merge with other countries. Min quietly agreed in his heart. But he was thinking further ahead than the rest of them. That was obvious, but the merging of regions continues every time there are fewer than 5,000 people in each area. In his mind, he envisioned a fierce future. Later, when there are fewer than 5,000 players across South Korea, we will have to compete with players from other countries. For now, he felt somewhat satisfied with the current situation. Well, it will happen in room 11 or whichever room it is. It is best to focus on the present. Ryumi looked at the white-winged figures above him, his mind boldly predicting the angels would soon start the side game. Sure enough, after some discussion, Oliver continued to act as the spokesperson. Before we announce the main mission, we will create a simple side game to celebrate the merging of the regions. She led the pace very professionally, successfully instilling a competitive mindset in each player, with one representative from each region. Right. But now that we are merged, what should we do? Obviously, we need a new representative. Right. The female player next to Rumen boldly repeated, a new representative. She raised her index finger to announce the only rule. The rules are very simple. The former representatives will step up and fight. The harshness in the words spread everywhere, while Oliver enjoyed it fully satisfied, until only one person was left standing. That person would be chosen as the new representative. The discussions with all their nuances seeped into her ears. We have to slaughter each other to become the representative. Oh my. That is brutal. Sounds interesting. It is fascinating to see who will become the representative. I wish there was popcorn here. Among those forced into this whirlpool, someone showed their unhappiness from the bottom of their heart. They are laughing because they do not have to fight. Ejira is also frantically playing bingo in her head. We have to kill each other to choose the representative. Jemin is gritting their teeth, regretting the past. I should not have become the representative. Besides those burdened with worries, there are those in the optimistic tribe. Maybe if we get killed, we will be reborn. But no matter what mood they are in, they all seem to share the thought that they can give up the right to be the representative. The only one with personal thoughts is probably Rumen, who until now sees no benefit in being the representative. But from this region, we have to win this death match and become the representative no matter what. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Oliver casually threw out a tranquilizer. You guys do not need to be that scared. You won't die in real life. You will be resurrected after the game. Indeed, having insurance makes one a bit braver. Jemin suddenly perked up in an instant. This time we won't die. But the other representatives still showed a hint of disbelief. She noticed the reaction was not strong enough, so she continued to throw out a more enticing bait. Surely, you all mean that being a representative won't bring any real benefits. The new representative will have a title of dominance instead of authority. The people below looked stunned as she painted a picture. It will give you the power to control lower-ranked players. It is an upgraded version of the authority position that allows you to control players, as long as they are ranked lower than you. However, you can only use it 10 times, and the position will be awarded to whoever kills the current representative. Oliver pulled the corners of his mouth up into a knowing smile, his manipulative words dripping like honey in their ears. Quite tempting, is not, to have the ability to dominate the others. Surely, there are knave fish diving headfirst into this sugary bullet. If their rank is lower, what can we control them to do? On the other hand, clenched her fists with a fierce fighting spirit, even in her profession. This expression pleased her immensely, and she immediately signaled that it seemed you all were motivated now. Then get ready. The player side is sorted out, but now the angels are facing a dilemma as Harry spoke up. Now with the merged area, we need to choose a representative. She posed the question, but the response was a deadly silence. Is there anyone willing to stand in this position? She seemed to realize she had misspoken and sighed heavily. Of course. I should not have asked that. Priscilla took the chance to jab. A volunteer angel doing work is just a freak. Men spoke up just in time to lighten the awkward atmosphere. We all know no one volunteers. So what should we do? Does anyone have any ideas? Harry snapped his fingers to announce an idea. How about rolling dice? Nova immediately shot it down without a second thought, relying on luck. Not bad, but a bit boring. Annette also joined the discussion. What about taking turns? Layton pointed out the flaw. That would not be fair. The following numbers will never get to be representatives. Natalia jumped in to support. That is right. Either way, we will have to merge the sections. Alice groaned, sighing and complaining. Is there a way that is both fun and fair? Priscilla suddenly came up with a bold idea. How about this? Are the representatives about to fight? I shot Oliver a meaningful glance. The first angel's representative to die will be their representative. The other girls immediately cheered, clearly confident their team would not come in last. Sounds fun. Good idea. I like that idea. Does anyone agree? They all raised their hands to vote in unison. So fast that no one had a chance to back out. I agree. I feel the same way. Amid the sounds of agreement, Oliver suddenly jumped in to interrupt. Wait, what about this? She stood under the bright red light, calmly suggesting something contrary to the majority. Instead of being the first to die, choose the angel who survives last. She stared intently at Priscilla, each word coming through clenched teeth. Becoming the queen among us. Oliver confidently crossed his arms to present his viewpoint. The angel responsible for humanity, the last one standing, will become the king. Priscilla could not help but repeat it, king. She took the opportunity to enlighten her competitor. Just as its meaning suggests, the other angels would completely obey the king's commands. For example, if they are just a guiding angel, that angel must fulfill their duty, because it is the king's word. Harry suddenly got excited to join the discussion. So if our humanity wins, do we win? And if we win, can we also play the role of king just like our humanity? The others quickly agreed. That sounds interesting, a king. That sounds pretty exciting. What a clever idea. Oliver noticed the shift in the wind and could not help but jab, daring to suggest that the winner will become king. You seem very confident. Oliver did not hesitate to admit it. Of course. I am confident. She pulled the corners of her mouth up into a provocative smile. Who knows? My regional representative is not easy to defeat. Our humanity has never let go of the top spot in the region. She appeared indifferent on the outside. Really, but inside, she secretly scorned. What a foolish, brainless idiot. The top spot in the region. Just because of that, you are going to act all high and mighty. In Oliver's mind, Ruman's figure appeared, making his faith even stronger. If she knew who her regional representative was, she would probably be shocked enough to fall to the ground. She turned to confirm with her direct competitor. What now? Should we play well or drop out? Priscilla pouted and turned away but still spoke boldly. We have no reason to refuse. At this point, anyone would place all their hopes on their player. In the air, only cheers of support remained. I agree. That seems more interesting. I believe our regional representative won't go down easily either. Since no one objected, the urging began. Then, having made the decision, shall we start? Oliver, go tell them. She can shout it out. Consider it accepting fate. She hovered in the air announcing the rules for the upcoming battle. We will start the special match to determine the regional representative. The death match will begin right now. You will kill or be killed until only one remains in this arena. The representatives below pressed their lips tightly and clenched their fists with determination. Even though they came from many different regions, they accidentally shared a common goal at this moment. Of course, Ruman was not excluded from those ambitious individuals. The 10 representatives gathered in one place, all looking up at the angel standing above them. Oliver raised his hand to signal the start of the match. The ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly shook violently. They were all trapped in a blazing arena, completely separated from the other players. The walls gradually rose from the ground, the competition area resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum. The construction happened in the blink of an eye. As the dust settled, revealing the colossal structure in its entirety, the 10 representatives looked around in panic, each face still bearing a look of astonishment. Oliver excitedly admired his creation, then beamed as he reminded them once again, if you die outside the arena, you won't be revived. So even if it costs your life, do not leave here. Up until this moment, the strange death assembly still tried to stay calm and listen to her commands. Then let us get started. Just like that, each person willingly took out their weapons, activating their combat state and raising their alertness. Some pairs had even identified their targets. They exchanged fiery glares. Gemin optimistically calculated in his mind. So if I just need to kill the 9 others here, will I become the king? He scanned the area and quietly came to a conclusion. Noticing that no one made the first move, it seemed everyone was being cautious, and it is true. If they are all regional representatives, they should at least have some power. He carried his blind confidence, rolling his eyes like giant lack, then smirked sarcastically. Still, there definitely won't be anyone stronger than me here. Of course, this confidence is also justified, because I am Ji Fen Ming. Since this started, I have never dropped out of the top spot in the region. Moreover, my talisman is a cheat, just like a sword with a spirit. It knows exactly where to strike. He recalled his glorious past, while wondering how he had already killed 312 people with that thing in the 4th room. What are they doing? Why have not they started fighting yet? Harry shared his concerns, grinding his teeth urging to hurry up and fight. Nova cursed out loud because it was about to blow up. You humans. Dia looks at the pair of angels steaming in the air and wonders. What is going on? Are they betting or something? Why are they so impatient? I was already planning to make my move. He decides to be the leading bird to start this battle. After all, no one here is stronger than me. Let us take this opportunity to make a strong impression and scare them. And to do that, he moves with a belly full of schemes to the middle of the arena and stops. After determining the right distance, he slowly draws his sword. Jimin stares at the representatives in front of him, his smooth-brained mind starting to concoct a plan. I need something tangible. A sacrificial lamb to elevate my performance. He lowers his center of gravity into a defensive stance, wildly inviting anyone. Anyone is welcome. Just step up, and I will send that person to the grave right here. The fat goat has presented itself on a platter, so there is no way to refuse. Rumen steps forward in the astonished eyes of everyone. You carry the scythe on your shoulder. Calmly observing this dimwit from head to toe, Jae-min feels satisfied inside. Shifting the sword from a vertical to a horizontal position, ready to unleash. Finally, is it here? My first sacrificial offering. If there were a competition for inner monologues, he would definitely be at the top. Still thinking to himself at this moment. But honestly, that scythe is ridiculously large, and that weapon is not exactly common. Deep down, Jae-min does not think highly of his opponent and confidently offers a contemptuous smile. He has seen many people with nicknames like that. But how many actually use something like it? Then Rum-min sees his opponent just staring at him and grinning foolishly. So he quietly displays his username above his head. His mind immediately plunges into chaos. His nickname is Black Scythe. And Jae-min grips the sword tightly with both hands, trying to calm himself and maintain a composed exterior. Maybe it is just a coincidence. No way. Min Kai is sure no one could have the same nickname as another player. The hypnosis process is not working as expected. His hands go limp like noodles, and he lowers the sword. So that person is the one carrying the scythe. Getting closer. And his suspicions are only getting stronger. First in the whole area. Have you reached level 30? That unusual reaction catches the eye of the angels watching, successfully igniting their debate. What is up with that human? He looks pretty confident, does not he? Why are you so stunned now? Lai immediately questioned without any formality. Priscilla. Is not he the regional representative? She could only bite her hand in silence. The frustration forced her to silently think things through. What the hell is he doing? This stupid human name made Priscilla's heart scream towards Jae-min. Why are you still standing there? While she was panicking to death, the person next to her could not help but burst out laughing. She did not care about her image and shouted loudly. Is there something funny? Oliver. She tried to hold back her laughter and spoke without any sincerity. Sorry, but this is so hilarious. I can't help it. Oliver pointed to the arena, explaining to her best friend. Look at that human. He is staring at your regional representative, shaking like grass in the wind. Priscilla mechanically followed her gaze, dazedly confirming. Your regional representative. Both her inner feelings and abilities could not accept the reality. That giant tongue is indeed impressive. But I do not feel any aura strong enough to make him tremble like that, as if it were the first time seeing it. She turned to Oliver and repeated that observation once again. So you are saying that my regional representative is scared stiff just because of yours? She was delighted to admit. Does not it look exactly like that? Priscilla had a script that kept playing, and now being slapped in the face. She continued to try to rehash it. Don't talk nonsense anymore. Is Oliver thinking that being the top in the area is just laying eggs? Our area representative has never lost the #1 position since the first round. The remaining girls bowed their heads, listening to those two argue loudly. What? The #1 in the entire region. Are you daring to lie to me? But do not you realize yet? I thought the angels who have seen the rankings would at least know that name by now. Indeed. Among the unwilling audience, there was an angel who recognized the name. I remember that name. He is the human who always appears whenever the results are announced. Priscilla trembled all over, unsure if it was from fear or anger. But that name truly unsettled her. Is he really the area representative for Oliver? If that type is indeed the black one, then my area representative is no longer his opponent. Just then, a gasp made her jump. It turned out that down in the competition area, Jae-min had his throat cut cleanly, becoming the first to go for takeout. Ryumin had just put away his weapon when his head rolled over to a stop by his feet. Oliver did not miss the chance to throw more fuel onto the fire. It seems Priscilla is out. The remaining representatives were also terrified by this final blow, their minds in chaos. Why is the black one here? The 8 people on the stage were like 8 ants crawling on a hot plate, all sharing the same thought. Even if they combined their strength, they could not defeat him. They might even die without having a chance to react, just like that guy. How could they possibly beat someone at level 30? I am only level 13. Ijira suddenly bowed his head to look at the bow in my hand, struggling internally with intense psychological turmoil. The second unlucky guy saw you aiming at me and instinctively backed away. Fec true. It is great to meet you. Ha. I am really happy to be in the same area as the famous Hekfi Shu. To the point where I might cry from happiness. Ha. The closer Ryumin got, the more frantic he became. Wait, let us talk first. Okay. Era next to him raised his hand in surrender. fearing to get caught in the crossfire. Look, I have even put my weapon down. I do not intend to fight you. With someone starting, everyone agreed to find a new direction. Everyone looked toward the group of women with wings to express their stance. Hey angels. I surrender. We give up. Me too. I give up. Me too. I admit defeat. Lai shouted in frustration. What an embarrassing scene. Giving up? You just said to give up. You humans. Lai sighed in exasperation. They have ruined the fun. Mizzen, feeling embarrassed, stepped up to represent the group and issued an ultimatum. I warn you. Anyone who mentions surrendering will have their head explode immediately. And if that happens, do not even think about resurrection. Got it. Those eager to take shortcuts were suddenly doused with cold water, their faces turning pale like banana leaves. I suddenly looked down at the bow in my hand, my mind fiercely battling with itself. Another representative boldly suggested, we have 8 people. We might still be able to win. Min appeared calm on the outside, but his mind was racing rapidly. The angels are scarier than me. Looks like they plan to attack me all at once. A smile, faint yet present, cracked through his impassive face, filled with contempt inside. But no matter how hard he tried, the ants were still just ants. This attitude inadvertently stimulated the competitive instincts of the other 8. Is that jerk mocking us? Is he confident just because he is at a higher level? We are still the top-ranked ones known in our area. After venting our frustrations, someone took the lead and shouted for everyone to charge. Take him down. Min said nothing, silently channeling his strength into his legs, disappearing from his original position. His eyes, red as blood, locked onto each target, the scythe in his hand ready to finish off anyone who rushed in. He moved in a wave-like motion, clearing obstacles effortlessly along the way. The 4 remaining representatives had not even had a chance to move. All frozen in shock, everyone gaped in disbelief at the impending punishment's speed. They certainly did not have to wait long. In the blink of an eye, Riem had sent off the entire group. The 1 versus 8 match that seemed unbalanced ended in an unexpected way. The angels, watching from midair, all shared a solemn expression without prior agreement. Harry quickly regained his composure and stammered as he opened his mouth. I did not think it would end this easily. Nova and Leiden chimed in together. Is that it? Has Etcher really won? It is hard to accept. But they have to respect the reality. As the angel responsible for Hex Choi, Oliver should be treated like a king during this unification. Priscilla, losing her patience, shouted the winner's name. Oliver. I can't swallow my anger as I rush to confront you. You knew this would happen. She crossed her arms and casually admitted. Of course I knew. This nonchalant attitude only made her more furious. I need Priscilla, infuriated, stirred up the other sisters. You all. This bitch has deceived us. She made that proposal because she was sure she would win. Oliver suddenly chimed in, mocking this long-legged, short-brained girl. Why would you say something so obvious? She blurted out something. She calmly lectured to enlighten her opponent. I naturally suggested the game because I had the advantage from the beginning. Why do you think I made that proposal? Oliver looked down at her with a contemptuous glare, then turned the question back. Besides, did I force you to accept the bet? Everyone thought it would be fun, which is why you agreed to participate. And now you are saying otherwise. Priscilla choked on her words, stuttering before finally spitting out a "you." She took the opportunity to provoke. What is that? You plan to hit me? Go ahead. Do it. Oliver, not afraid of the looming threat, casually reminded. I should not do something foolish, fighting in front of humans as an angel, and embarrass us further. If the great angel finds out about this, you will be thrown into the bug pocket. Priscilla unconsciously thought of that terrible punishment, swallowing all her grievances. Anything but that, knowing the opponent's weak point. She became more confident. So what now? You do not want to fight me anymore. Anyway, it seems since I won, I am the king now. Priscilla, for the time being, you will be the leader of this united region. I stammered. How long will this last? Oliver answered nonchalantly and did not forget to urge. Until I feel better. What are you doing? Go to your work. Well, I had no choice but to fly away in shame. I never expected I would have to bet on something like this. Priscilla stood in front of the remaining players and solemnly declared, Guys, as you can see, the representative of the United Region has been decided. The system also jumped in to announce congratulations. Player H.U. has become the new representative of the Area C007, temporarily gaining supreme authority, forcing control over a player of the same or lower level. They cannot resist the order under any circumstances, up to 10 times. Controlling only one player ineffective against a higher level player. Seeing other representatives sprawled out, she tapped her fingers on the table anxiously. I already knew that Black Crow would become the regional representative because he is at level 30. He can command anyone. If he wants, I should win him over. After planning clearly, Priscilla moved on to the current urgent matter. Now that the decision has been made, the other players will be resurrected. I just need to gently wave my wings, and the divine power spreads throughout the space. The 9 corpses lying in the pool of blood suddenly shine, each surrounded by a brilliant golden aura. Jimin sat up in shock, still looking bewildered from before the resurrection. Ijira held his head and asked, "What just happened?" Naji was feeling around his body with suspicion. "I clearly remember my body being sliced," Priscilla said, unable to hold back any longer. "You all lost the match. The new representative of the United Region is Black Crow." At that moment, everyone realized it, each speaking up, causing the whole place to become chaotic. "What happened?" I continued to announce the new rules in the arena. Since the new regional representative had been chosen, the authority you imposed on those resurrected as representatives will be revoked. Seeing the faces downcast and dejected, I quickly let out a bit of dreamy light. "But do not be too disappointed. You all still have a chance to reclaim your representative position." Priscilla has babbled enough, and then turned to more important matters, so the reward game has ended. Now I will take you to the official mission. The announcement board immediately appears in front of everyone. Round 5. The main mission is to kill 300 off in 10 hours. The side mission to collect 4 balance stones will be awarded upon success. The number of completions in the current area, and all temporary areas, is 0. After reading the requirements, Jimin flinched like a cat stepped on its tail. "What? Kill 3 off, and why is the number of completions so low?" The guy next to him had the same question. "Just a quarter more. The complaints are draining all my patience." "Why are you complaining about so many things? Are you complaining because the final number is too low? Should I lower it even more?" The 2 chatty ones immediately fell silent, wishing they could become invisible. Priscilla has had enough and reminded them according to her duties. "Until now, you have only gone through the easy rounds. So this time a more difficult mission has been prepared with a lower completion rate. Don't be too discouraged." Everyone turned to look at each other and chuckled. Killing 300 off is a difficult mission. Aren't off just low-level monsters. I shook my head in disbelief. When you face them directly, you will understand how hard it really is. I won't explain any further. However, there are some who manage to keep their wits about them and seek to learn more. Miss Angel, what is the side quest? Why is the reward marked with a question mark? I know how to play with the minds of the players. The answer is vague and ambiguous. Unlike previous rounds, this side quest is clearly stated. But as you can see, the reward remains a mystery. Min quietly repeated in his head. Big mystery. In fact, his mind already had the answer. The reward for the side quest of the 5th round is the balancing gem. It is one of the 18 gems I must collect. And the reward for this side quest is only given to one person in each area. The core issue here is how to secure the victory for oneself. Of course, since it is by area, players from other regions also have a chance to obtain it. However, its difficulty is higher than the main quest. You can't help but have a big question mark in your heart. Even if you can complete the side quest, how many people out there can meet the conditions to receive the balancing gem? Indeed, Priscilla voiced what Ryumin just thought. The side quest for this round is to collect balancing stones. When you collect enough 4 stones, you will immediately receive a mysterious reward. However, only one person can win it. She even provided more detailed information since there are only 4 balancing stones in this area. Curiosity sparked. So what if one person can collect enough 4 stones? Isn't that going to make the side mission pointless? She smirked subtly, then calmly dropped the shocking bomb. That is possible. But do not worry. You can steal balance stones from other players by killing them. The players were once again buzzing. Everyone boldly shared their guesses. Can we steal by killing them? Like in the regional representative position. Priscilla finished explaining the rules and flicked her hair as she left with a cold back. Yep. But you can't steal their other items. Only the balance stones. And unlike the previous round, you won't be resurrected if you die. Death is the end. Seemingly sensing something was missing, she surprisingly turned back to add some encouragement. With that, I have told you everything you need to know. Go out there and fight with all your might. As soon as she finished, the system began the countdown. Time until the round ends. 9. 59. 59 seconds. Ryumin watched the teleportation gate where Priscilla had just left, feeling emotional. This time, it would be troublesome until the very end of the mission. But no matter how difficult it got, he already had a clear strategy in mind. Quickly kill 300 brains first and set a record. Then I can help Min Julie. He was the first to leave the arena, returning to the gathering place of the regular players. But oddly enough, wherever Ruin went, people would shy away. Only when they had enough distance would they secretly watch his cold back. The low-pressure system has disappeared, and everyone is starting to regain their basic language skills. Phew, he just walked away. What a relief. I was really surprised when he approached me. I thought I was about to die. Soren innocently scratched his head. But where is he going? Sammy boldly suggested. Should we follow him? Logan rushed over to immediately crush that silly idea. Are you crazy? Follow Black Crowd. Do you want to be controlled by him? He might turn you into a slave for the rest of your life. Yet he made a very valid point. But should not we do something instead of just standing here? Black Crow is always the first to act among all of us. That is why he is always ranked first. The others quietly bowed their heads, contemplating the information. In the end, Limong seemed to be the most wavering. What if we get caught following him? Sam immediately reassured him. We just need to keep an eye on him from as far away as possible. Only Logan remained quite hesitant. Still, he did not want to waste too much time here. So he quickly made a decision. If you do not want to, just stay here. I will go alone. After that, regardless of how everyone else calculates things, he walked straight ahead decisively. The others, who were half in and half out, kept fidgeting, all looking like they had something bitter in their mouths. As a result, Soren led the group, following in the worn footsteps. We will go too. Right. Black Crow definitely knows the way. In a small village, except for one person standing guard outside. The others were busy in the courtyard. Rumen boldly stepped forward without any hesitation. The players following him also noticed the target. Look, is there a village here? The black guy has entered. The guard shouted in alarm upon seeing him approach with a weapon. Rumen maintained his calm demeanor as always, charging in with an imposing presence. The familiar Grim Reaper's scythe was accurately placed against the guard's neck. Before he could catch his breath, he felt a coldness in his throat. The moment Rumen's feet touched the ground, the guard's body fell. Min left the still warm corpse behind, casually stepping into the enemy territory like he was on an eco tour. The remaining guards were so stunned they forgot what they were doing upon seeing him. Only when they sensed danger did they shout to each other, drawing their weapons and getting ready for bloodshed. Both sides charged at each other without hesitation, preparing for a new battle. Riemann just needed to swing his hand lightly, and the head guard truly took the lead, hot blood swirling around the bright red scythe. The other two seemed to have no sense of fear, even knowing they were stepping into hell, but still rushed in. He spun the scythe in his hand, moving so fast that the wind around could slice through flesh. Then he gripped it tightly with both hands, intending to win quickly in one single move. Indeed, Ryuman's assassin skills were always impressive. The two unfortunate guards were dispatched with clean, smooth cuts. You ignored your own achievements, continuing rhythmically towards your next goal. Ryuman walked straight to the largest tent, then reached out to pull aside the fabric without hesitation. Inside, the sound of slashing and killing echoed. Finally, you calmly walked out, returning the atmosphere of deadly silence to the whole village. The people secretly watched Ryuman leave in shock. No one dared to make a sound. Once it was clear he had disappeared, they quietly discussed. Phew. Those guys do not seem that strong. Probably just like the giant we hunted. Right. It is not easy just because we were facing Hefsi True. Thanks to you testing the waters already, everyone is now filled with fighting spirit. But do not be too confident. Indeed, do not be complacent. It is getting late. We should also find a village and clear it out. Right. On the surface it seems peaceful. But Limungi is the first to hold his own thoughts. Do I really have to go with these guys? The others coincidentally shared the same thought as him. Just wait. When the opportunity arises, take them out one by one. Having some cannon fodder is also good. The group, though not in agreement, lingered by the edge for a while. And finally, someone shouted, "There is a village here." They followed Ryumain, comfortably showing themselves in front of the guards. The difference is it is louder here. This one is bigger. It must be 3 times larger than the previous village. The guards sensed the imminent danger and immediately sounded the alarm without hesitation. The sound rose and fell in its own rhythm, echoing throughout the space. The remaining guards in the village immediately heightened their alertness. The group of Soren was stunned by this action, panicking and turning to each other. Why is that idiot blowing the horn? Is it calling for backup? Wait a second. At this moment, the rookies realized they had poked a hornet's nest. They had just sensed the scale of the target. Before they could regain their composure, they were preparing to face the wrath coming from all directions. The idiots with weapons in hand quickly surrounded them in a tight circle. In terms of size or numbers, even a fool could see that the players were at a disadvantage. Although everyone was armed, their voices still betrayed a tremor of fear. This village seems a bit too big. There are a lot of them. More than 50. Right, in the heat of the moment, Sammy asked a stupid question. What should we do now? Soren shouted in frustration. What else? Just try to survive. Just as he finished speaking, a giant idiot charged at him, making him almost lose his voice. There it is. I do not know when he joined the optimists, but he dared to shout a meaningless reassurance. They only outnumber us. Let us take them down. Soren's sharp blade plunged deep into the massive spiked club. As the idiot stumbled back, he quickly slashed across its chest. This precise attack gave him a glimmer of hope. What is this? These guys are really weak, Sam next to him chimed in. They move really slowly. Soren had the upper hand, thrusting his sword straight through the heart to finish off the idiot. He was just getting started, and he felt pretty good about himself. Not as bad as he thought, but as the saying goes, early bragging gets you nothing. He was so excited earlier that now he suddenly panicked. My sword is stuck. The idiot was just waiting for this moment and struck him hard on the head. In the chaotic atmosphere, only the sounds of clashes mixed with curses remained. Damn it. Those damn idiot. But it seemed like the players were not gaining the upper hand either. Even Sammy was suddenly lying down, lamenting that he was killed by an idiot. Looking at the sharp blade about to come down on him, he instinctively screamed inside. Save me. On the other side, Ryuman was teleporting while secretly wondering where the guys following him had gone. In fact, he was aware of the presence of 20 people trying to move in silence. Remembering this, Ryuman blamed himself again. Why was I worried? There are 20 of them. Unless they stumble upon a large group of idiots. He already had a plan in mind. Those villages had some pretty strong idiots, so it was best to steer clear of them. Like the idiot guarding that horn. Over 50 idiots would quickly gather there. And if he went deeper in, there would be over 200. Ryuman was attacking the smaller villages while calculating. Moreover, the muscle strength of the idiots was far greater than that of humans. And no matter how hard he tried to avoid it, the remaining players were diving headfirst into every situation. If the spear gets stuck in it, pulling it out will be very difficult. And they are quite tough too. Ryuman, although lost in thought, did not slow down his movements. You swung the scythe to finish off the brainless creature in front of you, recalling your past experience. So the best way is to cut its throat, taking it down in one blow. Ryuman took advantage of its slowness, casually striking it 5 or 6 more times to be sure. In the end, you concluded your inner monologue with a decisive remark. That is, for an ordinary person. You gently placed your foot on the ground. With traces of black blood still lingering around, Ryuman jabbed the scythe into the rigid back of the creature. It immediately collapsed like a building losing its structural integrity. You softly called out to the progress window. Even though there were still 59 and 22 seconds left, you were the first to complete the task of eliminating 300. Not just in 007 but throughout the entire area. Ryuman, while retracting the scythe, showed some hesitation. I spent about an hour to complete the main mission, and there is still quite a bit of time left. Should I go help Minch July? After all, it was the initial idea, so you decisively activated the tracking mode. In another brainless village, Man hurriedly ran over to ask. Leader, are you okay? Yang gasped and kneeled down. Speaking frankly, whoa. I thought I was going to die. Why are these creatures so strong? The members of the new Challenger Association complained. Indeed, even though they moved very slowly, it was clear that they should not be underestimated. After resting for a moment, he suddenly remembered the mission and turned to inquire. Manch, how many of them have we killed already? You answered really quickly. About 50 of them. Youngich scratched his chin in disappointment. 5 people took a whole hour to kill 50. At this rate, we are going to be eliminated. No sat down on the ground and raised his hand to adjust. You are wrong to say we will be eliminated. Owen stood next to him, made a gesture across his neck, and added, if we do not kill enough, we will die. He exhaled, and after a while, he had to share the bold plan. Phew. Maybe we need to attack bigger villages. Manji confirmed. Isn't that too dangerous? Roman shared the same opinion. He is right. It is already hard to take down 3 at once. How are we supposed to tackle bigger villages? Owen awkwardly voiced the conservative idea. I think we should just focus on attacking the smaller villages. Young Echu did not deny it but wanted his teammates to face reality. You guys are right. I admit. But if it continues like this, we want to kill enough 300 and we will die too. We have to take a gamble this time. He added one more word but then paused to get their attention. Then Yang looked straight into their eyes and stated the survival ideal. Remember, a sinking ship won't bring you back to shore. The forest at night was becoming increasingly eerie. With only the chirping of insects echoing around, the group walked for a while and finally reached the edge of the forest. The flickering light between the rocks made Manji cheer. That is the village we saw before. But right after that, he lowered his voice to warn. Wait. It seems like there is a guard station there. Yang Ho immediately suggested to go around. The whole group moved quietly together through the darkness towards that village. It seems like the heavens are on their side, clearing a path for them. Look, There is a gap we can slip through. The savage cautiously approached, bending down to peek through the fence to observe. The silence inside made him breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed there was no one around. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they slipped in one by one. The group used the large crates for cover. Young-ho tilted his head and asked quietly, "Are they all in the tents?" Ma looked around for a moment and replied, "I think so. About 5 in one tent." The information made Young-ho ponder with his chin in hand. This village is bigger than I thought. Owen hit No on the head when he saw him about to rummage for something. "You idiot. Right now Roman is suggesting we should raid each tent. Although this idea is a bit risky." Young-ho agreed. "Sounds good. We are already here anyway." Ma nodded in agreement. "All right, if we raid properly. 5 of them will be too easy," saying is doing. They tightened their grips on their weapons and moved to the first target. "Let us start with this tent. We will charge in when I signal." After ensuring nothing unexpected would occur, Young-ho subtly waved his hand to give the order. The group gently pushed the curtain to enter inside. Before long, they reached the large door of the tent. Young-ho nodded to confirm one last time with everyone. Then they all kicked the door hard to burst in. The scene that unfolded before them made their faces go pale. A bunch of them are swarming inside. The number leaves Young stunned. 10 of them are casually working, and suddenly a few uninvited guests burst in. The nearest one growls, ready to attack. Owen stammers at this situation. 10 is way too many. What should we do? Young is at a loss. We only have to confront them. Let us take them down one by one. Then he shouted the order loudly. Everyone on the left answered affirmatively to the others. The creature swung its weapon at Owen, but luckily he managed to block it. Young seized this opportunity to tighten his grip on the sword and rushed to its left side. Without hesitation, he struck right at the leg of the giant creature. The precise attack injured its leg, causing its massive body to halt and then crash down. Man immediately gained momentum and rushed in, swinging the blade across its neck before it could struggle. The creature collapsed to the floor, lying still and motionless. The death of its comrade made the creature with the braided hair roar in anger. Then it leaped toward the group standing there. Rage burned in its eyes as it slammed down in front like a bolt of lightning, not giving him a chance to react. It struck hard at his side, causing him to scream in pain. Young gasped when he saw his teammate fall. Furious, roared, tightened his grip on the sword, and charged straight at the monster. "You disgusting thing!" A decisive sword strike sliced through the air, finishing off the enemy before it could react. The creature, just like its teammates, fell hard to the ground, never to wake up again. The remaining monsters could only gawk at each other with incomprehensible sounds. Even though they had taken down 2, Young's group did not dare to act rashly, especially since one of their members was injured. A terrifying silence enveloped the room. The situation remained in a stalemate. Young-ho started to sweat coldly, his mind racing with calculations. There were only 8 left. But could they handle them? As if reading his thoughts, someone replied, "We should not. We should retreat." He stood up straight and agreed. "I think so too." A second later, the whole group turned and ran at the signal. This sudden action startled the monsters behind them. But they did not freeze for long and quickly surged through the door after the humans. No instinctively sliced through the curtain in front of the tent. But before they could run far, they were frozen in place by the scene before them. At some point, the other creatures in the village had gathered here. This situation made No click his tongue in frustration. Roman, supporting Manji, hesitated to ask, "How many are there?" Owen gritted his teeth, facing the murderous gaze of the creatures before him. "At least 10. Roman understood very well the danger they were facing. We are done for?" Manji was pale with pain, unwilling to accept it, and clenched his fists tightly. "Is this really how it is?" Suddenly, Young-ho's steady voice cut through the heavy atmosphere, saying, "Pick up your weapons and go. It is just that I still can't lift my teammates' spirits. Captain, I am really glad to be on the team with you." But he continued with a frown. "Why do you think the monsters have not killed us yet?" Then Young-ho pointed out the situation they had overlooked. Looking at their faces, indeed, just as he said, they only stood there grinning, their red eyes gleaming with delight as if watching a bunch of clowns. Because at that moment, their group was silent. They could clearly hear the mocking laughter of the monsters around them. Young-ho noticed his friend had realized, so he calmly exposed the truth before them. "They are laughing at us. They are happy because we are trembling like mice." Each word felt like a direct stab into the pride of the other 4. "Doesn't that make you angry? The fact that those monsters are mocking you as if we are treated like monkeys in a zoo." Then, without a hint of fear, Young-ho turned to face them. "Don't give up until the end. At least kill one of those monsters, so we do not die in shame." No felt a bit unsure of himself but still tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to fight. All right, Manny. Though injured, drew his sword. Roman took a defensive stance. Seriously promising, I am sorry for showing you my embarrassed face. I will fight alongside you until the end. The group of monsters saw the humans draw their weapons again. So they stopped mocking and started to get serious. Young-ho observed the opponent while instructing. We will attack one at the same time when I signal. Okay. No answered on behalf of everyone clearly, Captain. He smiled in satisfaction. Then let us go for it. Just as they were about to do something, a loud noise echoed from afar, startling the group of monsters. This sound was like a special signal for them. And even if they wanted to, they could not resist it. A second later, more than half of the monsters hurriedly turned and ran away. They seemed to be afraid of something. Scrambling toward the other side of the village. No's group had no idea what was happening. Just staring in confusion. What is going on? Why did they suddenly leave? Suddenly, Young-ho's deep voice rang out, drawing their attention back. You guys. He pointed the sword directly at the remaining monsters. No one knows why the others left. And they do not know why some stubborn ones are still staying here. The current situation is very favorable for their group. Young-ho smiled and commanded. Now there are only 8 left. The other 4 immediately regained their spirits, tightening their weapons and charging forward. Understood, Captain. After a long while, the huge monsters lay piled on top of each other. No. Out of breath, exclaimed in disbelief. We defeated 8 of them. Owen smiled and turned back. We did it. Right, you did it. Captain No excitedly chimed in. That is right. If it were not for you guys, we would all be dead. Young-ho humbly responded to the compliment. Don't say that. It is because you all united and decided to use everything you have. If it were not for you, I would have died here too. Then he asked about his teammate's wound. How? He trembled, gripping the sword tightly to support himself, trying to force a smile to answer. It hurts a lot, but I can take it. Young-ho noticed the other person's unstable condition and quickly sat down to advise. You need to rest. Do not move. You all stay hidden here. I will find a way to escape. This plan made No a bit worried. Was not that too dangerous? But he calmly replied, don't worry about me. Then he coldly turned away, leaving behind his teammates' advice. Be careful, Captain. After a while, Young-ho reached the center of the village. The atmosphere around him made him suspicious. It is strange. Why is it so quiet? I have not seen a single creature since earlier. I can't keep hiding like this. He cautiously stepped deeper inside. Suddenly, a scene in the distance caught Young-ho's eye. What is that? Upon looking closely, he could not help but widen his eyes. A series of creatures lay scattered on the ground, their bodies covered in flickering lightning, looking extremely terrifying. Young-ho approached to observe more closely. What is going on? This battlefield exceeds imagination. Now only one question revolves in his mind. Who did this? At this moment, Young-ho suddenly realized that he was not alone. There was a figure standing across from him, lost in thought. You are... Hearing his name, Ruman turned around in surprise. Someone got here before me. Seeing the golden letters appear above the opponent, he instinctively repeated his name for why. The images of his 5 teammates appeared at the same time. Ryuman could not believe this meeting. He is Yono, the king of mercenaries. Knowledge gradually returned to Ryuman's mind. One of the professions using close combat weapons is a mercenary. They use a variety of weapons like warriors and possess similar skill sets. But there is one key difference that makes this profession stand out. Only mercenaries can become stronger by making contracts with others. Therefore, most mercenaries form teams with acquaintances or sign contracts with the king of mercenaries. Of course, every relationship has its bonds. The king of mercenaries is the only profession that can command mercenaries through contracts. And they receive additional bonus effects when the king agrees to the contract. If you are a mercenary, you definitely need to make a contract. Ruman coldly looked at the person who had just appeared. The one in front of him, Young-ho, was indeed that unique king of mercenaries. Choi Lak came all the way here and was so fortunate. He was genuinely surprised to meet the king of mercenaries in a place like this. The king in his thoughts was awkwardly scratching his head. That is you? Blackball. This statement only further astonished Ryum's mind. Do you know who I am? At this point, Young-ho had regained his composure. Of course. Who does not know the top player? Right. Then he felt like a shy teenage girl, thinking to himself, I can't believe I just happened to meet a top player here. Would he hate me if I suddenly reached out to shake his hand? But this friendliness could not melt the ice in front of him. Ryuman pursed his lips and assessed him. Looking nothing like the type to stab others in the back, this was not far from his own thoughts. Well, that might be why he got the title of King of Mercenaries. He has a kind heart and the mind of a leader. Young-ho has no idea he looks older than he is, still hesitating on how to approach his idol. So chatting a bit should be okay. Right. Next, he cleared his throat to speak up. Did you kill all the monsters here, Mr. Top Player? Ryam Min has nothing to hide. That is right. Even though he had guessed it beforehand. Hearing the other person confirm it still surprised Young Ho. Indeed a top player in the profession. After that, he politely bowed. Thank you. Thanks to you distracting the monsters, I was able to survive. But Ryumin had coldly brushed off their connection. I did not even know you were here. Young Ho replied in a very casual manner. I know everything is just a coincidence. But helping is still helping. Right. You do not want to confront this guy anymore. So I guess you just sigh and go along with it. Got it. If you are done here, hurry up and bring your other teammates and get going. I have already taken care of all the scum in here, so do not worry. The more they talked, the more confused Young Ho felt. Oh really? But how do you know I have teammates? Suddenly, a noise behind him made him turn around. I do not know when No's group arrived here. But Young Ho helplessly said, What are you guys doing here? What is going on? I told you to wait for me, and smiled teasingly. We were worried you would leave us behind, but it seems Young Ho does not have a sense of humor. He panicked and clarified. Come on. You guys act like I would go anywhere without you. Ryam Min pondered as he assessed the newly arrived group. It seems those four are mercenaries under a contract with Young Ho. Their situation made him a bit envious. They must have followed Young Ho out of concern for him. Already having loyal followers is just like being a real mercenary king. At this moment, No and Owen finally noticed this side. Is that the Black Hawk? What brings Anne here, Brother Black Hawk? Ryam casually replied. Shivering from the cold. What else? I am just here to hunt as usual. This very ordinary reason made the other two break into a sweat. Right. Of course. You usually handle all of them. That should be around 100. Right. That is enough talk. You are speaking coldly and giving orders. If you are done, then go home. Inside, there is a warm worry for the other party. Because all the spirit beings are dead. The group in the screen will appear soon. And it will be very dangerous if caught up in it. Being instructed like that by an idol is an honor for those two crazy fans. I get it now. Well, see you later. It is an honor for Black Crow to meet you. After bowing to say goodbye, they left one by one. Suddenly, Owen asked about his friend. Did you hear anything? No asked back in confusion. Hear what? He emphasized again. Listen carefully. That noise is getting louder. Even Young Ho is shaken. What is that sound? Ruman's tone was still steady as ever. But his words were filled with urgency about the group in the screen. Get out of here. These 3 words made him repeat in surprise. You are saying? The group in the screen. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic monster appeared from afar. Owen turned back in shock. What is that? No could only guess. A spirit being. Just then, it seemed to notice the tiny humans below, immediately letting out a loud roar, then tightening its grip on the weapon and charging this way. Despite the storm created by its footsteps, Ruman remained calm and glanced at the opponent. There you are. Spirit warrior. Even after I have killed all the spirits in the village, I did not leave because of this guy. A brilliant treasure appeared deep within, helping him become even more determined to get the side quest item. I need to kill that guy. Excitement was evident in Ruman's eyes. Once I take him down and defeat the monsters from the other 3 villages, I can complete the side quest. So far, the Charntin has also advanced into the central area of the village. Roman was not sure and confirmed with the team leader. That guy is furious. Right. Yongkane's face turned pale in response. Yeah. Probably. The giant monster got closer, and he started shaking even more. I do not know how, but it seemed like it sensed something and turned its head this way. Then without hesitation, it swung its hand right at the little Yang HQ below. This surprise attack left him frozen in shock, waiting for the pain. Tron Tin slammed down on the stone floor, creating a massive crack. The remaining teammates could not believe it and shouted, Brother. Luckily, Yang H was still alive. He sat down heavily next to the huge blade. If you looked closely, you could see the panic spreading across his face. Just now, Rumi had quickly rushed in to use the sickle to pull Yang HQ away from the attack. Even though being thrown back hurt a bit, he managed to save his life, returning to reality. Ryam Min could not understand why he was standing there like an idiot. At that moment, Yanga managed to regain his senses. Gratefully, he responded, Thank you, brother. Thank you. Ryam Min did not care much. Just looked up and ordered. Step back if you do not want to die. Wang Echo obediently ran away, avoiding the approaching Tron Tin. The fact that the prey escaped only fueled its rage. It clenched its teeth, making piercing screeching sounds. To Ryam, that was just a provocation. He swung his scythe hard and charged straight ahead. I will tear you apart. Without mercy, he struck straight at its right leg. Tron Tin screamed again, but this time mixed with pain. It could not just stand by and watch that tiny human act recklessly. So it immediately raised its huge blade and slashed down hard. Unfortunately, Rumen had already jumped back. The monster ignored its weapon stuck in the ground and continued to swing the other side toward him. Once again, Rumen successfully dodged the attack. He felt no sympathy for the monster spinning around. What if it hit hard? I just need to dodge. Trontin's anger had reached its peak. It turned as fast as it could toward the target, but could not compare to Riemann. As soon as its feet touched the ground, he bounced back. It seemed he was quite tired of this chase game. This time, he raised the scythe high, aiming at his opponent, and stopped the screaming. The thunderous strike was unleashed, delivering a head's hot blow to Trontin. Then Rumen landed with a very cool pose, contrasting sharply with the giant's terrifying cries. But that was not enough, so he quickly lunged to deliver another blow. The bright red scythe formed a beautiful arc, successfully slicing into its neck. The already wounded Trontin began to unleash its internal power. But Riemann was like a mosquito in the dead of night. No matter how many times he struck, he could not land a hit. He dodged while contemplating his next move. Its neck was too thick. 2 strikes were not enough to cut through. If that is the case, then he just needed to land 2 or 3 more hits. Riemann jumped up to the level of his opponent, but this time he changed tactics, bringing the scythe right behind Trontin's neck and pulling hard in the opposite direction. Using its body as a support, he kicked off it to gain momentum. Next, he completed the final moves. The sharp scythe made intimate contact with the flesh at Trontin's neck, successfully reaping the head of the giant. The massive body then crashed down to the ground. Riemann proudly stood on its corpse. At that moment, the system quickly sent a notification. You have defeated the warrior Trontin, gaining 37.73% experience. Gold gained. 4,000. Bonus gold. 2,000. Trontin's fall shook the earth and sky around, with dust flying everywhere. Roman stuttered, unable to believe it. Did we take it down? Young asked back with a clueless question. That giant monster. Ah. After receiving the reward, Riemann calmly stepped down from the opponent's corpse. But there was no clear joy in his eyes, as if this was just a very ordinary hunt. The system notifications appeared once again. Defeated the warrior. Experience gained 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000. Additional reward 2,000. You received the Hunbun sword, a low-grade mana heart, a balance stone. Side quest progress. Balance stone 1 per 4. This generous benefit made the corners of Rumenn's mouth twitch up slightly. Just as I thought. The boss reward is much more worthwhile than the monster reward. Plus, I got a bunch of good items. He clicked to open the details of the Hunbun sword, starting to mentally calculate. Speaking of damage, this sword is stronger than my scythe. I will have to raise its selling price later. The second item was also carefully considered by Rumen. And the mana heart might make some people disgusted and throw it away, but they would regret throwing it away. It is a material for creating unique equipment. That is how I got today's death scythe. I had not even finished considering when Yang H. Gu's group rushed in to cut in. The guy said, "Thanks for taking care of that monster. Because of you, my brothers are still alive, by the way. Did you know that monster would show up beforehand?" Rumen felt it was a hassle, so he decided it was best to give a vague reply. So he nodded. Acting casual. In other villages, once all the Trontin are killed, the group often appears in the spotlight. This made the eyes of the fans in front of them gradually sparkle more. So that is why you told us to leave quickly. Right. You are really a good person. This enthusiastic attitude is a bit much for Riemann. I mean, I am done here. So I am leaving. All 5 of them politely bowed to say goodbye to you. Yep. Thank you again for saving us. Be careful. Brother Hex. And then Yang Yachu turned to give the order. We should start hunting early. Just then, Manji seemed to collapse. This situation made the remaining members panic and scream. Manj, are you okay? He tightened his chest and gasped for breath, replying, Brother, I can't do it. I can't take it anymore. Why fearfully questioned back. What are you talking about? Just a moment ago, you said you were fine. Man tried to force a smile, but it only made his pale face look worse. I am saying that so you won't worry. But I have reached my limit. Yang Achu did not know what to do other than keep encouraging him. You have to hang in there. If you do not make it, you will be done for in the real world. He was almost ready to give up everything. You know that if we do not kill 300 Trontin, everything will be in vain. Just leave me behind. I can't be a burden. Of course. Yang'an disagreed with such inhumane actions. No way. There has to be another way. Oh right. We will attack Trontin, and then you can use your ultimate to finish him off. Okay. Ma bit his lip and lowered his head, his body starting to tremble violently. But then you and the others won't be able to hunt anything. Even if you kill 300 Tran, you won't survive the remaining time. The pain hit him again, causing him to groan. Young-ho cried out in agony. Manhwa coldly took in the scene before him. Who would have thought that the future mercenary king, commanding hundreds of soldiers, would be so weak in front of a teammate? After that, he found the answer for himself. If they are sworn brothers, then that must be right. At that moment, a scene of past injuries suddenly flashed in his mind, coincidentally resembling the group on the other side. This similarity made Ryumin pause for a few seconds. Then he decided to go back. I also have a younger brother. Maybe I should help them. Then, in a cold voice, he suggested, "It seems like you need help. Do you mind if I take a look at your wounds?" Young-ho hurriedly stood up to give way, the flame of hope igniting in his heart once more. Is there really a way to save him? One simple word from Ryumin eased the atmosphere. He bent down to observe Manji for a moment before making a not-so-promising assessment. The wound is quite serious. This is just a small matter for you. But it is not hopeless. As he finished speaking, a soothing blue energy suddenly appeared in the palm of Ryumin's hand. It radiates a gentle light and quietly envelopes the wound like a stream. And right before everyone's eyes, the flesh there begins to shrink, healing at an unbelievable speed as if a miracle is resurrecting each cell one by one. The two of them, Young-ho, could not believe their eyes. The wound. Is it gone? How did Brother XE do that? Ryumin stood up and explained to everyone. It is a skill called emergency healing. Anyone can buy it in the shop. No, just remembered. I think I saw that skill before. Roman nodded in agreement. Yeah, I saw it too. It costs 20,000 gold. Right, I did not expect it to be that awesome. There are some things Ryomi did not mention. You guys are misunderstanding. Emergency healing is not that strong. He stared at his hand, continuing to think. All it can really do is stop bleeding and heal small cuts. It is not strong enough to heal a broken shoulder. However, emergency healing is a divine-type skill, so the higher the user's intelligence, the stronger its healing capacity. Thinking about this, Ryumin vaguely recalled the skill he possessed. Right now, his intelligence stat is 1203. Thanks to the enhancement effect of the ancient language of glory, I was able to heal his broken shoulder. After that, he regained his spirit and suggested trying to move his shoulder. The wound will probably leave a scar, but you will be able to move your shoulder normally. Manji trusted the process and happily exclaimed, I can really move it normally again. This result made Ryumin let out a sigh of relief, then advised him. That does not mean you are fully healed yet. After all, it is just emergency treatment. If you overdo it, the wound could reopen. However, hunting should be fine. Manji looked confused for a moment and quickly stood up, bowing repeatedly. Thank you so much. You saved my life. Thank you. Young led the remaining members to bow as well. Brother Echiro, thank you for treating Manji. Roman and No also expressed their gratitude in turn. Thank you for saving our teammate. Thank you. Brother Echiro, not stopping at just words, Young earnestly extended both hands. I do not know if it is useful or not, but please accept this. It is our sincerity. The red stone that just appeared successfully awakened a thought in Manji and Owen. They hurriedly took out numerous items to gift to Ryumin. Brother Echiro, please accept this from me too. Brother Echiro, please take this. Here's another one. Brother Echiro, you can sell this for some gold at the store. Just know your limits. You should politely decline, then coldly refused. No need to go this far. This weak gesture is not worth Noah's attention. Please accept this. It is our gratitude. Please accept it. And so all the treasures were pushed into Ryumin's hands. He blankly thought to himself. Even though they were all precious items, getting them from 5 people combined is still quite a haul. Suddenly he frowned, thinking about where the profit was coming from. Just as he guessed, Young-ho smiled and offered another benefit. Thanks to you, my black friend here now has hope to keep living. Besides the gifts I just gave you, one day I will definitely repay this favor. The friendly demeanor between the two made Ryumin feel happy too. The mercenaries owe me and also take care of me. Since I can learn a skill, learning to benefit like this is not too bad either. Everything has been taken care of. He used magic to gather all the items and then spoke. All right then, see you later. After that, he left in the coolest way possible amidst the farewells from the mercenary group. Take care. At the same time, deep in the forest, Juri sat on a rock, head down, sighing. She was so worried that she bit her lip. Is this really okay? An hour has passed. The system board in her hand silently counted down. Time remaining. 8:55 seconds. Main mission progress. Tron 10 not 300. Juri screamed in fear inside. Am I going to be erased without killing enough Tron 10? Given the situation, she could only cover her face, blaming herself. This is all my fault. Out of fear, I missed the chance to go with the black friend. Then she vaguely remembered the time after the tournament began when it was easy to spot Black Brother. He was one of the 10 regional representatives gathered for the prize game. But then Juri gritted her teeth in regret. Well, why did I end up like this? The image of that bloody battle flashed back in her mind. The Grim Reaper's scythe in Riem swept through relentlessly, taking down opponents' heads. No matter how many enemies there were, with just a gentle swing of his hand, their lives would end in the midst of the chaos. Riemun's piercing red eyes suddenly glanced over, meeting that gaze. Juri involuntarily shivered. The cold stillness in those eyes made her heart tighten. At that moment, she already had her own plans. The prize game is over now. I should talk to him, but I can't take a single step. Juri had to squeeze her eyes shut, murmuring to reassure herself. Don't be scared. He won't hurt you. He is not some crazy guy who draws his sword and attacks people for no reason the first time they meet. After calming down, she slowly opened her eyes. Unfortunately, the opportunity slipped away. She anxiously looked around in search of him. Where did he go? Juri realized she had made a serious mistake. I really missed him. What should I do now? She briefly recalled Rumen's advice. The mission to kill 300 Tron-Ting is no joke. A Tron-Ting is very tough and often moves in large groups. You take a sip of tea and come up with a suitable plan. You can be sure you can hunt them alone. Once the representatives from the areas gather, look for Atrichu first. Don't even think about fighting the Tron-Tin. Even if you can find him, wait at least an hour before moving. But right now, Juri is starting to doubt this advice. So I keep telling myself to stay put. She anxiously strokes her chin. But there is no guarantee he will return to the starting point, right? I might not see him before this round ends. Anyway, staying put is not helpful. Juri stands up and decides she has to go find him. Juri is still following a small path to trace Rieman's trail. At a glance, it seems he went this way. When she reaches an open area, something suddenly catches her eye. That spot. It turns out there are many houses clustered together beneath this forest. She feels a bit uncertain. A village. Looking at the straight wooden posts used as a fence, Juri comes up with a guess. Could that be where the creatures live? Then Hefchu might be in there too, but then she immediately shakes her head, dismissing that thought. It is better to stay away. It could be very dangerous. Mentioning Tuathrao brings Tuathrao. It would take a lot of luck to stumble upon something like that. A big, black, smelly crow had been lurking behind her for who knows how long. She felt something was off. And when she turned around, she was completely startled. This calm sound does not compare at all. Let me show her what a real scream in the mountains sounds like. Juri felt a slight chill. Damn it. I really do not want to fight a crow and quickly cast a spell on her sword. Blessing. Right after that, the announcement rang out. The blessing skill reduces all starting stats by 50%. While the crow raised its sickle and revealed a wild grin, she was busy analyzing. However, there were still 2 advantages for her. First, there was only one enemy. Next, it swung down hard, the wind howling by her ear. Yet she remained calm as she had a plan in mind. Second, I know the weakness of that crow. Another blow came down, but Juri deftly dodged it. Her mind was continuously calculating a plan. Everywhere else was just hard muscle. She had to aim for the neck. But how could she hit it? She furrowed her delicate brows, because there was a difficult problem to solve. If I miss and hit somewhere else, it will counterattack. But she still tightly gripped the sword and thrust it straight ahead, fully aware of the other dangers, and that they said it would be hard to pull the sword out because of the dense muscle. Juri aimed the tip right at the neck of the creature, remembering one thing in her mind: quick and decisive. Despite its large appearance, its agility should not be underestimated. Just as the sword's tip was inches from the neck, the creature twisted to evade the danger. In a critical situation, it chose to thrust its solid forearm out to block the sharp stab. Seeing the enemy only bleed a little, she bit her lower lip to suppress the fear within. Damn. It dodged. Thinking so, she decisively yanked the sword out of its body, blue blood splattering everywhere. Then she quickly ran in the opposite direction to maintain distance, secretly relieved. Thank God. I missed so the blade did not get stuck in that layer of flesh. But this had officially angered the creature. It roared and raised the axe in its hand, followed by a series of relentless attacks towards her. This seemed like a one-sided battle. Suddenly, Juri leaned to one side and stopped backing away, her hand tightly gripping the sword. Immediately, she thrust into the weak point at the creature's neck without hesitation, her eyes filled with determination. Here is the opening. It was worth the wait. A deep gash cut into its neck. A painful scream echoed, piercing through everything. Thanks to that, She had a moment to slow her pace and began to feel hopeful. Good. Her tactic was working, with her determination and courage. Jury had turned the tables. Now, the prey had become the hunter, with skillful and deadly strikes. Just a little more to go. Heaven does not betray those who try. The eagle's neck was riddled with wounds, and no matter how strong it was, it could not stop the steady flow of water wearing down the stone. Its huge body crashed to the ground, the sound echoing throughout the area. A few seconds later, Jury snapped back to reality, her eyes wide in disbelief. Did it? But that was quickly replaced by joy and excitement on her face. I took down an eagle all by myself. Just then, she heard footsteps on the grass that caught her attention. Yep. Who else could it be but the handsome guy? Jury thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. She quickly rubbed them to see clearly. What is that? Am I seeing things? After rubbing her eyes hard, she stared in confusion as he walked toward her. The person right in front of me is really him. The one I have been obsessively chasing all this time just showed up here. But in the next moment, she was hit by reality to cut down on the illusions. That is when she realized in surprise. He was just passing by. Yeah. Luckily, Jury woke up just in time. Damn it. Now's not the time to hesitate. Then she hurriedly turned back and called out, "Excuse me." Rumin quickly turned her head to respond. What is it? Although still a bit scared, she mustered up her courage and hesitantly invited, Soma. If true, will you team up with me? Hearing that, he was a bit surprised and blurted out, What? Thinking that the other party did not understand her, she awkwardly explained more clearly. As in that team. He sighed and asked a killer question. Why should I team up with you? Jury did not know how to pull Ryumin in, feeling confused for a long time. In the end, she decided to act as a convincing testament. I will show you. Then, a spell was created from her hand. Carrying a light blue hue, it gradually became bright and enveloped the other person, making him widen his eyes in surprise. Jury was pleased and withdrew her hand, smiling proudly as she explained, My enhancement skill. The bamboo blessing lasts for up to 3 hours. It probably boosts all your attributes by 50%. You seem a bit skeptical. So you opened the information board to check again. The doubt quickly faded away. Rumin nodded affirmatively. I have checked already. Just as she said. She was eager to tease you. So did that answer your question? My enhancement skills will really help you in hunting. Noticing it was not too bad, you slowly probed her. So if I want those enhancement skills, do I have to team up with you? Jury had no intention of beating around the bush, plainly expressing her desires. Yep. More specifically, I want you to help me hunt. Min replied with an indifferent, unreadable expression. I am not sure about that. Then he boldly stated, I have the authority, and right now, I can totally use you as support. It sounded like a bolt from the blue. She froze up, only able to let out a startled gasp before you could even get a word in. You went on to test the candidate. Can you promise you won't betray me? Jury reacted with surprise. Of course. With that assurance, Min extended his hand in goodwill. All right, I will trust you. He then formally introduced. Level 32. I'm a melee system. She smiled back. I already know. I am level 13. My class is support. Now that they were a team, you felt more comfortable in conversation. Did she just say she needed help earlier? You handled that eagle pretty well. Hearing that, Jury could only laugh awkwardly. Actually, that was the first time I killed one. Min was sweating as he looked at his new teammate. Is that the first time you killed a monster in the past 90 minutes? In awkward moments like this, just a confident smile is enough. Yep. That is right. Even though she is a bit of a brat, you not only do not blame her but also think of ways to help. So you do not have much time left. I will help you take them down as quickly as possible. Jury looked confused at the person in front of her. How? You just turned and walked away without saying anything. After a while. Even though you acted indifferent on the outside, Rumin was still very concerned about her companion. Stay close to me and follow behind. If you are not in my line of sight, I can protect you. She nodded and followed. Okay, as she tried to walk faster to keep up with you. She secretly assessed that you were not as cold as you seemed. I am glad I listened to myself. Suddenly, something extremely terrible struck her emerald green eyes. Before them were the familiar tall figures that made both of them freeze. Jury frowned in fear, both hands at the ready, prepared to fight at any moment. And there were 3 more brains. Unlike before, now she had someone to back her up. Riemann stepped forward and kindly instructed. You wait here for a moment. Okay. Then she stomped her foot down hard and gripped her sickle tightly, taking a leap toward the brains. Just as they realized there was an enemy, you raised your weapon high, your gaze fixed on the target. In the blink of an eye, the sickle cut across their legs. The 3 crows, stunned, looked down at themselves, shrinking a whole foot. and roared in madness. One had keenly noticed the danger. Ryumi jumped in front of it. Even if the crow wanted to counterattack, standing was already a challenge, let alone fighting back. Just like that, the first arm was severed. The other crows shared the same fate. Only one crow remained. Its painful cries, like a pig being slaughtered, were unbearable and terrified others. Rujdu was no exception. The scene before her made her face pale, her eyes clearly filled with horror. While he stood defiantly among the remaining crows, seemingly unwilling to finish them off, he gently wiped the blood off his face, his tone calm but filled with murderous intent. Now, she should kill them. Seeing Juri motionless, Rumen urged her once again, asking why she was still standing there. This time she jolted awake from her shock. Sorry. She slowly approached a crow while reassuring herself in her mind, just being a little cautious to guard against uncertainties. Then, a strike went straight into the target's neck, causing it to immediately spurt a mouthful of blood before collapsing. The notifications kept ringing. You took down the brain. Experience increased by nearly 2.4%. Gold went up 40. A series of events continuously attacked Juri's fragile mind. She was quite surprised, constantly exclaiming in her head, "This is too easy. I thought it would at least require some risk." But killing those brains turned out to be so simple. Then she glanced at the big-thighed sponsor she had just caught. Feeling amazed, the black dog is really strong. Rumin saw that she was not making a move anymore and turned to urge, "If you are done, let us move on." She hurriedly explained, "I still have 2 more to handle. You go ahead." After finishing her tasks, Juri quickly caught up, walking together while silently thanking her ancestors for their support. "I am really lucky to be on a team with Black Dog." After a while, the two of them continued diligently hunting monsters. Each brain was finished off with a neat sword. After dealing with another one, she was in a good mood, so she made a joke to tease her teammate. "Having a skilled player really is amazing. I did not expect hunting monsters to be this easy." Ruin did not pay much attention and did not react much, just asking how many she had taken down. Juri cheerfully gave a number, her voice carrying a hint of pride. "I killed 52 in just 30 minutes. Pretty fast. Right?" You walked in silence among the dying brains, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with this result. "Compared to other players, it is really fast, but for me, it is not enough. Wandering hunts still take too much time." Your mind is starting to calculate. "But if we raid a village, Minuri could get hurt, and I can't perfectly protect others when surrounded by 50 guys at once. If this plan does not work, we will come up with another. Ruin still has a better option anyway. It seems finding the sorcerer is the best plan." She smiled and updated you. "With this group, I can get 300 kills in 3 hours. Before Juri could finish her sentence, you interrupted. 3 hours is too long. I will finish in 1 hour. Hearing this unbelievable number, she was shocked. 1 hour? Really? How? The answer came immediately. We will use a sorcerer. This name was completely new to her. What is a sorcerer? Since we are teammates, you did not hide anything. The sorcerer is a monster that summons other monsters and briefly explained its key points. If it keeps summoning monsters, we can shorten the time to find them. She understood the plan but asked again to be sure. So you mean we won't kill the sorcerer, but let it keep summoning? Remin nodded firmly. Your tone was calm as if it was just a daily routine. Yeah. I will let it live until I reach 300 kills. Now. Juri was getting more familiar with this seemingly cold teammate, so she felt comfortable asking. But how do you know about the sorcerer? You said. Isn't this the first time you have faced it? He bluntly stated the reason. I fought one before I met you. That is why I know where it is. She just chuckled lightly at that. I see. But as if reading his unspoken thoughts, he suddenly exclaimed. Don't worry, I will handle any risks that might make her eyes widen in disbelief. Watching the strong figure of Tiu Soe walking ahead, Juri felt a mix of emotions, her gaze carrying a hint of concern. Deep down she could not help but sigh. He is surprisingly thoughtful. You really have to meet someone in person to truly understand them. The scenery here is strange. The leaves have an unnatural red hue, as if they had to bathe in a pool of blood to get that color. Not long after, they finally reached their destination. Which is this place? She skeptically questioned Riemann. How could such a small village have a boss? She received a confirming nod in response. Yep. If she went in thinking everything would be easy, she would run into a bunch of brains summoned by a necromancer. Your gaze hardened. Memories of the hardships flowed back. It was a trap set to lure players in. Just like the previous round. You had long known the horrifying truth hidden behind this calm facade. If you go around to the back, you will see a mountain of player corpses hidden by the sorcerer. That is the sorcerer's cunning and cleverness. But from those actions, one can deduce something. In other words, it is cowardly, lacking the guts to confront directly. Rumen coldly called out to the person behind to take this path. As soon as Juri stepped inside, She began to look around, but I do not see any brains at all. You are like a walking dictionary, always having answers for the countless questions about why these houses are just disguises to lure players closer. In reality, only the brain sorcerer lives here. Saying that, you pointed the sickle forward, looking at that seemingly harmless house. You said in a deep voice, "The brain sorcerer is inside. It is digging a trap and waiting for us to step in." She suddenly felt confused. The trap rum min lowered his weapon and regained some indifference to explain to the other party. The trap is very simple. The moment a player steps into the trap point while being off guard, the sorcerer will summon brains to surround them. You continue to recount what you knew. It can summon about 10 to 20 at a time, a number too large to survive if surrounded. Hearing that, Jury became anxious. What do we do? If it summons them all at once, it will be very hard to survive. Maybe she forgot that next to her is a big-eared, big-faced person with limitless strength. You had a plan early on. That is true. But there is still a way to turn things around. Suddenly, you leaned in and whispered right in her ear, making her blush and feel shy. After learning the whole plan, she unconsciously doubted the reliability of this approach. Really? Will it fall into the trap? Will the real wizard be fooled? You reassured me again. Do not worry. This has been tested. Jury immediately pounded her chest, confidently taking responsibility. Then please let me handle that plan. Ria Min did not have much faith in this novice in front of her. Is she planning to handle it by herself? However, she remained determined to stick to her plan. That is right. There is no need for both of us to go in. Right. Clinging to him like this is really not right at all. At least I can handle this. Now you have another reason to consider her. If Jury has said that, then you have no reason to refuse. All right. Then I will wait out here. Then she stepped up the stairs alone, approached the large door, and gently pushed it open with a sense of unease. Inside, there was not a single soul, just a long, deep hallway waiting ahead. She gripped the sword tightly in her hand to boost her confidence, carefully taking each step inside. Suddenly, Jury saw something down below. At the end of the path was a large room, and the object below was easy to identify. A red carpet. She frowned, recalling the whispers from earlier. This is the trap point that Black Crow mentioned. This spot is crucial. Reem's plan was like this. Inside, a brain wizard was hiding down the hallway, and she would see a space covered in red carpet. Stepping on it, it was designed to summon the brain and block her escape route. You would then set up a trap of your own based on that. We will move to the carpet and then come back. So the wizard thinks it missed the target, and we'll send out a few more scouts. We just need to take out those scouts. Feeling scared, she reassured herself. Yeah, it is that simple. Then slowly approach the carpet as instructed. As long as we make some noise and run away. Immediately, a beam of light from a chair against the wall swept across the room. The wizard had opened his eyes, and the light was emanating from something on his body. Jury did not say anything and immediately turned around, trying to run as fast as possible toward the door that was slowly closing. With a bang, the door shut completely a second later. After that little scare, she sighed in relief. Phew. It was nothing. But her heart was still pounding. Ryumi quickly asked, "Are you okay?" She laughed and reported back. Haha. Of course, I went straight to the carpet and came back as you said and received rare praise. Good job. Yet Jury still doubted the effectiveness of this method. How exactly will they send out scouts? You are too lazy to explain again. Just briefly respond that we will know if we listen. A few seconds later, that door suddenly creaked open, revealing the dark shadows behind it. Just as Riem Min guessed, the scouts really stepped out. As soon as they stepped outside, they kept looking around. Suddenly, Rumen's voice called out from behind, causing the scouts to turn their heads back. What are you looking for? He just looked up and saw you coming down from above with a scythe. I am right here. And with a spin, you traced a beautiful arc in the air, successfully severing all 4 limbs of that snail. Only after they lay writhing on the ground did you call someone over. Jury quickly poked his head out from his hiding spot nearby. Yeah. Time slowly ticked by, the flame still burning brightly. She finally finished off the zombies, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew. It is. But before she could rest, Rumen suggested to lure them out again. Although she knew what you said was always true, this time she could not help but feel doubtful. Would they really fall for this trick again? You simply explained, smart as you are, but forgetful like a goldfish. You smiled reassuringly at your teammate, telling her not to worry. With that reassurance, she broke into a bright smile and nodded in trust. Yeah. In no time, the zombies were scattered all over the yard, limbs everywhere, their bodies slowly dissipating. Jury happily turned to report to Ryuman. I have taken out all 300 of them, he said. You nodded in satisfaction. It had been exactly an hour. She tilted her head with a smile, her voice sincere. Thanks to you, the hunt went quickly and easily. I am really grateful to you. You suddenly asked the other person. How many levels have you reached? She excitedly gave a number. I have reached level 19. You encouraged your teammate. Just one more level and her rank will increase. Riemann continued to look at her, thinking about the huge potential in the future. As her rank increases, she will learn new skills. The current skills will also become stronger, which benefits me too. Deep in thought, I realized that if I want to set a record with the final boss, I need her stronger corn effect. But outwardly, I kindly suggested, I will help you reach level 20. Once you hit that level, dealing with those idiots will be much easier. Hearing him say that made her blush, lost in her own fantasies. Are you doing all this for me? She shyly stuttered to form a sentence. Then if it is not too much trouble, please help me too. Suddenly, someone from behind spoke up, causing both of them to turn and look. Look over there. A group of 5 men walked in. They kept firing questions. Wait, is not that the black guy? Who is the one standing next to him? What are these idiots doing? Ignoring all that, Nova approached Rumen and shyly spoke up. Hey there. He looked at him coldly. What is going on? Glancing around, he stammered to express himself. We just came here to hunt some idiots. I did not expect someone to come before us. I could not help but feel startled. No way. The bodies of those idiots were sprawled everywhere, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Just 2 people can handle this mess. Gray keenly senses something's off. A small village like this has so many brains. That is really strange. Meanwhile, Stello is focused on something else. Who is the girl standing next to him? Teammate. Victor furrows his brow. Feeling confused, the black guy is actually working with a teammate. That is ridiculous. Meanwhile, the jerk is leering at Jury up and down. Is that his type or something? He. Looking closely, she is actually pretty cute. Suddenly, the scythe is slammed hard on the ground, making a loud sound. Ryu Min is furious at the attitude of these strangers. Growling, don't bother us. Get lost. Are you jumping at shadows? His eyes flash with danger, a deadly aura suddenly radiating. Think whatever you want. But you have crossed the line now. I will say it again. If there is nothing going on here, then get lost. The group seems to hit a nerve and immediately starts barking back. Hey. Who do you think you are talking to us like that? Yeah. It is our first meeting and you are already talking back. Don't you think that is rude? Jury gasped in shock. Are they crazy? You dare talk back to Black Scythe? Celadon boldly steps up to question him, but her tone betrays her fear. I do not care who you are. The guy immediately gets a punch to the forehead while still criticizing the other side. You have no right to look down on us. Seeing a streak of blood flowing from the wound made him suddenly silent. Not daring to say a word, Rumen warned again. If you want to stay alive, get out of here. You only learn when you get hit. They frantically ran away. Everyone, sorry for the disturbance. Sorry for cutting in. Yet those people still could not stand it and quietly began to plan. Damn it, do you think we will just leave it like this? Even if we have to follow him, we need to see what he is up to, seeming to sense their intentions. He felt a bit uncomfortable. Those jerks are trying to spy on me. A few flies buzzing around want to stop me from hunting, but some idiot might steal the glory from the boss. I should deal with him and claim the reward. With a clear plan in mind, Min returned to the main issue. But first, I will level Minjuri up to 20, then casually suggested to Jury. Now that the pests are gone, let us continue hunting. She obediently agreed. After running quite a distance, he suddenly stopped and looked back. This should be out of sight. Right. The others stopped as well. Gray was a bit dissatisfied with his pig-headed teammate. What do you plan to do? He frowned, holding out a tempting piece of bait. Aren't you curious how that dark guy hunts? Sella also chimed in. Yeah. Me too. I wonder where he gets so much brain. The whole group kept discussing excitedly. So what now? Are we going to lurk in the shadows? We won't be detected from afar. Don't he worry. If you are scared, just go die. Scared? Nonsense. With that, they turned back to where they were before. They hid behind some bushes, watching the actions of the two inside the gate over there. Just then, a few more monsters appeared from inside the house. They saw Riemann standing alone there, almost taunting them, and immediately rushed in like a storm. He stood still. But that did not mean he was just going to take it. His hand suddenly clenched tightly, his eyes burning like fire. The leading monster was immediately punched in the stomach, spitting blood from the impact. So powerful it sent him flying backward. His massive body crashed in the unfortunate monster nearby. Before the shock could fade, another storm came. Catching it off guard, Riemann continued to pressure them with sharp, precise moves. In the blink of an eye, all 4 limbs of both were saying goodbye to their bodies. When the monsters saw their teammates' arms and legs flying in front of them, they finally snapped back to reality from their daze. Watching him take down those monsters, V could not help but compliment him. Truly a top-notch fighter. Stella was also sweating bullets. We struggled just to kill one, but Gray suddenly spotted something surprising. Ah, what is this? One question arose when Ryuman just stood there and did not continue attacking. Why is not he finishing it off? Someone else just notified that the girl from earlier is approaching him. The group of idiots was immediately ended by Juri's sword. Nova saw this and seemed to realize something. Could it be her? Celadon just blurted it out. Is he letting her take down the monster? The whole group was in a frenzy. Wow. What does the black guy lack to act like this? Who the hell is that girl to deserve such favoritism? Damn it. Look at how easily she is handling it like it is candy. So damn jealous. Juri was gradually moving into the house unaware that a group was gathering to cook behind her. We are sweating bullets just to take down one idiot. She also went inside. But they kept rambling. Meanwhile, someone just sat there enjoying the experience until she came back out. The grating voices of those men in skirts were still ringing out. What a pain. However, Nova had been watching intently and noticed something. One of them realized something. Is something off? Celadon asked back in confusion. What is it? He quickly clarified his suspicion. Every time that girl goes in and out of that house, the idiots keep following her. They are watching him show off his skills while raising questions. But is not it strange? How many idiots can fit in that tiny house? Wait. Are you saying that the revival point is that hut? Seems like it. Otherwise there would not be any other reason. Those people are just projecting their imagination. Damn. Turns out there is a revival point right here. Those jerks have been grinding like crazy this whole time. Now I get it. They want us to leave so they can monopolize the revival spot. One guy suddenly suggested. Why do not we just wait until they leave? Once they are gone, that spot is ours. Obviously. Everyone else agreed. Yeah. That is a good idea. I want to take it by force too. But I am not strong enough. A moment later, Juri looked at the system board happily. She looked up at Rumen with satisfied and proud eyes. Wait. I reached level 20, you softly replied. Congratulations. The joy did not stop there. I also learned a new skill. She was so excited that she could not help but brag. And my blessing buff went from 50% to 60%. You wanted to see its effect, so you suggested. Can you use it right now? Juri immediately agreed. Sure. Then she raised her hand into the air, and a magical green light instantly spread out, quickly surrounding both of them. At the same time, the system announced that the blessing skill increased all attributes by 60%. The duration of the blessing skill is about 3 hours. Her bright blue eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, announcing the next performance, which is the enhanced blessing. The next thing is the new buff I learned. Just as the words ended, a surge of energy enveloped the scythe's blade and slowly spread down to Ryuman's legs, finally wrapping around his entire body. The energy swirled continuously, creating an absolute cinematic effect. The system notification appeared again. The attack speed and movement speed increased by 60% due to the effect of the haste skill. The remaining time for the haste skill is about 30 minutes. He read the system panel calmly and commented, better attack and movement speed. Not bad. Juri nodded in agreement. Right. I can use it on you every half hour. He suddenly felt playful, casually expressing it. I really appreciate it. She pouted in response. I am serious. The moment of playful banter had to pause as there were things to do. That is enough. Let us go catch that brainless wizard. She quickly asked if there was anything she could help with. Ryuman turned to leave, not forgetting to advise her to just stay away. He thought he was unaware, but when he glanced toward the bushes, he realized everything was under control. From the corner of his eye, he indeed saw figures lurking in the distance. Probably those jerks were happily gossiping behind their backs. Juri was still blissfully ignorant as usual. All right. Then there is nothing to worry about. Ryuman also had his own plan. Long was eager to see what they would do about this, still sticking to the plan to lure the idiots outside. But instead of her, he would go in. Meanwhile, she hid to the side, frowning with worry as she looked in that direction. Those people are still watching them. Seeing the unusual situation, Celadon feels confused. What is going on? Hexihu is back in the house again. Moments later, 2 horizontal cuts suddenly appeared on the door, with a loud bang. Rumen broke through the door and rushed outside. Following him were the savage beasts, weapons in hand, chasing after him. They charged like hungry wolves, while he desperately tried to run as fast as he could to escape those savages. Juri, standing nearby, just noticed him. Her mind was filled with 1,000 questions of why. Why is FTXU running away? Well, Celadon's group, hiding, was equally stunned. What is happening? Xu being chased by those beasts, can he possibly be Xesaru? Right. Suddenly, the brain sorcerer struck the ground with his staff a few times, then raised his staff high, his mouth starting to scream piercingly. The entire space was suddenly caught in a whirlpool of dark magic. Then he unleashed a spell aimed straight at him. A series of powerful energy beams shot up to block Rumen's path. Moments later, Another horde of beasts was summoned. They formed a pincer attack, tightly squeezing the opponent. Victor, witnessing the grand spectacle, could not help but wonder, who is that masked figure behind? Gray pointed in the direction of his teammate and confirmed, it looks much bigger than the other beasts. He observed it carefully and made a guess. If it is just that one big beast, it might be the leader. Victor, upon hearing this, was astonished. A boss. Only now did Nova realize the difference. So it is not a reborn brain but rather a summoning. On the other side, Jury is trembling with panic. Completely lost. The guy is surrounded by those brains. What should we do? Should we step in to help? Suddenly, she widened her eyes looking at him. Jury watched as Riem Min fought alone in the midst of enemies. Constantly amazed, that gaze. He does not seem panicked at all, realizing the situation is unfavorable. The mad wizard summoned even more waves of minions. Stella was startled, quickly counting that 10 more brains had appeared. But for Rumin, 10 is just a number. He calmly maneuvered through the battlefield. The brains attacked one by one, but he easily dodged their blows. One guy exclaimed, "Damn. He dodged all of them. He really is a monster." Gray immediately interrupted to wake up his stunned friends. "Hey, this is not the time to stand still. That big guy looks like the boss. And there is no one guarding him, right?" Celadon suddenly snapped back to reality. That is true. He then smiled with delight, his face showing clear greed. "Should we steal it?" The two behind him hesitated. Unsure. "I do not know anymore. What if Hefjakshu catches it?" Gray waved his hand to dismiss that thought. He won't catch it. He is busy dealing with the brains. Even Hefjakshu would struggle when surrounded like that. Celadon is also on board, contributing to the schemes. That is right. But if he asks, just say you thought he was in danger and rushed to help. Nova is completely convinced. That makes sense. Not wanting to waste more time, he gets straight to the point. "Do you want to join this cable theft?" The group confirms one by one. "I will join." "Me too." According to the plan discussed earlier, they quietly approached the mind sorcerer while Riem Min was struggling with the lackeys. But was the situation discovered by Jury? She quietly observes, wondering what those people are doing. Moments later, she suddenly jolts when she guesses their intentions. Don't tell me that while Black Hook is drawing all the attention, they are trying to kill the mind sorcerer to take the credit. Suddenly, she remembers the moment in this forest with Black Hook trailing behind him, whispering questions to him. "I appreciate your help, but am I getting in your way?" Black Hook, Riemann calmly reassures her. "Don't worry about that. I have already completed the main task." That indifferent answer makes her exclaim. "What?" He glances back and coldly states his purpose. "My goal is not the main task, but the side task. I've already got a balancing stone." Jury's eyes widen in admiration. "You already have one." Rumen explains more about the origin of that stone. "I got it from killing a boss named Brain Warrior. The other pieces probably dropped from other bosses." Jury listened intently to every word from him. "All I needed were those bosses. So no need to feel guilty about it." Then I felt reassured. Alright, back to reality. After clearing her mind, she was filled with determination to deliver justice. That sorcerer belongs to that black guy. If this goes on, some stranger will steal the credit for taking out the brain sorcerer. That thought urged her to act, her hand instinctively tightening around her weapon. She had to stop them. Over there, they were still smugly playing sneak attack. Suddenly, Riem Mun's voice rang out, and the entire space was engulfed in dark flames. Everyone was shocked, eyes wide, and the others could not help but curiously step outside to observe. Nova was panicked by the scene in front of her. "What the heck is this?" Celadon quickly covered the other person's mouth. Before they could say anything more, their faces turned pale. It turned out the sorcerer was about to sell out the two brothers, screamed wildly with piercing sounds echoing from the depths of the underworld. The group was terrified and quickly ran away. "Damn it. We have been discovered. Everyone, run and meet up. It is really hard to separate with all the unfinished business." It obviously could not let the delicious prey slip away, immediately brandishing its staff to summon magic. A new horde of brain creatures was summoned to surround them. The fools raised their weapons high, ready to take down their opponents. Celadon and Nova only managed to say a few last words. "Damn it. We are done for?" No sooner had he spoken than a swift blow struck his shoulder, blood immediately gushing out like a fountain. The remaining ones were not any better off. Wails of despair echoed throughout the space. The scent of fresh blood from the brawl suddenly hit the nose. Gray, gravely injured, crawled out and cried, "Please help me, old man." But when he looked up, there was no one there. Only a fool was waiting to stomp on the person in front of him. In an instant, it coldly lowered its foot. Tears streamed down his face as he realized his time was up. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the area red. Meanwhile, Rumen fiercely swung a perfect arc, severing the head of the fool. Their bodies fell like straw, and he took a moment to breathe deeply. But then his gaze suddenly turned sharp. Min looked towards the aggressive crowd, already calculating in his mind. He had lured the sorcerer out to see how they would choose. Whether they would take advantage of his peril to seize him, but upon seeing the bodies of the players sprawled out on the ground, he had his answer. So that is how it is. Then he slowly approached the sorcerer, who was still lost in thought. After all, they were wasting their time lurking around us. They must have failed their mission and been wiped out. The fools quickly sensed the danger, then frantically charged to stop them, but before they could make a move, their bodies were covered in deep red cuts. Ruin swung the scythe wildly, moving so fast that the naked eye could barely follow. You smiled, clearly satisfied. My attack speed has definitely increased with the agile spell and a 50% boost to night attack speed. Of course. The system instantly displayed all its information. Ancient death language. The damage effect doubles at night. The additional 50% attack speed at night significantly reduces the chances of being detected by enemies. You stomped your foot hard to gain momentum and dashed like lightning toward the brain wizard. In the blink of an eye, Riemann appeared behind. Trailing behind was a long streak of its blood. The wizard turned to look back at the opponent, but was completely unaware that the scythe was right at its throat. You locked eyes with it, and a moment later, coolly said goodbye before yanking your hand to send the opponent across the Golden River. Riemann landed softly, leaving the fallen wizard behind. The system immediately displayed a series of notifications. You defeated the wizard. Experience increased by 37.8%. Gold increased by 4,000. Level up. You received the Eternal Rest Orb, the mysterious wooden spirit statue, and the low-grade blue mana crystal for balancing. Side quest progress. Balancing 2/4. You fiddled with the chain around your neck, feeling extremely pleased. I reached level 33 and found an item so powerful it is insane. The system once again displayed all its information. The Eternal Rest Orb. The Execution Chain. Each time a monster is defeated, you gain a stack and lose 1 durability. 100 stacks can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. The chain near the gray orb is said to seal the soul of the slain. The orb provides eternal rest for 1 attribute point each time you accumulate 100 stacks. It is similar to the devouring talisman that Black Flame Dragon once used. However, there is a downside. The more stacks you accumulate, the more durability you lose. This is a consumable item. However, if used together with the durability talisman from the 8th ring, and with a blacksmith's support, Riemann can restore its durability. This means you can increase attributes indefinitely. While lost in thought, Jury's voice rang out. Hey Black Snake, where are you? It caught his attention unexpectedly. It seemed the effect of the death mark was making him harder to detect. Min looked down at the battlefield of the corpse of Lalayat, and thought to himself. Before dispelling the Death Knight, I should use a spell to clean up the scene and erase all traces. After everything was taken care of, he felt at ease to dispel the Death Knight. The sky suddenly returned to normal. The sudden light caught Jury off guard. Strange. Why does it keep flickering here? Suddenly, she noticed someone's footsteps. Finally, Yuri had found Riemann. She joyfully exclaimed. There you are. I have been looking for you everywhere. He glanced over at the corpse of the witch. As you can see, I have been quite busy. After saying that, she innocently asked, so did you finally get it? But did you see anyone else around here? Some people had tried to take down the brain wizard. You tilted your head, denying it. I do not see anyone. Jury still felt uneasy. Not convinced. It is strange. I thought I heard screaming. She kept thinking for a long time. Riemann stood by observing, feeling frustrated. In the end, revealing the body brought no benefit. Then he turned to leave. Hurry up. There is still the next boss to take down. After a while, the village in front suddenly turned into a graveyard. Brains were scattered everywhere. The air filled with sorrow. Only a large boss was fiercely resisting Riemann. However, it was no match for him. In the blink of an eye, its entire arm was severed. He swung the scythe, delivering a fatal blow across its body. The brain was mercilessly chopped into pieces. Blood gushed out like a river. It was dead beyond recognition. The system immediately displayed a congratulatory message. You defeated the Brain Archer and received 37.8% experience. 4,000 gold. Age-old Archer Boot. The arrow reset the green mana stone and the balance stone. Progress reached 3/4. You looked at the welfare pile with great satisfaction. Let us check the items. Information displayed fully. Age-old Archer Boot. Quality. Common. Defense 60. Agility effect increased by 10. Durability 1,000 per 1,000. Requires common quality or higher. The boots belong to an agile archer. Riemann looked at the old boots, mentally calculating. They were much better than the ones he was currently wearing. No reason not to switch. He opened the item crafting screen. his hands skillfully maneuvering. If I combine it with the blue mana stone I just got, the effect will be even better. After weighing the options for a while, he pressed the combine button on the screen. The system immediately displayed a confirmation message. Combination successful. The Agile Quick Choice has been added to the Agile Archer's shoes. Ryman felt very satisfied inside. Great. I have handled all the side bosses. However, there is still one final challenge that made him a bit anxious. The final boss. The high-level brain. Unlike others, the high-level brain has a time-based attack rule. I have to defeat it as quickly as possible. He suddenly thought of his previous achievement. The faster, the better the reward. The best record in the last round was 43 seconds. When he saw Juri, Ryu-min lowered his voice. All right. Yeah. He felt full of confidence. Minjuri has got my back this time. I will break the record. The two set off to their next mission location, his mind racing with thoughts. However, I still want to shorten the time even more if possible. First, I need to reach the maximum level and then use the Eternal Rest Ball to boost my stats. This time was not much better than before. The brains all succumbed to his power. The system announced that there were about 30 minutes left until the first round ended. After sweeping through an area, Rymin took a few breaths. He looked at the battlefield in front of him, feeling a bit regretful. It is time to act. Just one more level to reach 40. But I am out of time. Still, looking at the necklace, Ruman felt somewhat comforted. Still, I do not regret it. I have achieved my goal. The system displays its current status. 9 score points. Durability 1 per 1,000. Seeing the opponent rush away, Juri called after him. Wait. Are not you going to continue hunting? He turned around calmly and replied. I think that is enough. She could not help but ask more. Are you going to take down the final boss now? Ryu-min waved goodbye. Yeah. Let us part ways here. Thanks for accompanying me. She held his hand tightly, her tone a bit regretful. Is this really the end? A sense of unease stirred within her. Now that it is time to say goodbye, I feel a bit sad. I was going to ask if I could stay with him until he defeated the final boss. She quickly shook her head, dismissing that thought. If I will just be a hindrance. It is better for us to part ways here. Riemann caught that reaction, knowing the other person was reluctant. But he had no other choice. It seems she has already grown attached in this short time. But the high-level brain is very dangerous. She does not need to accompany him. Minchi, after struggling internally for a while, Juri whispered a request. Wait. Black Hawk. Let me buff you one last time. She extended her hand and began to cast magic. Wait. Black Hawk. Thank you once again for helping me hunt monsters. It would have been really hard to do it alone. Saying that, she opened her equipment menu. It was not much, but here it is. Then bring out a beautiful green quartz. I received this item when you guided me. I do not know if you need it, but please take it. Riemann is being polite. You can keep it? Juri waved her hand to refuse immediately. Just gaining experience is enough for me. I think this is not a big deal. Actually, but I need to give one to mine. Riemann fondly looks at the other person. She is worried about me, but does not realize I am the one she thinks owes a favor to the black guy. You scoff and then reluctantly take the gift, but I have received help too. So let us call it even. Juri noticed the other person's attitude changed completely. So she did not react right away. You took the stone and quickly turned to leave. I will take it then. Well, if we have the chance, we will meet again. She did not respond. Just quietly watched the figure fade away. A moment later, Ryu-min summoned a flying arrow. He stood up, and it raced off into the night. The system immediately confirmed the location of the high-level boss monster. 1121 meters to the target. He felt anxious knowing he still had a chance. He could still follow it. That means no one has taken it down yet. Riemann rushed forward, suddenly thinking about whether anyone had taken down the high-level boss in previous rounds. Among the 4 bosses of this round, the high-level brain is so strong that the other 3 are considered just minor bosses. It might take 100 level 20 players risking their lives to take it down. A regular player would never be able to beat it. After a while, you come across a gloomy forest, and you can't help but think back to the past. Even I had to die 4 times to defeat it. That is how I set the current record of 43 seconds. Ryuman suddenly speeds up as the system announces the distance is closing in, with the target now 321 m away. Atir is determined this time to break that record. You stomp your feet for a strong jump and launch into the air, just as you encounter the final boss. The target now 160 m away. Suddenly, you gasp. Whoa! As you witness another player with blonde hair being choked to death by it. The monster roaring before turning its lifeless white eyes towards Ruman. The towering monster before you lets out deafening roars that sound like they come from the depths of hell. Its eyes are glowing, and its sharp teeth are bared as if ready to devour anyone who dares to confront it. Jun-sok's face turns pale with fear, his whole body trembling as he collapses to the ground. What is happening? What on earth is going on? How did everything turn out like this? In a panic, he recalls the past. Not long ago, everything was fine. Jun-sok's group was discussing their battle plan in the forest, with a pack of brains following. What could not we handle? Let us hunt them together. He quickly introduces himself, giving a brief self-introduction. I am Jung, level 12 warrior. Brady smiled and continued. We are at the same level. Nice to meet you. I am Brady B. My profession is hunter. He scratched his head and chuckled, then introduced himself. Level 13 fighter. That name is really hard to read. Is not. I panicked and just made it up. Initially, it was just a mutually beneficial agreement. But even though it was a makeshift team, the chemistry and atmosphere were fantastic. In the heat of battle, Brady asked his teammate Jun-sok to draw the enemy's attention. He immediately agreed. Leave it to me. Then he ran up to the ugly bastard in front of him. Hey, you ugly jerk. Look over here. With such great teamwork, triggering the small brain camps was way too easy. Wenna just caught another one, she shouted to alert her team. Brady Pitt. Aim for its throat right now. On the other side, Aang was also supporting Ban very well. He was careful behind him. After more than 6 hours of non-stop monster hunting, they happily shared their personal achievements. I got 300 kills. Me too. Congratulations. Everyone survived. The main mission was completed. Jun-sok eagerly suggested, but breaking up now is too soon. How about we continue hunting? He agreed immediately without hesitation. Yeah. I was planning to level up to 22. They continued their hunt. The system kept sending upgrade notifications. You have reached level 20. Your rank has increased from novice to official. Now, you can use the combination feature. Finally, the whole group reached level 20 and even learned new skills. As a result, they surrounded the corpse of a Brady, mocking the opponent harshly. These damn brains are just trash now. Wenna smirked. I can believe there was a time we struggled against these pigs. Angton stood beside, enthusiastically agreeing. Exactly. They have become much stronger. Wanting to push their luck further, they eagerly suggested to raid another camp. So why not sweep another big camp? Suddenly, Jun-sepo pointed in one direction and exclaimed in a panicked tone. Wait, what is that? Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and under the dense canopy, they saw a gigantic brain faintly visible. Grady suddenly hesitated, his tone somewhat uncertain, looking like a brain, but he raised his hand to shield himself, trying to observe the opponent closely. I have never seen one like that. Is it the boss's kid? The boss's kid. Wenna has not shed a tear over the coffin yet, so she is still pretty confident. Want to give it a try? Throughout the year, we might just get that chance together. She nodded, clearly not wanting to miss out on the tasty bait in front of her. So the boss will drop some good loot. Right. He glanced over at his buddy next to him. We are going to split the loot evenly. Right. He understood immediately and nodded in determination. The boss was slowly moving, but suddenly it stopped and abruptly turned towards the Juno group. Its eyes glowed in the darkness like hellfire. The monster let out a roar. Crew and the others quickly fell under its spell. The space felt suffocated by its overwhelming killing intent. Juno thought their group had grown much stronger, but the current situation was far from his imagination. The bloodthirsty monster charged forward, wanting to devour the prey in front of it. It stomped its feet powerfully a few times to gain momentum, and made a spectacular jump in the air right before the group's eyes. A moment later, it jumped right into the battlefield. They basically could not fight back, only standing still and taking it. The high-level boss swung its hand back, ready to crush the unfortunate victim. The first casualty was Wenna. Her entire body was pierced through by sharp claws, blood pouring out like a river. Not satisfied yet, it instinctively turned around to look for more prey when it spotted a 10 kneeling down on the ground. The monster raised its hand and used all its strength to crush the opponent. The ground below shattered, and the girl died in pieces. That is not the prey. Grady did not have time to react before it caught him. A moment later, he was choked until he spat blood. We are about to die. Back to reality. The eagle swept through the group alone, the smell of blood staining the area red. It was death itself, and by the time it realized, it was too late to give the opponent a second to breathe. It swung its tail, eager to find the next prey. Bank was the unfortunate victim as the monster grabbed him. The next moment, his body was slammed down to the ground. The force from the impact cracked the ground. Blood splattered amidst the debris. He could only let out a wailing cry before departing from this world. Once it finished, it immediately turned back to the last prey. The moment Jock made eye contact, he trembled like a leaf. We are about to die. We are about to die. The eagle slowly approached, its mouth screeching with piercing cries. The pressure from the opponent made him panic and step back. Do not come closer. Sweat instantly poured down his forehead. his frantic gaze glued to the monster in front of him. His arm raised up in a desperate plea. Please. But it completely ignored you, instead brutally raising its hand high, preparing for a final blow, just in time. Rumen appeared, quickly rushing in with the scythe in hand. His gaze locked on the target ahead. Before it could notice the opponent, a red slash appeared on its neck. A moment later, the left head was disconnected, the remaining head shrieking in madness, questioning you. However, its fate was just like before. A slash as thin as a thread had already carved deep into its neck in the blink of an eye. The whole snail collapsed to the ground in front of Jun Seok's witness. He stared wide-eyed at the person opposite him. That person was Rumen, calmly descending like a savior. He was in constant surprise. Blackbird glanced at the snail's corpse, silently assessing how unexpectedly it died in one blow. The system immediately displayed a notification. You have defeated the high-level snail and leveled up to level 40, advancing from apprentice to official. You can now use the trading feature. Ryuman stood there intently reading each line of the notification. The Death Mark skill increased damage by an additional 20%. The range of the Death Scythe skill increases by 500 meters. You have also learned the exclusive skill of the Grim Reaper, Mooncleaver. The next skill will unlock at level 60. You smile with satisfaction, finally having learned it. The unique attack skill of the Grim Reaper, Mooncleaver. The system displays full information about the newly learned skill. Mooncleaver charges for 1 second, dealing 1200% area damage in a cone. Mixed damage is multiplied by 1.5 at night, with a cooldown of 10 minutes, only when using the scythe. Normally, there is only one such attack skill, meaning if you miss, the risk is high. But Mooncleaver has a wide range that makes hitting easier. It is very useful because it is mixed damage. If the enemy is immune to physical damage, the magic damage will still hit. Ryu-min scoffed when realizing she had hit the jackpot. Well, the current monsters are still low level, but later some enemies will be extremely tough, making this skill essential. Now let us check the next rewards. The system keeps notifying you that you have received gloves, fangs of the elite brain, low-level purple mana stones, and balance stones. Side quest progress. Balance stones 4/4. You have completed the side quest and received the balance seal. Ryuman reached out to receive it, feeling joyful inside. This is exactly what she wanted most in this round. The charm just received has automatically embedded itself into the player's body. The system displays all the information about the effect charm. All stats will be doubled when there is a gap of less than 10 points between the lowest and highest stats. This only applies to stats increased by points. After reading, he already had a plan in mind. This charm will only be effective if I evenly increase all 4 of my stats. He glanced at his own stats table. All stats were neatly aligned, and he had intentionally kept the stats from differing too much, because he was sure he would receive this charm. Talk is cheap. Ryuman worked with the screen, filled with excitement. Now that it has embedded itself into his body, he was eager to see how high his stats would go. Ryuman's eyes were glued to the screen, and he could not help but marvel. All my stats are over 300. His eyes widened, and his lips pressed tightly together to keep calm. I know the effect of this round's power boost and Minri's blessing is helping, but this is beyond my imagination. He stood there pondering for a long time, guessing that the ancient balance would be best if he wanted to level up quickly. And finally the time-based attack reward. The system continuously announced. You have defeated the advanced boss of round 5 in just 1 second, qualifying for the time-based attack rule. Max reward of 100,000 gold. Congratulations. Looking at the amount Fazasi received on the screen, he smiled with satisfaction. Last time I only got 23,255 gold because I took 43 seconds. I can't believe it. I will use this to learn all the general skills I have not had time to study. Still overjoyed, the system continued to bring good news. You have set a world record. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Archive. You will be rewarded with the choice of a unique item. Ryuman was immediately stunned. What? What is this? I get a reward for setting a record. In front of him right now is a powerful card. Ryuman was still in shock, filled with questions. It said I could choose a unique item. Can I really choose any unique item? Without any hesitation, he swiped his hand to put the card into the empty slot on the screen. The system immediately displayed all the reward equipment categories. He rested his chin on his hand and thought deeply. Can I really choose anything? Then I do not need a unique weapon because I will craft one when I return. Saying that, he reached out to touch the helmet option. That looks good. Junsi finally came to his senses. He hesitantly approached. As soon as his eyes landed on the corpse of the brain monster, he quickly covered his mouth in shock. No way. That monster died with just 1 hit. Junsi still could not accept this reality. His inner self constantly denied it. Is this the power of Hifuxu? 5 of us could not defeat him, and we were level 20. Yet he managed to do it alone. Still, deep down, he had to admit that the opponent just saved his life. I should thank him instead of doubting. Suddenly, Min turned and just happened to meet his gaze. Junsuko flinched and instinctively took a step back, his mind not yet able to form a response before the other person turned and walked away. He quietly stood there watching. A wave of regret filled him. He had not even had the chance to thank him. Meanwhile, Priscilla intertwined her fingers and asked Vu Vi, "Has everyone completed the mission?" Not seeing the players respond, she quickly guessed that it seemed like many had died in those 10 hours. Then she chuckled, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "I do not think you all died because of those weaklings. Are you having a civil war?" As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. "Let us see the results then." The ranking for round 5 immediately appeared, where the black team took the top spot in the entire region. The other players, upon reading it, could not help but gasp. Level 40. His record was insane too. The buzz of conversation immediately erupted. At that moment, Ryuman became the center of attention. 300 brains in just 1 hour. Is that even possible? However, he did not care at all. Just sighed, wanting to collect his reward. The system immediately displayed a series of notifications, congratulating him for ranking first in the entire region, topping all 5 rounds, and receiving a mid-level combat necklace, a special reward box, and the title of top leader overall. An unbelievable achievement. Ryuman smiles with satisfaction. "Awesome. I got the title I wanted." The title board instantly appears before my eyes. "You lead all conditions. Ranking first in all regions throughout the first 5 rounds. Effect: all experience gained increases by 1.5 times. You stay quiet, thinking for a moment. This is why I want to be at the top of all regions. I can't miss the chance to level up 1.5 times faster." Then you open the equipment box, your fingers ready to act. "I will choose my reward now." The system immediately opens a selection of various necromancer necklaces, including the Bone Knight necklace, Java necklace, and Power necklace. After reading through, Rumi can't stop thinking that an average person would just pick one randomly, like I used to pick all of them. Then, your finger decisively taps on the second option. "What I need is the Java necklace." The system then displays full information about the equipment. The Java necklace is a necromancer necklace that increases all stats by 3 and has a 35% resistance effect, with a durability of 1000 per 1000. No class restriction, and is said to contain the magic of the Java race. After wrapping everything up, you continue to think about what you need to reinforce now is not strength or stats. Because more than anyone, you understand very well the challenges ahead you will face. So you need to be well prepared, which is to resist adverse states. You look at the sparkling necklace, feeling joyful like a festival. An item with resistance stats is very rare, so I could sell it for a high price if I do not need it later. However, you had to set it aside for now. Next, Rumen's gaze was fixed on the screen showing the rewards, which included 3 options. Triple experience, a 6,000 gold entry fee, and information about round 6. It did not take long for you to come up with an answer. Of course, it was to increase experience. Suddenly, the clapping of Priscilla echoed. All the players immediately looked up at the sky. She calmly asked, "Has everyone checked the leaderboard?" Then her eyes lit up, and her tone became sharp, announcing coldly that a total of 1585 people had completed the main quest. From the person ranked 1212 and up, all would be killed. The unfortunate players continuously knelt and begged, "Wait, Angel, please spare us." The cries of despair rang out everywhere. "Help!" They slowly turned to dust and flew back to the other world. Priscilla sneered a few times, her words filled with disdain for others, begging for mercy. "So pathetic. You are worse than insects." Rumin felt disgusted after hearing that. "Do you think you are different?" Then she focused on reading each line on the scoreboard. "None of you completed the quest." Then she turned to look at you with a hint of meaning. Or so she thought, seeing the opponent's confident demeanor. She questioned, "Have you completed it?" Priscilla quickly began casting a spell to prepare to leave. "Then we will meet again in the next round." A moment later, a summary scoreboard appeared. All areas have 19,327,557 survivors, and the related area CS0007 has 1,211 survivors. And you will be transported back to reality. And round 6 will start at midnight on June 1st, 2023. See you in the next round. After a while, the sky has turned dark. The skyscrapers in the city begin to light up. Rumen takes a moment to stretch after a long sleep. Feeling a bit discouraged, he leans his head back. "Now that I am done eating, I will start." The combined window opens. His fingers quickly move the weapon into the central slot. "I will use the Grim Reaper's scythe as the main ingredient." Then he starts combining other ingredients in the adjacent slot. The secondary ingredients will be the heart, mysterious wood, rusty arrowheads, and the teeth of the high-level brain. Suddenly he stops and thinks for a moment. "If I combine like this, my weapon will reach the execution level." Ryumin suddenly remembers the gift from before. However, I also have a black diamond from the Wild Y. He immediately changes his strategy, his fingers pressing the combine button without hesitation. If I use it again, I will get a unique item instead of an execution weapon. The system immediately displays a notification. Combination complete. You have created the Scythe of Death. This is a unique weapon with 300 damage and an effect that increases all stats by 10, plus 10% skill damage, with a durability of 3000 per 3000, and can only be used by experts and above. It is said to carry the darkness of death even during the day. Remin happily laughs out loud. Starling Ru. Finally, I upgraded the old Scythe of Death. Thanks to the huge amount of money from killing the cluster, he can leisurely learn a new skill. Now I am going to learn some basic skills with all the money I have. You just walked into the store and immediately picked the first skill, starting with searching around, allowing me to see my surroundings like a small map. The second skill quickly caught your attention as well, enhancing your dynamic vision to improve your sight. Next came a series of new knowledge that you continuously absorbed. I will also learn basic resistance to increase my resistance to adverse conditions by 15%, as well as hand-eye coordination to boost skill accuracy by 20%. That wraps up the basic skills. After a while, Ryuman sighed in frustration because he had too much money and did not know what to do with it. I still have 14,000 gold after all that. I really do not have anything to buy except for the items that will appear in a few days. The next moment, you sat up suddenly. Well, that is enough. You requested to open the status window, and a dense array of information appeared before you, reflecting all the achievements accumulated after 5 rounds of play. Ryuman smiled as everything was going according to plan. This was thanks to the balanced ancient effect, which added some stats to his stat sheet. You seemed satisfied and continued to ponder. Good. I am as strong as I can be right now. I am going to continue my work with Magok, and then I will also use Hong Wai Min for some tasks. Just mentioning the familiar name made you wonder. Wait, what happened to him? Is he still alive? Unable to contain your curiosity, you immediately activated the skill you just learned, tracking Hong Min. If you can track him, it means he is still alive. Min rests her chin on her hand, smiling with delight. Good. He is still useful to me. Therefore, an idea suddenly crossed my mind to exploit him. But this time will be the last. I will use him one more time in the present and then dispose of him. On a beautiful and peaceful morning in the real world, Juri sat in her familiar cafe, deep in thought as she looked out the window. Only she knew how anxious she truly was. Why is Min meeting again? Don't tell me a romantic image filled with roses suddenly appeared. Rumin gently tucked Juri's hair behind her ear and whispered, I miss you so much. She hurriedly shook her head to make the embarrassing illusion go away. The thought was too ridiculous. Calm down. Calm down. I absolutely cannot let it show. Just then, the cafe door swung open, and Rumin had arrived at the meeting point. You are surprised to see Juri waiting. You are here. Have you been waiting long? She startled and stood up abruptly. Oh no. I just got here. Juri then tried to change the subject to ease her embarrassment. I will go get some drinks. What do you want? Today I am treating you. Feel free to choose. Riemann happily agreed. Really? Then I will have an iced Americano with an extra shot. She hurriedly ran off to place the order. All right. Just wait a moment. You sit down at the table and smile. Thank you for the drink, Juri, she replied nervously. It is nothing. Then she blushed, took a sip of water, and her mind wandered elsewhere. Why is the atmosphere so awkward? It must be because I had some strange thoughts earlier. The scene from before flashed in my mind again. But before I could fully grasp it, Rumin's question interrupted. So how's the circle going? Did you meet Hefty Shu? She snapped back to reality and replied immediately. Oh right. Just as you said. I met him and we went hunting together. Speaking of this, Juri still felt very happy. In fact, at first, I did not believe that a top-tier guy would cooperate with me. But once I showed my skills, he agreed. Min laughed along. I told you. As long as he sees your skills, even Hefichekshu will need you. She continued recounting everything, which made hunting incredibly easy. And he helped quite a bit. For the first time, I even ranked second in the area. You were surprised and asked for more details. Second place. That is awesome. So what reward did you get with this friend? Juri did not need to hide anything. Want to see it? She quickly summoned the item to show off. It was a rare common grade necklace that boosts agility. What do you think? Does it look good? Rumin gasped in surprise again. It is really beautiful. Unexpectedly, Juri pushed it towards you. Here. Take it. This action left you confused. Stepping back. Why are you giving this to me? She gently persuaded you. Just accept it. I got it thanks to your prediction. Rumin is still insisting on refusing. No need. I can't take the reward you worked hard for. The compliment made Juri a bit shy. It was not that hard anyway. Xe carried me throughout the match, so the hunt felt easy. Since it was a team effort, Rumen asked more. Then why do not you give it to him instead of me? She sighed. A master like him would not need such a low-level necklace. Right. You quietly answered that question. Of course not. He does not need it. So Ryuman continued to wave his hand in refusal. I really appreciate your kindness. But I do not need it. I am not even at the official level yet. Juri could not help but be surprised by this information. You are not official yet. What level are you at now? You briefly looked down. Shyly answering. I am at level 19. I struggled a lot to kill 300 birds within 10 hours. Juri could only nod in agreement, and felt a bit regretful taking back the necklace. Right. The fate of a fortune teller does not really suit fighting. Suddenly she remembered something she had been curious about for a long time. By the way, how does a fortune teller like Min fight? Ryu Min scratched his head and honestly replied. I have some spells, but I am a bit shy to show them. Juri stroked her chin and thought. If that is the case, you do not need a speed-up necklace after all, because using magic requires intelligence. Right, you confirmed with a smirk. That is right, and right after that, she summoned a red stone. So I will give you this instead of the necklace. Juri held it out to you. But this time her attitude was much more determined. I found this while hunting. At least take it. I am not sure if it is good, but it is mine. So do not refuse it. Why can't Rumi Min see her concern? Deep in her eyes, happiness emerged. And then she reached out to take it. Thanks. You even thought of me. This unexpected skin contact made Juri freeze up immediately. It is not like I was thinking about you or anything. You always give me information. I feel guilty just receiving it. Rumi Min gently interrupted. Then I should give you something too, Juri. She asked back in confusion. For me? What? Unfortunately, your next words shattered Juri's hopes. What else? Of course. It is news about the 6th round. She forced a smile in response. If you tell me, I would be very grateful. Ruin continued without realizing. Alright then, the task in the 6th round is to tell the opponent everything without holding anything back. After hearing this, Juri confirmed in confusion. Should I team up with Hack again? Rumen replied firmly. He probably won't turn you down. You have already proven your worth with your skills in round 5. That made Juri stroke his chin thoughtfully. Teaming up with him again. You were a bit startled by this strange attitude. You are happy about that? Right, she innocently replied. Of course, he treats me really well. Rumen let out a sigh of relief. Really? Just those comments afterward felt like arrows piercing your head. He is more thoughtful than I expected. Not as scary as I thought. He might be a bit arrogant. But that is to be expected. After all, he is ranked first. You stiffened and repeated it mechanically. Really, now that Juri thinks back, she realizes a few strange points. Moreover, he seems to have very good intuition. Rumin nervously asked. What do you mean? She recalled and recounted a few things. And I did not know how to explain either. It just felt like he could see through people. You lowered your eyes, silently responding to this ambiguity. That is thanks to the ancient language of introspection. The feeling of helplessness from the past rushes back. I am not perfect either. I have failed 99 times already. Last round felt like a trap because it required a team of 5. The systems board at that time put Ryu Min in a deadlock, needing at least 5 people to open the boss room. Thinking about this, he quietly decided that this was his last chance. And no matter what, he had to make it to the finals with Min Juri and the monk from the US. Suddenly, Juri's voice pulled him back to reality. What are you thinking about? Ryu Min startled and looked up to respond. It is nothing. Just your earlier emotions caught her attention. Are you worried about the next round? If the opponent has already given you a reason, why hesitate to use it? Yeah. I am a bit worried. After all, I am not that strong. Juri let out a deep sigh full of regret. If only we were in the same area. I could have helped you. Rune asked innocently in return. Free. She quickly affirmed. Of course. Then she lowered her head, fiddling with her hands. But I do not feel comfortable just receiving help. If it stays like this, I won't be able to help you at all. The young black crowd gave her a thumbs up. You have already helped me enough, Juri. Thanks to you. I took down that high-headed guy in no time. Then Rumi gently comforted her. Don't worry. One day we will meet again in another world. Juri. Are you looking forward to it a little? That beautiful prospect seemed to empower her. Just hold on until then. I will do my best too. Good luck. Ryu Min awkwardly raised his hand in response. Good luck, but inside, there was a bit of worry. Oh man, I am a bit worried about how she will react when she finds out I am Black Cow. After that meeting, you quickly returned to Tiama Company. Sang Chung bowed to inform the people inside. Sir. Rumin has arrived. Jupil Lope smiled, stood up, and welcomed him. Then he friendly patted him on the shoulder. Please have a seat. Manager and please bring 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea. Jiang Chun immediately acknowledged. Yep, sir. He then inquired about the honored guest. Rumin, I hope the journey here was not too difficult for you. Rumen politely replied that thanks to the car you prepared, the trip was very comfortable. Jiang Lok nodded in satisfaction. Huh. That is good then. If there is anything that makes you unhappy, just say it, and I will take care of it right away. On the surface, Rumen remained calm in the conversation. That is fine. But inside, he was calculating. Is the killer Jiang really saying he will take care of everything? It is best not to say anything unnecessary. He generously offered lunch. You can have lunch. If not, join me. But Rumen bluntly interrupted, saying there is something more important than that right now. Zhang Quangluf leaned in with interest. Could it be information about the next round? This attitude made Rumen smirk slightly, thinking that he was indeed eager. Then he calmly confirmed that no need to say more. Everything went so smoothly that Zhang Guamolos was surprised. Really? Thank you. And once again, he was interrupted. But in return, I want to ask you to organize a shareholder meeting. Riam Min frowned as he made the suggestion. We need to discuss business matters. We need to change both the business model and the name of this company. Gi, with a teasing look, seriously asked, what do you want me to do? Rumen's request is quite simple. Please support the business idea I will propose at the meeting. He added his own desires in a low voice. There can't be any objections. What I mean is that I need you to persuade the other shareholders, and also provide additional reasons why I need help. In the future scenario I envision, they are not very welcoming of this idea. Guanglok suddenly had a bad feeling. What kind of business idea was he about to propose? This reaction was completely in line with Ryuman's expectations. He looked very curious. It is no surprise, since I told him that if we changed the business model, we would succeed. Ryumin had nothing to hide and straightforwardly presented the upcoming plan, which is to create a socially oriented open market just for gamers. Junil asked uncertainly, you mean a sales page? Ryum confirmed seriously. Exactly. The difference is that only players can access it, and they will sell in-game items instead of regular goods. He continued to clarify a few points within that, so they can buy and sell items for real money. His answer surprised Sang Chun, who was standing beside him. Using cash or trading will be up to the seller's decision when listing the item. Lassie thought for a moment and then commented, trading makes sense. But do players really need real money? Ruin casually tossed the question back at the other party. Surely there will be players who need cash. Don't you think so? It is just that you still have a few things to consider. Currently, there is no method that really fits. These words made him frown. Are you implying that there will be a new method in the future? This quick reaction made Ryu Min silently admire him. He still trusted him as always. He comfortably leaned back and continued explaining. That is right. I caught a glimpse of the future. Players above level 40 trade in gold instead of cash. Jun subconsciously repeated. Gold. Ryu Min patiently elaborated. When players reach level 40, the trading function will be unlocked. They can trade gold with each other. And we will build a system for secure trading. Of course. We will charge fees whether it is cash or gold. The more Jun listened, the more convincing it seemed. A social trading area exclusively for people. Not a bad idea at all. We will have a first mover advantage since no one has done this yet. If successful, we could monopolize this niche market. Then, he raised an important question. But will people actually use a trading area solely for players? Of course. Rumen has been researching the market on his own. By the 5th round, players have started to stockpile quite a few items. Moreover, as a participant yourself, you know what others need. And I know it too. Items dropped by monsters can't be sold to stores, so they must be wondering what to do with all those items. And furthermore, for someone who has failed 99 times like Rumen, the current mindset of the majority is too easy to understand. Now most of them have passed level 20. They have unlocked crafting. And they are definitely experimenting with item combinations in every possible way. So what if a website appeared where they could easily buy those items? If Lo gives an answer, they would rush over immediately. Ryumi seizes the opportunity to deliver the final blow. Now is the perfect time. He remains silent, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. If the prophecy is true, building a system right now could be a resounding success. We could attract users by spreading articles. Rumen does not rush, allowing the other party time to think carefully. He will create an application for players to easily access. Adding an auction system might be a good idea too. Maybe at first, we should allow free listings for items. This attitude made Riemann unable to help but smile. It seems he is really interested in the business plan I have proposed. Well, even as a prophet, it is hard to refuse. Besides, this is also beneficial for me. You briefly remember the things you own. If we can monopolize the crafting materials that no one knows the use of yet, we could create a unique item that even legendary groups might want. Maybe even divine equipment. After a while, Gein looked up to ask one last thing. We have settled on the type of business being a social market. So what should we rename the company? This question was essentially agreeing with Rumen's request. Do you have any ideas? He was beaming while turning the pot upside down. Let us put my idea aside for now. We should follow the vision of the seer as much as possible. Right, aren't you the biggest shareholder of the company? Rumen forced a laugh. Ha. Anyway, this issue is not difficult, so how about a name that means player press? How does that sound for a player location? Old Lock did not have any additional comments. Sounds good. But shortening it to method is also nice. You just have one last thing. I am glad you like it. How long will it take to develop and get it up and running? He thought for a moment and gave a number. The fastest would be at least a month. Rumen calculated and said. So it will be after round 6 if the plan is settled. Then you do not mind discussing the purpose of today. Let me share the information about round 6 with you. Both Gonlok and Sangchun were focused in this direction. After listening, he rested his chin and thought. Seems round 6 will also require cooperation. Then he bowed his head deeply to express his feelings. I understand now. Thanks a lot. The prophet. Rumen replied casually. It is nothing. Just in a place where no one can see. A satisfied smile appeared on Jin Lucca's face. I know keeping the prophet close is the right decision. Everything is going smoothly in both the present and the other world. Next, he returned to his usual friendly demeanor. Then I will proceed with the business plan today. I will call an urgent meeting with Gang as soon as possible to get Rumen's approval. Can you go and present the business plan? You do not mind. Right. It is no problem. Junluka nodded with satisfaction. I understand. We will contact you as soon as the meeting is scheduled. Then he turned to instruct Chun and An to escort the prophet home. If it is on the way, stop by actress's house to relay the information too. He immediately accepted the order. Yep, sir. Then he sent Rumen off at the door with great care. Shall we go? Prophet. On the morning a few days later, he opened his phone to check the calendar and muttered to himself. Today is the day the items for the trial appear. Then quickly opened the system board to check the store for today's items. Soon, Rumen had the desired results. Here it is. The tattered cloak of a vagabond. After reading a series of information on the screen, he clicked his tongue in assessment. The defense is really poor, but the attack and movement speed are just great. Without hesitation, Rumen pressed the buy button. Just a processing item for only 20,000 gold. That is really rare. After that, he closed the system while pondering that he would not have to rely on the store anymore. From now on, I will buy everything I need from social assistants. The future prospects are already laid out in Rumen's mind, and by then, the blueprint items will be sold at very high prices. Just one design that records the formula for a specific item will mean people won't have to fumble around combining things to figure out the formula anymore. He could not help but smile. Moreover, because it can be resold to others, it will definitely become extremely popular. If I take advantage of that, I can attract more people to the social market. With that thought, Rumen tiredly lay down on the bed. Of course. First, I need to finish preparing for the emergency shareholders meeting tomorrow. The next day, bright sunlight shone directly through the glass of the consulting company. Sangchun politely handed out the files to the attending shareholders. Please take this document. Everyone, please fill in from the front row. The shareholders meeting went smoothly, without any obstacles. Just as Rumen had predicted, there were still voices of skepticism and dissatisfaction. But when he answered every question decisively, the number of inquiries gradually decreased. In the end, with Rumen's confidence, the resolution was passed without any obstacles. After the meeting, Guy Lok smiled and praised him. Your uncle Leolin, today was tough. You spoke very confidently, not showing any signs of stress at all. Ria Minim replied. Ha. Practicing a few times at home really paid off. Then he placed his hand on his chest and promised. I will take care of developing the website and setting up the system. You just need to focus on surviving the next round. It is just that Rumen realized the calculations behind it. They probably worried that if he died, they would lose access to the advanced features. Then Jun Loso offered. You must be hungry. Let us eat at the hotel. This time, you can't refuse. Yeah. Sounds good. I feel a bit more at ease. So everything I needed to do today is complete. Rumen gradually planned the next steps. Now there is just one last thing to do, which is to use the wild card. That Sunday, the survival coffee shop organized a regular meeting for players. Jamie cheerfully waved. Hello, Poring gloomily responded. Hello. Jamie, she asked in surprise. Why is the atmosphere so gloomy? What is going on? He looked up and said softly, haven't you heard the news? Jamie. She curiously leaned closer to the screen. What news? Then Poring released a piece of information that left her frozen. We have lost contact with 30 years old and Honey Jam. There has been no news since the 5th round. It seems like they did not survive. It is just that the emotion did not last long. Yami frowned in thought. No wonder the atmosphere is so heavy. Someone has died. But there is something strange about it. Right, they have only met each other through video chats. Why are they so sad? A thought flickered. They are putting on a show. Trying to look good in front of the chairman. A familiar figure appeared in her mind. The founder of this community cafe is clearly a top power player. Sucking up to the boss is a basic rule in society. Especially when the chairman truly feels sad every time a player dies. Jamie covered her delighted smile. She could not fall behind. Then she began to showcase her acting skills. Oh no. 30 years old and still sweet as honey. Those two. The other players are not much different either. All covering their faces and rubbing their eyes. Please do not cry. Yummy. You are making me want to cry too. This situation made Jamie feel amused. Look at these weasels clinging to the opportunity. That is just how people are. Just then, the system announced that the chairman had joined the players' survival cafe chat room. T-Hai keenly noticed something odd. What is going on? Why does everyone look so down? Lost sighed and informed the other party. The chairman is like this. After hearing this news, T-Hein covered her mouth in heartbreak. How could something like this happen? At least maybe the others are still alive. He closed his eyes tightly, as if trying to suppress his emotions. Troubles just keep coming. Now we only have 6 members left on the committee at this point. Burr raised his hand to speak. Chairman, can't we take this opportunity to hire a new executive? T-Hein's voice became serious and troubled. I really want that too. But there are not any suitable candidates. Right, and we have not heard anything from the previous applicants either. Lostia. Have not you received any news from the 3 people interviewed before? He replied gloomily. Sir, I have called them many times. But no one picks up. T-Hai turned his face away. Disappointed? Then maybe they have also died in the 5th round. That is when Lostiak finally shared the important information he had. I am not sure about the other 2. But Afratru is still alive. Lostiak's expression remained calm. His cold tone confirmed that even though the other 2 might not have made it, Ryumin is definitely still alive. You all saw the results from the 5th round. Right, a strong person like that would not only survive in the game, but would also be fine in real life. T-Hai quietly looked at the leaderboard on the system screen, where Ryumin still held the top position. Then why did he apply to join and disappear without a trace? That question made his mind spin in frustration. I do not know about that. Bread scratched his head in annoyance. Could it be that he is just messing with us? Poring suggested another dubious theory. Or maybe from the start. That was not the real Ryumin. Maybe we have not heard anything, because they died in the 5th round. One person in the group nodded in agreement. Boring makes a valid point. Hai furrows his brow in deep thought. A fake? Yeah. That makes sense. Jamie remained silent, listening to the discussion. But her gaze is thoughtful. Humble sighs in frustration, mixed with a smirk. Right. A big name like Ryumin joining an unknown cafe like this. His body suddenly stiffens. Cold sweat running down his back as he realizes he just slipped up. Wait a minute. Sure enough. The 3 of them turn their gazes toward him, each with a stunned expression, but all staring intently with scrutiny. Tia-Hone is the first to react, his voice calm but laced with menace. Ma'am, did you just say an unknown cafe? Can you clarify what you mean by an unknown cafe? Hamby stutters. Scared. What I mean is, his face grows serious, his sharp gaze sweeping over him. This cafe is where players gather and lead the new era. Do you have a problem with this cafe? His tension mounts as he fumbles for an excuse. Chairman, I did not mean that at all. Unfortunately, he has no intention of forgiving. Hambok Bang. From now on you are stripped of your executive position. And you are banned permanently from this cafe. Ham cries out in panic. What? Tia-Hein ruthlessly sentences him to death. Now is the time for us to unite. Not for someone who disrespects the cafe. I can accept someone like that as a member. The guy was pale, wanting to savage the chairman's situation. But Tihan had made up his mind. The Miok Bang would be blacklisted from now on, and when the new era begins, you would better learn to adapt. Right after that, Humbo's window instantly disappeared. A system notification popped up. The operator removed Humbo Miok Bang from the chat room. Having dealt with the obstacle, T-Hai quickly returned with his familiar amiable demeanor. All right. Now that the opposition has been eliminated, let us continue the meeting. The atmosphere in the room relaxed. The remaining people responded with cautious agreement. Yes. Unexpectedly Lostia flinched as if he just discovered something. He asked Lostia with concern. Is something wrong? The kid hesitated, his voice faltering with astonishment. Someone just submitted an application to join, and their in-game nickname is Ryumin. That name left the other 3 stunned, unable to believe their ears. T-Hai skeptically confirmed. Ryumin applied again. Lostia checked and reported. Yep. Chairman. But this time the person's real name is different from the last. The applicant this time is Hong Wai-Min. After a moment of contemplation, T-Hun decided to go to his house and meet him. We won't be able to know for sure if he is real or not without meeting him in person. He cautiously asked for opinions. But what if it turns out to be fake? What should we do? Chairman Tihoan pondered for a moment. Then he raised his head, his gaze more serious than ever. He will have to pay for daring to mess with us. At the same time, in a darkened room, only illuminated by the light from the computer screen, a figure is sitting back in a chair. Ryu-min crosses his arms, coldly analyzing the situation. Another person is impersonating him. So the Phone C3 team will surely not sit idle. You slowly turn the chair, speculating that they will use the excuse of an interview to come to his house, which is the address I clearly gave to Hong Min. You stand up and take slow steps across the cramped room, realizing that forcing them to end a person's life, and the way they exploit and turn civilians into slaves is wrong. Such cruelty only divides players and civilians and will ultimately lead to destruction. Your voice lowers heavily but does not lose its intensity. Therefore, I cannot stand by and watch. It is better to eliminate the operators completely and take control of the organization myself. Sooner or later, Phone C3 will grow into a massive force with over 30% of domestic players as members. You wisely compare strengths. So instead of destroying that group, using that organization to control the player community would be much more beneficial. That is why I applied to join Phone C3 from the very beginning. Rumin pushes the door open. Once I use Hong Young-min to overthrow the operators, I will seize the chairman's seat. Saying that, you take off your coat and quietly leave the room. The doorbell rings. A clear signal that a guest has arrived. The owner sitting behind the reception desk is still engrossed in reading the newspaper. Not noticing the suspicious person who just walked in, Dalian looks up to start a conversation. Hello. The old man's words suddenly stopped when a rough black cloth bag was slammed down on the table. Young Min, fully covered in black attire, with his face concealed, fit the typical threatening style of a robber. Put all the cash in here, if you do not want to die. Seeing this, the old man trembled uncontrollably, his face pale and hesitant. Everyone was shocked. His gaze immediately darkened, a sharp look sweeping through the air that felt like it froze. Eyebrows tightly knitted, his face filled with menace. Patience had run out. He gritted his teeth and slammed his fist down on the table, the sound of cracking echoing sharply as the tabletop shattered into pieces. Damn it. What are you waiting for? Do you think I am joking? Young Min yelled impatiently, showing no regard for the rising frustration within him. Hurry up. Do you really want your skull smashed? Dalian tried to calm his heart, which was racing as if it would jump out of his chest, his hands trembling as he grabbed the bag. I will do it right now. He hurriedly stuffed cash inside and nervously handed it to him. Here. This is all I have got. Young Min's dark presence questioned him. Is this all there is? Dalian bowed his head to explain. It has been slow lately because the lottery tickets are temporarily off sale. We also sell some items like a convenience store. But he stepped closer to face the old man, his voice icy as he exposed the truth. Did I ask about that stuff? I know there is a safe in the back. He raised his fist toward the old man, demanding, get it out here now. Dalian quickly turned to comply. I am going right now. A little later. He returned, the bag stuffed so full it was almost impossible to zip it up. Young Min silently calculated. Temporarily satisfied, about 10 million. That should be enough. Before leaving, he turned around, his gaze like ice chilling the old man's spine, his voice a dry warning full of menace. Try reporting to the police. I will break out and deal with you myself. The old man's body stiffened, too afraid to resist. After finishing, he quickly left the scene, blending into the quiet darkness of the city. Young Min dashed through a few narrow alleys. Only when he was sure he had shaken off all eyes did he pull the hood of his jacket down, revealing a face drenched in sweat, letting out a long sigh of relief, feeling liberated from the heavy fabric mask that made him feel so light. A pleased smile appeared on his lips. Today was quite a harvest. This should last me a month. But the joy did not last long. Right after that, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes darkening. In the real world, he could manage. But what about that other world? Will I survive the next round? His hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging. It is all because of that damn guy Rumen. Because of him, I lost a friend, and my stats have dropped horribly. Anger flared up, unable to hold back. Young Min roared in the night. It is all that jerk's fault. A stray cat darted across the low wall, causing Young Min to jump. Standing frozen, heart pounding, he glanced around, his steps subconsciously slowing, weary as if someone was watching him. Rumen. That bastard. If I just run into him in real life, I will cut him in half right on the spot. The atmosphere was eerily silent. With only a few dim window lights flickering on the small street, Young Min nervously checked his pocket, breathing rapidly. Just as he turned, his muscles tensed when he saw someone standing at his door. His voice trembled slightly, no longer aggressive like before. Who's it? Lostya looked up from his phone, the light from the screen illuminating his face. As he kept a calm gaze directly on the man in front of him. "You are Hong Yaomine, right?" He froze, gripping his wallet tightly, taking half a step back cautiously, sweat starting to bead at his temples. The guy calmly asserted, "From your reaction, I guess I am right." The question slipped out instinctively, carrying young men's instinctive wariness. "Who are you? Are you a cop?" This made Lostji a bit confused. A cop. He was slightly taken aback, but then smirked, half laughing, half surprised. "Huh? What is that? Are you saying you committed a crime?" Then he friendly introduced himself. "I am the interview manager for phone C3. You applied to join this morning, right?" His gaze flickered for a moment, but then he frowned, his voice annoyed. "What the hell is this jerk trying to sell me with this nonsense?" He looked more and more confused, tilting his head to observe. "Aren't you Rumi?" After understanding the other person's intention, Youngmin reacted rudely. "You think I am Rumine? Are you messing with me? And what the hell is phone C3? Loss felt embarrassed. He awkwardly raised his hand to cover his face, apologizing for the disturbance, and asked to leave. He scowled, unable to contain his frustration, shouting, "What the hell is going on? At least tell me what is happening." This time he did not avoid or hide anything, his voice calm again. "It seems someone knows your personal information and is deliberately messing with you, since both the name and address match." Yu Min reacted angrily, as if he had been tricked painfully. "What? Who the hell dared to do that?" At that moment, a calm voice cut through the chaos. "I used your name." The two immediately fell silent and turned to observe the newcomer. The one who arrived was Ria Mining, wearing a mask, exuding a calm yet intense presence. He clearly called out the name of the person in front of him. "Oh? Yeah.